Chapter 42, Chapter 41. Later that day, Harry was feeling more like himself. If by himself, you mean a slightly disheveled teenager with a ridiculous amount of magical baggage, weird family history, and a fondness for dramatic monologues. He'd just finished a shower that felt like it should come with a warning label, may cause you to forget your last 48 hours of chaos. New clothes on, charm up, and feeling slightly more human. Well, as human as someone who had been casually resurrected twice could feel. Harry decided it was time for his next big task, ask Dumbledore for permission to let Logan, yes, the Logan, come to Hogwarts to help Cedric. No pressure, right? He strolled down the familiar hallways, avoiding a few well-meaning first years who looked like they were about to ask him where the broom closet was. Pro tip: avoid it if you value your personal space, and made his way to the gargoyle statue that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Now, Harry had a few theories about how the gargoyle worked. The first was that it was some kind of very, very polite statue that was just waiting for the right password. The second was that it was probably more aware than any wizard and could tell exactly when Harry was in a hurry. Lemon drop, Harry said, more out of habit than anything else, half expecting to be met with a disinterested silence or a wrong again, Potter. To his surprise, the gargoyle grumbled and shifted aside. No password required. No witty remarks. Just pure, unfettered convenience. Hey, Harry muttered, stepping onto the staircase as it spiraled upward. Guess I'll add incredibly lazy security to the list of things I've learned about this school. The office door creaked open, and there, sitting behind his desk like he was some sort of wizarding James Bond minus the tuxedo, plus a ridiculously wise and slightly quirky air, was Dumbledore. The old man had that gleam in his eye, the one that made Harry feel like he was either about to impart life-changing wisdom or offer him a lemon drop. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice warm and welcoming, like he was discussing the weather or the latest tea gossip. "What can I do for you? I'm sure this is a social call and not another attempt at sneaking off with a time-turner, Harry leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. "Yeah, no time-turners this time, Professor. But speaking of things that can go horribly wrong." He trailed off, figuring now was as good a time as any to dive into it. Dumbledore's eyebrow arched with a knowing glint. "Ah, I sense a tale of caution and wisdom is about to unfold. Please, do continue." "Cedric Diggory," Harry began, "has been having issues. Mutant issues. He's got these powers, claws, heightened senses, and he's trying to figure out how to control them. He's stuck between being a wizard and being, well, a mutant." Harry made air quotes, but Dumbledore, unsurprisingly, didn't react. "I was hoping maybe we could get someone with experience to help him out. Someone like Logan, I presume." Dumbledore's tone was casually curious, as though discussing mutant assistance was part of the regular Hogwarts curriculum. Harry blinked. "Yeah, exactly. The Logan. You know, that Logan cigar-smoking, berserker raging, claws for fingers Logan? He's the best at controlling the whole inner animal thing." Dumbledore's lips twitched. "Ah, yes. Logan. A complicated man, to be sure. I've had the pleasure of meeting him on several occasions. Shall we say, his methods are unorthodox." Harry grinned. Understatement of the year. But yet, Cedric could use someone who knows what it's like to embrace that kind of raw power. "I mean, who else are we gonna turn to? The Hogwarts guidance counselor?" Dumbledore gave an exaggerated sigh. "That would be an interesting choice. But, in this case, I think Logan's experience might be just what Cedric needs." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, so you're okay with this? Logan has walked a darker path, one that few can truly understand," Dumbledore said, leaning back in his chair. "But as you rightly pointed out, Harry, if anyone can help Cedric find balance, it is he. I trust you, Harry. If you believe Logan can help, then I see no reason to deny him access to Hogwarts. Harry stared at him, mouth slightly open. Just like that? No endless speeches about the dangers of mutants or random philosophical riddles. Only when absolutely necessary, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye that suggested there was more going on behind those wise old glasses than he was letting on. But do let me know how it goes, Harry. I have a feeling this will be an interesting turn of events. Well, you're not wrong there, Harry said, pushing himself off the door frame. I'll let Logan know he's got the green light. Do take care, Harry, Dumbledore called after him. And remember, the best way to control one's destiny is to embrace the chaos when it comes knocking. He gave a smile that seemed to suggest he'd already seen this scenario play out 100 times. Right, Harry said, smiling back, though he wasn't entirely sure what that meant for the future of Cedric Diggory or Hogwarts in general. Embrace the chaos. Got it. As Harry left the office, feeling slightly lighter than before, he couldn't help but think about how weird his life had gotten. I mean, who else gets to roll up to their headmaster, ask permission to bring a mutant to school, and get an okay in under 5 minutes? Harry Potter, that's who. The next few days were going to be a ride, and he had a feeling it was going to be a wild one. Good luck, Cedric, Harry muttered under his breath as he headed toward the common room, ready to pass the good news on to Logan. You're gonna need it. Logan was sitting in a booth at a greasy spoon diner, the kind with cracked linoleum floors and menus that hadn't been updated in decades. He was staring into his cup of coffee, which, if you squinted hard enough, looked like it might be older than the two of them combined. The scent of frying bacon and eggs lingered in the air like some sort of greasy perfume, clinging to the walls. A part of him almost liked it here, mostly because the place hadn't changed in 100 years, just like him. Well, the grumpy, middle-aged, perpetually annoyed part of him liked it. The other part, the part that secretly enjoyed a bit of nostalgia, didn't mind either. He didn't expect anyone to walk in. Not today. But when the door opened with that obnoxious little jingle, why do diners always think that noise is charming, and in walked Steve Rogers, Logan didn't even flinch. Son of a, he muttered under his breath, not even bothering to turn around. He knew that walk. That posture. Steve Rogers was back in the game. Logan took another sip of his coffee, more out of habit than anything else. There were some things you didn't need to look at to recognize. Like the sight of Captain America strolling into a diner like it was a normal Tuesday. Steve, looking like he'd just stepped out of an old Captain America comic, tall, broad, and still built like a tank, made a beeline for Logan's booth. The guy was wearing civilian clothes, but anyone who knew anything about military posture could tell he was still holding himself like he was about to charge into battle. He slid into the seat across from Logan, the old booth creaking under the weight of decades of shared history. Logan, Steve said, giving him that half grin. The kind of grin that said, yeah, I know I look like a deer caught in headlights in the 21st century, but you're here, so it's all good. Cap, Logan replied, his voice rough as sandpaper, but with that familiar, dry humor he always had. Didn't think you'd still be walking around after you went all popsicle mode. Thought you'd have turned to dust by now, old man. Steve gave a huff of laughter, but it was clear there was more going on behind those eyes than he was willing to admit. Yeah, well, apparently I've got better durability than my laundry. Logan took a long sip of his coffee, savoring the bitterness, and let the silence hang between them for a moment. He could feel Steve's discomfort without even having to look. It wasn't like they hadn't talked before. They had. But it was always the same. Steve was playing catch-up with the world around him, and Logan wasn't exactly the type to offer guidance. So, what's the deal, hey? Logan finally asked, raising an eyebrow. You all thought out and still trying to figure out what to do with yourself, or are you just here for the coffee? Steve shifted in his seat, rubbing the back of his neck like he was about to launch into one of those long speeches about coming to terms with the modern world or some other deep, brooding stuff. Instead, he just shrugged, his eyes scanning the diner as if the place might offer some answers. Yet, trying to get my head around all this, technology, people, the way the world's changed. Feels like I'm living in a completely different place than I remember. Some days I feel like I'm just floating. Logan studied him for a second, then gave a half smile. Yeah, I get it. I spent, what, a century or two floating myself. Trust me, the trick is to just keep moving. Even if it's in circles. Circles? Steve asked, genuinely curious. Yeah. You'll figure it out, Logan said, tapping the side of his coffee mug. Eventually. There was a pause, awkward, but not exactly uncomfortable. Logan wasn't one for speeches, and Steve sure as hell wasn't going to air his existential crises in front of anyone. But Steve had that I'm lost in time and space look in his eyes, and Logan didn't need to be a telepath to know exactly what that felt like. Finally, Logan changed the subject. Listen, I've got a favor to ask. Steve raised an eyebrow, eyeing Logan carefully. A favor? From you? He smirked. You know how I feel about your favors. Last time, I had to clean up your mess in a bar in Tokyo. Logan's grin widened. I told you not to open the door. Should have known better, Cap. Yeah, Steve muttered, but the ghost of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He was used to Logan's shenanigans by now. All right, what's the favor? Logan leaned forward, lowering his voice as if this were some top-secret mission because, knowing him, it probably was. I'm working with some kids. They're strong, capable, but they need someone with experience. Someone who's been around the block a few times, knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to real fighting. Sparring, hand-to-hand, all that good stuff. Steve eyed him suspiciously, taking in the weight of Logan's words. Mutants? Not exactly, Logan said, his expression darkening just slightly. It's a little complicated. But they could use someone like you. Someone who can show them the ropes. Steve leaned back, his brow furrowing. You want me to teach them to fight? Exactly. Who are these kids? Steve asked, the tone of concern creeping into his voice. What kind of situation are they in? Logan grinned like the cat that ate the canary. That's the thing. You'll find out when you get there. Steve blinked. You're not telling me anything more. Nah, Logan said, leaning back, giving Steve a side eye. It's gonna be a surprise. You know I like to keep things interesting. Steve stared at him, skepticism radiating off him. Logan. Logan held up a hand. Trust me. You'll be doing a good thing. Plus, I'm calling in an old favor. One of those back in the day favors. Steve's expression shifted, his stance softening slightly. Fine. But if this kid turns out to be some sort of supervillain or I end up fighting a clone army again, I'm blaming you. Logan chuckled darkly. You know the drill. Could be worse, Cap, could be worse. Steve sighed, resigned to the fact that when Logan called, you didn't exactly have a choice. All right, I'm in. But you're gonna tell me something eventually, right? Logan didn't answer. He just grinned and took another sip of his coffee. Well, that's one mystery solved, Steve muttered under his breath, but it was clear he wasn't convinced this wouldn't turn into a mess of epic proportions. Wouldn't be the first time, Logan replied, flashing him a grin that could mean anything or nothing at all. And with that, they both fell into a more comfortable silence, each of them knowing that whatever this was, it wasn't going to be boring. Logan had a plan. But, as always, he was keeping the best parts a secret. For now, anyway. Logan took a long sip of his coffee, trying his best not to wince. He knew better than to expect something remotely good in a diner like this. It tasted like the universe had handed him a mug full of disappointment and a side of existential dread. But hey, it had caffeine, so he choked it down anyway. "So, where you crashin' these days, Rogers?" Logan asked, leaning back in his chair with that casual swagger of someone who definitely didn't care but, you know, kind of did. "Still shacking up with the big guys at SHIELD, or did they finally give you a real bed, something that doesn't smell like bureaucracy and regret?" Steve let out a quiet laugh, but there was something guarded about it. "Yeah, I'm staying at one of their safe houses. They've been, helping me out, getting me up to speed on everything, keeping an eye out for me." He shrugged, but Logan could tell the whole being kept in a cage thing didn't sit well with Steve. Steve was too much of a lone wolf for that. Logan raised an eyebrow, tapping the rim of his coffee mug with a finger. "Safe houses, hey? Sounds cozy. Got a nice view of the best of humanity while they tell you what to do." He leaned in closer, almost whispering. "Or does Fury have you on a leash still?" Steve stiffened just a little, enough for Logan to notice. "Fury's got his hands full, yet. But he did try to recruit me for something he's calling the Avengers Initiative. Ever heard of it?" Logan snorted, leaning back like the very idea of the Avengers was just ridiculous enough to be worth his time. "Oh yeah, I've heard of it. Fury and his little club of self-righteous do-gooders. He loves playing the 'we're saving the world' card, doesn't he?" Logan rolled his eyes, pushing his coffee mug aside like he might start an actual rebellion just by looking at it too hard. "Let me guess. It's all assemble a team of heroes and all that garbage." Steve just nodded, looking almost apologetic about it, which, let's be honest, wasn't Steve's style. "Yeah, something like that. But..." He paused, furrowing his brow like he was searching for the right words. "I don't know, Logan. Something about it feels off. Especially Fury." Logan could practically hear the gears grinding in Steve's head. It wasn't that Steve was stupid, it was that Steve wanted to believe in the good guys. Which, unfortunately, had a 50/50th chance of making him a target for anyone who'd seen the uglier side of things. Logan shook his head, a half-smirk curling on his lips. "Well, you're not wrong. Fury's got more skeletons than a Halloween store. You trust that guy, you're playing into his hand, Cap. You remember the last time you trusted a guy in charge? Look how that turned out." Steve opened his mouth, probably about to defend Fury. Logan could see it coming from a mile away. But Logan cut him off before the words could escape. "Listen, Steve," Logan said, voice low and serious now, "Fury's the kind of guy who plays chess when everyone else is stuck on checkers. You trust him, and one day, you'll be his pawn. And when he's done using you, you'll be nothing but a memory. And don't think you'll see it coming. Trust me. I've been down that road." Steve's expression flickered for a moment, like he was struggling to reconcile his respect for Fury with Logan's warning. Logan knew that look. It was the same one Steve had when he was still getting used to the idea of things being more complicated than fight the bad guys, win the war. But Logan didn't stop there. He leaned in a little closer, his voice dropping even lower, like he was letting Steve in on some dirty little secret. "You know, Fury tried to recruit me too. Yeah, the big guy thought I'd be a perfect addition to his team. Told me we'd save the world together. Imagine that. Me, playing dress-up with Fury and his little Avengers squad." Logan snorted, shaking his head like the thought was just too ridiculous. "Guess who didn't take that offer?" Steve blinked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he processed that. "You turned him down?" Logan grinned. "You bet I did. Besides, I've got better things to do than play in Fury's little sandbox." He sat back in his chair, eyes sparkling with that mischievous gleam Steve knew all too well. "But you, Cap? You've got potential. Don't waste it in Fury's playpen." For a moment, the two of them just sat there, the weight of Logan's words hanging in the air between them like an awkward silence at a family dinner. Steve was quiet, his face unreadable, his jaw set with that stubborn determination Logan had seen 100 times before. But then, after a long pause, Steve finally cracked a grin, like he couldn't resist the banter. "Guess the world's better off without you playing dress-up," Steve said, his tone light but with a knowing edge. He was trying to ease the tension, but Logan could tell it didn't completely land. Logan gave him a half-smile, though it was more like a grimace. "You bet it is. I've got better things to do than play the hero. The world doesn't need more people like that." Steve leaned back, folding his arms across his chest. "I'll figure it out on my own, Logan. But thanks for the heads up." Logan's smirk softened just a little, but his eyes stayed sharp. "Yeah, you do that. But keep your guard up, all right? Fury's a tricky bastard. He's got this way of making you think you're doing the right thing while he's got his own agenda behind closed doors." He got up, tossing a few bills onto the table. "And when the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you." He walked out of the diner, the door chiming softly behind him, leaving Steve with his thoughts. Logan didn't look back. He didn't have to. Steve would figure it out eventually. If he didn't, well, Logan wasn't the type to babysit. But as Logan stepped into the New York night, something told him this wasn't the last time they'd have this conversation. Steve was stubborn like that. And that was the one thing Logan respected. "Just don't say I didn't tell you." Steve Rogers was, for the most part, a guy who tried to keep things simple. Born in Brooklyn, fighting bad guys in tights and shields? That was about as straightforward as his life got. But lately? Well, lately, it felt like the world had hit him with a big ol' dose of surprise. Everything is complicated. Take his latest conversation with Logan, for instance. Fury's got a way of pulling you in, making you think you're doing the right thing. But it's all smoke and mirrors, Logan had said, all gruff and squinty-eyed like he always did. Steve didn't even have to think about it for long to know Logan wasn't exactly wrong. But still Fury? The guy who had helped him back in the day when Steve was just a soldier who'd woken up after, what, 70 years? The guy who had built the Avengers? Fury might be a little rough around the edges, sure, but he wasn't some puppet master pulling strings. Right? Still, as Steve shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and walked down the crisp New York street, those words kept playing in his head like an annoying song stuck on repeat. It didn't help that Logan wasn't the type to make idle threats. The guy had seen it all. Literally. He'd probably been around since the dinosaurs were a thing. Okay, that was probably an exaggeration, but it felt true in Steve's gut. By the time Steve reached the safe house, he was starting to feel like maybe he'd left a part of himself back in that alley, somewhere between the flickering streetlights and Logan's warning. This place, this tiny, unremarkable building tucked between a hot dog stand and a rat-infested bodega, was his refuge. The rest of the world could be blowing up, but here? Here he could count on quiet. He rang the doorbell, the low hum vibrating through the hall. A beat later, the door swung open, and there she was. Natasha Romanoff, ever the picture of mystery wrapped in leather and smirking like she knew a joke only she understood. "Back from your chat with Logan?" she asked, arching an eyebrow. "Yeah. You could say that," Steve replied, trying to mask the unease in his voice with his usual cool. "It didn't work. He's as charming as ever. Did he try to talk you into running off into the wilderness again?" Natasha teased, though there was something in her tone that told Steve she wasn't just making small talk. "No," Steve said, pushing past her into the dimly lit living room. But he did have some interesting things to say about Fury. Natasha's playful smirk faded faster than a bad dream. She crossed her arms, leaning against the counter like she was suddenly calculating every word Steve had said. "Interesting how?" Steve rubbed the back of his neck, trying to think of how to explain the mess that was Logan's warning. He thinks Fury's got us all playing a game. Like we're pawns, and we don't even know it. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything right away. Instead, she just nodded like it was another day at the office. Logan's got a lot of experience with people who have hidden agendas. Doesn't mean he's wrong. Before Steve could respond, Clint Barton, who'd been lounging on the couch like a cat in a sunbeam, perked up. The guy was flicking through some channel, probably watching a show with explosions and bad dialogue. It wasn't until Steve walked in that Clint hit the mute button and gave him the kind of look that only Clint Barton, former circus performer and expert sarcasm distributor, could manage. "You're back," Clint said, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Everything okay with the old grumpy grizzly?" "Yeah, everything's fine," Steve said, though even he could tell it was the least convincing thing he'd said all day. He slumped into the armchair, rubbing his face like he was trying to scrub away the conversation that had just unfolded. "We talked?" Clint raised an eyebrow. "Did he manage to get into your head that fast?" Steve didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at the wall, letting the weight of everything settle into his bones. The thing was, Steve didn't know if Logan was right. Maybe he was. Maybe Fury really did have something up his sleeve. Steve had worked with Fury long enough to trust him, but Logan's words still stung. "Logan's got a way of getting under your skin," Steve said finally. "He thinks Fury's pulling the strings, and we're just pawns." Clint snorted, clearly trying to hide his amusement. "Well, no kidding. You mean the guy with the eye patch is a little shady? I never would have guessed." Steve shot him a half-hearted glare, but Clint wasn't wrong. Fury was a walking secret. But he wasn't wrong about Fury being on their side either. "I know. But he broke off, running a hand through his hair, frustration building. "I don't know, Clint. Fury's the guy who's putting the Avengers together. He's not just playing games." "Is he?" "I wouldn't bet on it," Natasha said, her tone quieter now, but no less sharp. She pushed off the counter and walked closer, her eyes focused on Steve like she was trying to read him. "Fury's got a way of making you think you're on the same side, until you realize you're not. I'm not saying he's evil or anything, but trust's a tricky thing, Steve." Clint, ever the realist, stretched his arms out and shrugged like he was more interested in finding the remote than diving into a conversation about shady government operations. "Yeah, Fury's been around long enough to pull the wool over a few eyes. No surprise there." Steve stood up, shaking his head as he tried to make sense of everything. "I don't know what's going on anymore. He stopped, swallowing hard. "I just need to keep moving forward. That's all I know." Clint gave him a look, his voice suddenly serious for once. "You're Captain America. You always move forward. You don't know how to do anything else. But just keep your eyes open, man. Logan's right about one thing: we're all on Fury's radar. And we're not the only ones he's watching." Natasha stepped forward, her gaze softening just a little. "We're all part of something bigger, Steve. Whether we like it or not. Just don't let anyone, Fury included, make you forget who you are in the process." Steve nodded, his jaw tightening as he glanced at his two teammates. They were family more than family, really. But the road ahead was full of shadows. And Steve wasn't sure who he could trust to guide him through them. "We'll figure it out," Steve said firmly, though his voice felt like it was bracing for something he couldn't yet see. "One step at a time." But deep down, he knew that stepping forward in this world was becoming a whole lot harder than it had ever been before. Nick Fury was standing in front of the massive monitor on the helicarrier, his posture that of a man who had just been told he's about to make history, and he doesn't like it. The room was filled with the hum of activity agents darting back and forth like ants trying to avoid a boot, but Fury was focused, laser sharp, on one thing: the footage from the safe house. Specifically, Steve Rogers. Next to him stood Phil Coulson, arms casually folded across his chest, looking like the only guy in the entire building who wasn't about to snap at the first sign of trouble. Fury wasn't fooled, though. Coulson was good, too good, at hiding his concerns. "You know, Director," Coulson said in his trademark calm tone, "if you're going to keep an eye on Steve like this, you might as well just get a seat at the table. The Avengers won't mind, I'm sure." Fury didn't even flinch. His good eye was locked onto the screen with the intensity of a guy watching someone try to get away with a murder he knew they committed. "Not funny, Phil. I'm not spying on him. I'm making sure. Can't have any surprises popping up." Coulson tilted his head slightly, the ever-patient voice of reason. "Making sure of what? That he's going to eat a sandwich?" "Fury, it's a safe house, not a high-security prison. They're just hanging out. You do realize that, right?" "Well, it's not a normal safe house, now, is it?" Fury said, eyes still glued to the screen. The camera feed showed Steve, Clint, and Natasha lounging around. Clint was tossing an empty bottle between his hands. Steve looked like he was mentally calculating the best way to be a super soldier in a world that couldn't figure out what to do with him, and Natasha was, well. Natasha was Natasha. Serious, but with that look in her eyes that always screamed, "I'm about to give someone a piece of my mind they didn't ask for." Fury tapped a button, zooming in on Steve, who was seated, running a hand through his hair. The tension in the air was almost palpable. Something was wrong. And Fury? Fury trusted his gut like an old, weathered compass. "These people, Coulson. They've been through hell and back, and now we've got Steve Rogers sitting in a room questioning the very system he's supposed to be fighting for. That ain't right." Coulson gave a knowing smile, rubbing his chin. "You sure this isn't just you projecting a little paranoia? Because, you know, it's your go-to move." Fury shot him a look, deadly serious. "I don't project paranoia, Phil. I manage it. That's how we stay alive." Coulson, ever the diplomat, raised his hands in mock surrender. "Right, right. The guy who once installed a panic room inside his own panic room. That's classified, and it's for good reason," Fury grumbled, tapping a few keys on the console. "Now shut up and let me listen." The conversation from the safe house crackled to life, and Fury's lips tightened into a thin line. Steve's voice came through first, rough and almost too tired for someone who was supposed to be America's most enduring symbol of hope. "I know Logan's a pain, but he's not wrong," Steve said, looking down at his hands like they were a set of puzzle pieces he couldn't quite solve. Clint's voice came next, dripping with sarcasm. "Is there a single day he isn't wrong about something?" "Doesn't mean he's wrong about everything," Natasha chimed in, her voice cooler than the Arctic blast outside a freshly cracked window. "We're on the same side, Steve, but don't kid yourself. Fury's not exactly our guy. He's got his own agenda. And you've seen how that ends." Fury's fingers curled into a fist as he leaned in closer to the screen. "You hear that? They're second-guessing me. Again." Coulson, never one to let a small thing like Fury's blood pressure get out of hand, sighed and patted his friend's shoulder. "They're questioning things, Director. Not necessarily betraying you. Again with the paranoia." "I don't have paranoia, Coulson," Fury snapped, his voice low and gravelly. "I've got instincts. And those instincts are telling me something's off with Steve. They're questioning me," and that he paused, voice low with sudden fury. "That never ends well." Coulson, unfazed, leaned in toward the screen, as if trying to read the situation through the pixelated, grainy footage. "Okay, but you've gotta admit, Director, there's a big difference between questioning you and questioning your methods. I mean, Steve's not exactly the type to flip a switch and go rogue just because you didn't tell him where the next mission is, right?" Fury turned to him slowly, eyes narrowed. You didn't see the Hulk go rogue, did you? Or Black Widow, when she decided to go off the grid for a bit? People crack, Coulson. Even the best of M. Coulson's eyebrows shot up. I was there for that, remember? And you've got to admit, that was entirely your fault. I mean, not everyone thinks a complete shutdown of communications is a good idea when you've got people out in the field. Ever thought of, delegating the insanity sometimes? Fury let out a heavy sigh and turned back to the screen. It's my job to keep them in line. They're the best of us, but even the best have to be checked sometimes. They get too comfortable, too loose, and that's when everything goes to hell. We're not dealing with average people here. They need to be on edge. Coulson gave him that half-smile of his, the one that always said, "You're gonna do what you want anyway." Yeah, Director. But maybe it's not just Steve who's off balance. Maybe it's you. Fury's eyes flickered back to the screen, watching the team bicker over what could have been an entirely normal day of downtime. His jaw clenched, but his eye softened, just a little. I'll keep my eye on them. Just in case. Coulson shook his head. You always do, Director. You always do. And with that, they were back to watching the footage. No sudden moves. No explosions. But something in the air told Fury that something was coming. And it wasn't going to be pretty. Chapter 43, Chapter 42. The room of requirement still smelled like singed robes and regret. Not that regret had a smell, but if it did, it would be a mix of burnt parchment, sweat, and whatever ungodly potion Fred and George had launched into the middle of the battlefield. Spoiler, it had sparkles. And possibly mild hallucinogenic properties. Harry Potter wiped his brow, wand still clutched in his hand, and surveyed the chaos. MageX, his not-so-merry band of magicals and magical mutants, looked like they had just survived a particularly aggressive Quidditch match fought with bloodjars made of fire. Which, to be fair, wasn't that far off. Jean Grey stood beside him, arms crossed, her red hair practically glowing in the dim light. She had that look. The one that meant she was about to say something telepathically snarky. "We're improving," she said, her voice smooth and self-assured. "Barely." Susan Bones, who, despite her usual sunny demeanor, currently looked like she wanted to hex something, groaned as she stretched. "That's Jean's nice way of saying Ron got knocked on his arse again." "Oi!" Ron Weasley, still sitting on said arse, glared at her. "Not my fault." The blast came out of nowhere. Daphne Greengrass, brushing soot off her uniform like she was above such nonsense, arched a perfect eyebrow. "It came from your left, Weasley. You know, where your eyes should have been looking." Ron scowled but didn't argue. Probably because he had been flattened spectacularly. Luna Lovegood, floating through the aftermath of the battle as pristine as ever, tilted her head, her blonde curls bouncing. "Perhaps if you envisioned yourself as a Raxpert, you'd be more elusive." Ron squinted. What now?" "She means move faster," Neville Longbottom translated, shaking the dust out of his hair. Neville, to his credit, had given as good as he got this time. He was finally growing into his own power, even if his robes had seen better days. "And I agree. You keep getting caught out in the open, mate." Harry clapped his hands together, cutting off the debate. "All right, let's do a quick debrief. But first, Fred, George, whatever that potion was." "Never again." The Weasley twins, lounging against each other like smug cats, grinned in eerie unison. "Ah, but Harry. It was a learning experience." "For who?" Hermione Granger snapped, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Her bushy hair had somehow managed to frizz even more, which was honestly impressive. "Because we certainly didn't learn anything, unless you count what happens when you drop a glitter bomb on a battlefield." "Yeah," Ginny Weasley muttered, dusting off her Quidditch gloves. "Lesson learned, we all looked like human disco balls for 10 minutes. Fred and George exchanged a guilty glance. Okay, maybe we miscalculated. Maybe. Tracy Davis cut in, arms folded, her dark eyes unimpressed. Half the team was blinded by the sparkles. I walked straight into a stunning spell because I thought I was being attacked by a rogue unicorn. Which was not our fault, George pointed out. That was just unfortunate timing. Jean sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. If you two do that again, I will personally project an image of Professor McGonagall scolding you into your subconscious every night until you crack. The twins paled. Duly noted. Right, Harry said, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. Back to business. Ginny, you were quick on cover spells, but we need you calling out your targets faster. Hermione, your combos were great, but you need to anticipate when someone else needs cover. Daphne, your shield work was solid, but we need you calling out enemy positions faster. Cedric Diggory, currently lounging against the wall like he belonged on a magazine cover, perked up. Yet. That aerial maneuver you pulled? Brilliant. Do it more. Cedric grinned, flipping his sweaty hair out of his face like some sort of Hufflepuff prince. I do try to keep things stylish. Susan rolled her eyes. You mean reckless? You nearly got blasted out of the sky. Keyword, nearly, Cedric shot back. And Neville, Harry continued, smirking. You knocked Fred flat on his back. I'm proud of you. Fred, still on the floor, groaned. He's getting too powerful. We must stop him before he takes over. Percy Weasley, who had somehow managed to stay mostly clean during the chaos, pushed his glasses up his nose. I'd say we're making progress, but our coordination is still lacking. We need a better communication system. Less screaming, more strategy, Hannah Abbott added, patting Percy's arm like she was encouraging a stressed-out professor. But honestly, that was fun. In a wow, we almost died kind of way. Jean clapped her hands together. All right, let's call it for today. Tomorrow, we'll work on defensive strategies. At this rate, we might actually survive if something real happens. Assuming Fred and George don't turn training into a circus again, Susan muttered. The twins shared a mischievous glance. No promises. Harry sighed, already regretting all of his life choices. All right, everyone, go get some rest. And Ron, please. Watch my flank. Yeah, I got it, Ron grumbled, rubbing his ribs. As the team slowly filed out, Harry stayed behind, watching them go. They were getting better. Stronger. More unified. But something gnawed at the back of his mind. Because sooner or later, this wouldn't just be training. It would be real. The last of the MageX team members trickled out, some limping, because, training, and others chatting about what they'd grab from the Great Hall before the kitchens closed. The room of requirement, that ever-reliable magical space, began to shift back into its usual state, though Harry was pretty sure it had a permanent battle prep mode by now. Jean, standing next to him, looked positively glowing with that I'm about to take charge kind of energy. She was practically radiating confidence, her red hair caught in the dim light like something out of an action movie poster. Grit, grace, and the occasional snarky remark. That was Jean. Beside her, Percy Weasley adjusted his glasses, giving them all a look that screamed, "Am I in trouble, or is this a pep talk?" The poor guy had a permanent aura of being slightly confused all the time. Fred and George leaned against each other like they were glued at the hip, exchanging the kind of eyebrow-raised look that could only mean one thing: they were plotting, which meant absolutely nothing good for anyone in the room. Hermione, looking like she might have just walked out of a library and into a battlefield, was definitely holding back a "this better be good" sigh. If there was a countdown on the number of books she had waiting for her in the library, it was probably ticking down to 0. And Cedric Diggory, ever the relaxed, self-assured kind of guy, leaned casually against the wall, arms folded and looking like he could take on a dragon with nothing but his wits and a sarcastic comment. Which, in Cedric's case, wasn't too far from the truth. Harry cleared his throat. "All right, team. First off, Percy, you're doing great in training." Percy blinked, visibly thrown off. "What? Really? Seriously, Weasley, you're killing it," Harry said, gesturing with a thumb. "You're disciplined, level-headed," and he glanced at Jean, who was still standing there like she was ready to start a war. "Well, okay, mostly level-headed." Jean raised an eyebrow, her lips curving up. "You don't exactly strike me as the head-first into danger type, Percy." Percy snorted, adjusting his glasses. "Well, that's because I'm not stupid." "Which is exactly why we need you where you won't be stupid," Harry replied, crossing his arms. "Not everyone needs to be in the middle of the action. You, my dear friend, are strategic." Jean stepped in, her arms crossing with that "I'm not letting you get away with anything" look she was famous for. "We think you'd be way more useful keeping an eye on everything from somewhere safe like, say, a high-tech operations hub." Fred's eyes sparkled. "Ooh, high-tech? Like James Bond meets Dumbledore." "Please tell me it involves a secret lair," George chimed in, shooting a wink. Percy frowned, though the idea seemed to be slowly growing on him. "You mean, like, I don't charge in, wand blazing, saving the day? But I still get to be in charge of the plan." "Exactly," Harry confirmed, giving him a look of approval. "You'd be the brains behind the operation. We'll be the muscle." Jean raised an eyebrow. "I mean, Harry's technically the muscle, but we could all use a little backup." Percy puffed out his chest, getting into it now. "I like the sound of that. But, how would I monitor the battle without being there?" That's when Hermione, who had been staring off into space like she was calculating something monumental, suddenly perked up. "The room of requirement," she said, snapping her fingers. "It could be adapted to serve as a remote operations center. Secure, magical interference, everything we need to stay under the radar." Fred, who had somehow made his way to the front of the group without anyone noticing, looked thoughtful. "And Percy could be the all-seeing eye. Like a man in the chair," George exclaimed, clearly in full scheming mode. "You want to make me the computer guy?" Percy asked, looking very confused now. "I don't know the first thing about computer systems." "Oh, Percy, this is magic we're talking about." Harry waved him off. "Think omnioculars, but on steroids. Enchanted surveillance that's so good even Filch wouldn't notice it. Miniature self-sustaining observation charms." Fred added enthusiastically. "Cameras, but better. Smarter. Slinkier. And, you know," George grinned, "unbreakable." Cedric, who had been listening intently, finally spoke up. "You could set up projections, some sort of map of the battlefield in real time. Percy can control it all from his base of operations." "Exactly," Hermione said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "We could use modified omnioculars, or even something else. A magical projection system would be able to link with the room and give Percy the view he needs." Percy blinked at the sudden influx of ideas. Okay. I can get behind the whole watching the action thing. But, what happens when you need to tell us what to do? I don't exactly have a megaphone built into my brain." "We have a solution for that, too," Fred said, pulling out a handful of shiny, ridiculously small earpieces. "Protean charms. We can link them to communicate back to Percy, no mirrors or shouting spells needed. Discreet, effective communication," George finished, looking pleased with himself. "Like a walkie-talkie, but magical." Hermione nodded, impressed despite herself. "That could work. If we set up the Protean charms right, it'll be a flawless network for communication. Percy exhaled slowly, trying to wrap his mind around the whole plan. This is all incredibly complex, but I think I can handle it. Complex? You're a Weasley, Jean said with a wink. Complex is in your DNA. Hey, I resent that. Percy crossed his arms. Just because we're all talented doesn't mean I'm not a special Weasley. Sure, mate, Fred said, laughing. You're the official brainy one. We just cover all the fun stuff. Cedric raised a hand. All right, let's get back to the mission. If this works, it'll change how we handle things. I'm in. Jean clapped her hands together. All right, Nerd Squad, you've got your assignment. Fred and George straightened up, practically in sync. Mission accepted. We'll get the plans, Fred said. And maybe sneak in some pranks for good measure. Percy groaned. I can already feel the disaster. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled. I'll start drafting the enchantments. The sooner we test it, the better. Harry gave a grin that was way too satisfied for someone who'd just thrown out an insane idea. Let's make it happen. With that, the MageX team began brainstorming their most ridiculous, and probably genius, idea yet. And Percy, of course, was going to be the one who kept them all from making a complete mess of it. As Fred, George, Percy, and Hermione filed out of the room of requirement, their voices bounced off the walls, a chaotic mix of banter and ideas. The room, always eager to accommodate, shifted with them, shelves sliding into place, books and strange objects popping up like they were part of some grand treasure hunt. It almost felt like the room was alive, like it was getting excited about whatever the next big thing was. Harry leaned against a table, watching them leave, shaking his head with a grin. I swear, if I didn't know better, I'd say we were putting together a team for the next big heist, not a war. Jean, standing beside him, gave his shoulder a nudge. Don't act like you're not in this for the chaos, Potter. Harry raised his hands, palms out. Chaos? Me? Never. I'm just here for the cool gadgets and the ability to set things on fire with my brain. You know, the usual. Jean snorted, arching an eyebrow. Right, like that's totally the only reason. Harry shot her a mischievous grin, but before he could say anything else, his attention turned to Cedric. The usually composed Cedric Diggory had his arms folded, leaning back against a wall like he was trying to figure out the secrets of the universe. He looked as if he were still digesting all the recent developments, one of those rare moments when the normally calm, collected Cedric was lost in thought. All right, Cedric, Harry said, stepping forward and clapping his hands together. You look like a man in need of a cold drink, so let's talk about you for a second. Cedric looked up, eyebrows raised slightly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. What about me? Harry grinned, pointing at him. Your mutant abilities, man. You've come a long way since that first awkward I can't stop scratching myself moment. You're dodging spells like you've got eyes on the back of your head, and your claws those retractable beauties. He whistled low. I'd say we're getting some serious Wolverine vibes here. Jean nodded in agreement, her usual calm expression softening. You've made a lot of progress, Cedric. Your enhanced senses, your reflexes, your healing factor impressive. But... Cedric's face turned serious, his posture shifting as if bracing himself for what was coming next. But... Harry winced. The feral senses. You're still struggling with those, aren't you? The room went quiet for a beat. Cedric's eyes darkened a little, and his jaw tightened. Harry didn't need him to say a word. He could see it. Cedric had always been in control, always steady. But those feral instincts, the heightened smell, the razor-sharp hearing, the overwhelming emotional undercurrent from everyone around him, it was like being on constant high alert. Like his brain was stuck in fight or flight mode. Yeah, Cedric finally admitted, his voice quieter than usual. Sometimes, I can't tell where the noise ends and my thoughts begin. It's like everything's too loud, too sharp. And then my instincts, they want to act before I can think. I don't know how to shut it off. Jean leaned forward, her expression gentle, but firm. That's exactly why we've called in a specialist. Harry straightened up, crossing his arms with a grin. We've talked to someone who can help. Someone who's been through it all: mutant abilities, claws, feral senses, the whole package. Cedric blinked, clearly confused. A specialist? Harry couldn't suppress the laugh bubbling up. Yeah, Logan. You know, Wolverine? The guy we've been joking about. You're gonna start calling people bub and drinking cheap beer like a pro. Cedric raised an eyebrow, looking both skeptical and slightly amused. Logan. Jean smiled, the corner of her mouth twitching as she fought off a smirk. The very same. Wolverine, the guy who's basically a walking muscle with a grumpy attitude. He's lived with the feral senses, the claws, the healing factor, everything you're dealing with. He knows how to control it. How to stop it from overtaking you. Harry leaned in, his tone mock serious. And trust me, Cedric, you might end up with a new vocabulary after a couple of lessons. I'm talking bad habits, terrible cigars, and the kind of grumbling you wouldn't believe. You might even start considering Bub as a legit nickname. Cedric chuckled, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Right. So you're telling me I'll be hanging out with a guy who's pretty much a living tank and probably hates anyone under 30? Jean's smile grew. Sounds about right. Well, I guess I'm up for that, Cedric said, shifting a little, the humor in his voice not quite masking the uncertainty. But I'm pretty sure that's not the kind of advice I was hoping for. Jean shrugged, giving him a wink. You'll survive. Logan's rough around the edges, but he knows his stuff. And besides, it'll be good for you. He can teach you how to control your instincts before they control you. Harry threw an arm around Cedric's shoulders, trying and failing not to laugh. You might come back with a permanent scowl and an unhealthy love of cheap beer. But hey, if you survive Logan's grumpy lessons, you'll have a whole new level of control over your powers. Cedric shot him a look, his voice dry. I'll take whatever he's willing to teach me, but no promises about the beer. Jean gave a small chuckle. We'll set up a training session for next week. It's about time you learn how to harness those abilities. Cedric shook his head, an exaggerated sigh escaping him. Great. First training session, how to not turn into a grumpy, beer-swilling loner 101. Harry snorted. That's the spirit. Next thing you know, you'll be grumbling about kids these days and avoiding any responsibilities. It'll be perfect. With a small grin, Cedric pushed off the wall. All right, I'll try not to let Logan turn me into a one-man grumpy old man club. Harry gave him a slap on the back. That's the attitude. You've got this. Jean stepped back with a sigh. All right, we've got a plan. Let's get to it. The world's not going to save itself, and we can't rely on you becoming Wolverine overnight to fix it. Cedric gave a small smile, shaking his head. Guess I'll just have to trust you two not to let me drink any bad beer while we're at it. Oh, no promises on that one, Harry replied with a wink. Now, let's get to work. Time's ticking, and the apocalypse isn't going to stop for us. With that, the three of them headed out of the room of requirement, the echoes of Fred and George's laughter fading down the hall as they left the chaos behind them and got ready for whatever came next. Steve Rogers stood at the window of the safe house in New York, gazing out over the city. His mind wasn't really on the skyline, though. It was more on the fact that he was about to embark on something utterly ridiculous. Logan had invited him to some training session next weekend, which Logan had assured him was a secret. No details, no explanations, just a cryptic statement about helping kids with powers. Steve wasn't sure whether to be excited or terrified, but knowing Logan, it would probably be both. He was still pondering that when he heard the door open behind him. Steve didn't even have to turn around to know who it was. Nick Fury's presence was like a hurricane, you could feel it before it hit. And sure enough, there was Fury, standing with his arms crossed and an eyebrow cocked, looking every bit the grumpy, one-eyed father figure Steve didn't realize he needed. "Cap," Fury said, his voice low and rasping, "what's this I hear about you getting mixed up with Logan next weekend?" Steve turned around, running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, Logan's got me on some training mission with some kids who've got powers. He didn't really tell me much." Typical Logan move, right? Fury narrowed his good eye. "You're tellin' me that Wolverine wants you to train some kids with powers, and you're just going to walk into that blind? No questions asked." "Pretty much," Steve said with a shrug, his lips twitching in a half-smile. "I'm used to it by now. Logan's never been one for details." Fury shook his head in disbelief. "You're walking into the lion's den, Cap. You know that, right? Logan's probably got a whole pile of traps, tricks, and God knows what else waiting for you. And kids, Steve. Kids. With powers. What could possibly go wrong?" Steve smirked. "What? You think I should cancel? I've faced worse." Fury's eye locked onto Steve's. "You've faced worse, sure. But you didn't face it with Logan's sense of helpful, which, by the way, is usually a mixture of lethal force and bad attitude. You know, like teaching kids to channel their rage by getting punched in the face." "Sounds like my kind of weekend," Steve said dryly, though the smile never quite left his face. He liked the challenge. He'd spent years throwing himself into impossible odds. This would just be another one of those times. "But seriously, Fury. It's Logan. What's the worst that could happen?" Fury let out a long, drawn-out sigh, pacing back and forth like a tiger trapped in a cage. "The worst, Cap? You want to know the worst? The worst is Logan teaching a bunch of superpowered kids to beat up anyone who so much as looks at em funny. The worst is those kids being all feral and untamed like their teacher, only with way less experience and no clue how to stop themselves when things go south." Steve's eyebrows shot up. "That bad?" Fury stopped pacing and gave Steve a pointed look. "Do you even hear yourself? Logan's got a long history of messing up people's heads. He's got the temper of a freight train and the social skills of a wet cardboard box. And these kids? I guarantee you they're not your average let's learn how to do some cool tricks and save the world kind of kids. No, they've got all kinds of powers, some of them dangerous as hell, and they probably don't even know how to control them. And you're just walking in there like, hey, I'm Steve Rogers, I'm here to make sure everyone survives and nobody gets a concussion." Steve let out a huff of laughter, more at the image of himself trying to wrangle Logan and a bunch of mutant kids than anything else. "I'm not worried. I've survived worse." Fury crossed his arms, looking like he was about to explode. "You're not worried? Are you listening to me, Rogers? I've seen what happens when Logan starts teaching people he thinks survival means getting stabbed by a claw or getting hit by a mutant's untrained power just to see if you can take it. He doesn't train the way you think he does." Steve's grin didn't falter, though. "Yeah, I've learned that firsthand. But let's be honest, Fury, if anyone's got a chance of handling Logan's training, it's probably me." Fury rubbed his temples like he had a headache. "You're seriously telling me you're walking into this with no backup plan? No exit strategy? No contingency?" Steve looked at him like Fury had just suggested they cancel Christmas. "Exit strategy? When has Logan ever given anyone an exit strategy?" Fury's lips thinned, but then, almost reluctantly, he sighed. "I can't stop you, can I?" Steve shrugged. "You could try." Fury stood still for a moment, eyeing Steve with a mixture of suspicion and begrudging respect. Fine. But you'd better be careful. And if those kids end up with powers like anything I've seen, telekinesis, mind control, anything dangerous, you'll be the one to explain it to me. I'll handle it, Steve said, still not fazed. But thanks for the warning, Fury. I'll keep my eye on them and Logan, too. Fury shook his head again, muttering something under his breath about rookie mistakes and we're all gonna die. He shot Steve one last glare. You're crazy. And next time I see Logan, I'm punching him in the face for dragging you into this. Steve smiled, genuinely amused. I think that's the least of your worries. As Fury stormed off, muttering to himself, Steve turned back to the window, letting out a sigh. Logan's training sessions were never easy, and they were never simple. But he'd survived worse. Besides, if nothing else, it would be a good story to tell later. At least until Fury tried to kill him for getting mixed up with Logan's wild schemes. Guess we'll see what happens, Steve muttered to himself, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. And if I don't come back with a few new scars, I'll probably be disappointed. As Cedric made his way down the corridor, still a little lost in the whirlwind of his new, mutant-fueled life, he couldn't help but feel the weight of it all. But then, just as his mind was beginning to spiral into yet another anxious hole of what the heck am I doing with my life, he heard it. Cedric. Oh, great. It was Cho. Cedric knew that tone. It was a mix of curiosity and concern, like when you tell someone you're fine but your face says you've just discovered your pet owl has learned how to do interpretive dance, and they're not buying it. Not one bit. He spun around, already preparing his "I'm totally fine, nothing to see here" face, which, if he were being honest, was about as convincing as a pair of Crocs at a formal dinner. Cho was standing near the staircase, looking as effortlessly graceful as usual. Seriously, how was it even possible to look that cool while just standing there? Cedric half expected her to break into a slow-motion, wind-blown hair flip just for dramatic effect. She wasn't quite doing that, but she might as well have been. Cedric, she said again, this time with a smile that was part shy, part confident. It was like a riddle he wasn't sure he was ready to solve. Hey, Cho, he said, giving her his usual lopsided smile. He was suddenly hyper-aware of how messy his hair must look after hours of deep, soul-searching training with MageX. Which, by the way, had nothing to do with how many times he might or might not have almost clawed someone's face off. Definitely nothing to do with that. I was just wondering where you've been, Cho said, her eyes twinkling with that mix of concern and something else. Maybe it was amusement, maybe she just thought he was a walking disaster waiting to happen. Haven't seen you much lately. Cedric scratched the back of his neck, doing his best to act like everything was totally normal, and definitely not a complete disaster. Yeah, been busy. You know, life stuff. School stuff. You know how it is. Cho raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. She had that look, the one that said, I've known you long enough to know when you're hiding something, and I'm about to break you with a single question. Life stuff. Cho repeated slowly, her lips curling into a teasing smile. You sound like a bad spy movie. Oh no, I'm just off doing life stuff. Cedric blinked at her, trying to decide whether to laugh or not. Well, I mean, if you've seen any spy movies lately, I suppose I could have been hired to, you know, save the world or something, he said, shrugging as if that was the most plausible explanation. Honestly, if Cho believed that, he'd probably just roll with it. She didn't buy it for a second, though. Nice try, but I've got eyes, Cedric, she said, crossing her arms with a look that could have melted the strongest dragon in existence. What's really going on? You've been all mysterious lately. Not your usual I'm the adorable golden boy with perfect hair self. Seriously, what's up? Cedric stared at her for a beat, trying to figure out how much to say. His thoughts were in a chaotic swirl of confusion, training sessions with Logan, mutant DNA, claws, and this inexplicable urge to not tell anyone anything ever again. But then Cho did that thing she always did, where her expression softened just a little bit, like she wasn't looking to expose him but wanted him to be real with her. It was an annoying superpower. He'd never been great at hiding anything from Cho when she got that look. Well, I'm not really ready to talk about it, he said, his voice quieter than he intended. But, you know, I'll tell you eventually. Cho gave him that patient, I am trying not to murder you with a wand look. Eventually? Yeah, I know the drill. But come on, Cedric. You're being weird. Weirder than usual. And that takes talent. He managed a chuckle at that. Okay, I'm not that weird. You're totally that weird, she said with a grin, before tapping her chin thoughtfully. You're like the mystery wrapped in a riddle, inside a really good-looking package. No one's buying the nothing's wrong act, Cedric. What's the deal? Honestly. Cedric ran a hand through his hair, ruffling it up even more. I'm just trying to figure it all out myself, okay? So, maybe not right now. But I'll tell you when I'm ready. Promise. Cho leaned back against the wall, crossing her arms again but with a smile this time. You're lucky you've got that whole charming Cedric thing going for you. Makes it hard to stay mad at you. He grinned, grateful for the brief reprieve. Well, I mean, who wouldn't love this face? She rolled her eyes. Your ego's already big enough, thank you. There was a brief, comfortable silence before Cho tilted her head to the side, her voice softer now. You sure you're all right, Cedric? Really? For a moment, Cedric just stared at her, considering. Maybe Cho was right. Maybe he didn't need to keep so many things to himself. But right now? It was all too much. Yeah, he said finally, managing a genuine, if small, smile. I'm getting there. Just, need some time, you know. Cho nodded, her smile softening. All right. Just don't disappear for too long. We both know you get weird when you hide things. He chuckled again, the tension in his chest easing a little. I'll try to avoid that much weirdness. Good, Cho said, tapping her foot lightly as if ready to move on. Now go eat. I'm sure you're starving. Honestly, you could eat a whole 3-course meal and still look like you need snacks. You know me too well, Cedric admitted with a grin. But yet, food sounds good. Go on, then, Cho said, her voice light. Don't take too long. And Cedric. He stopped just before turning away, half smiling at her. Yet. I mean it about the eventually, Cho said with a wink. I'm holding you to that. Cedric gave her a salute, turning toward the staircase. Promise, he called over his shoulder. And with that, he was off. As much as he hated to admit it, Cho's words had hit him in the right way. Maybe it was time to let a few people in. But first? Food. Because, let's be real, if there's one thing Cedric Diggory always needed, it was food. Chapter 44, Chapter 43. Steve Rogers had seen a lot of strange things in his time: aliens, gods, billionaires in flying metal suits. At this point, you'd think nothing would surprise him. And yet, here he was, standing in front of a literal mutant Hogwarts, feeling like he'd stepped into the X-Men version of a Wes Anderson movie. The Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters was a sprawling mansion, all ivy-covered walls and old money aesthetic. The kind of place that probably had hidden passages and at least one ghost who spent his afterlife dramatically sighing in a Victorian accent. But Steve knew better. Behind these fancy doors, kids were learning how to throw fireballs, walk through walls, and if the kid who just accidentally teleported out of his sneakers was any indication, make physics cry. The gates had already opened for him, big thank you to pre-arranged meetings, but he still glanced up at the security cameras. Yeah, the place looked all polished and proper, but considering that half the student body could level a city block on a bad day, he figured security here was probably a little tighter than the average prep school. He strode up the driveway, taking in the scene. Kids milled about, some reading, some practicing their powers in ways that ranged from mildly impressive to "this is definitely a fire hazard." A girl hovered 3 feet in the air, completely unfazed as she flipped through a book. A boy shot an accidental jolt of electricity at his friend, who yelped loud enough to scare a flock of birds. Steve smirked. "Reminds me of Brooklyn." Before he could knock, the massive front doors swung open. And there, framed by the grand hallway like she was posing for the cover of a magazine, stood Aurora Monroe Storm. Now, Steve had met a lot of intimidating people. He'd gone toe-to-toe with the Hulk. He'd seen Nick Fury glare a man into retirement. He'd been on the receiving end of the patented Natasha Romanoff death glare trademark enough times to know true terror. But Aurora? Aurora had a presence. She didn't just stand in the doorway, she owned the doorway. Her piercing eyes said, "I control the weather, what do you do, Captain?" And Steve, despite all his super soldier confidence, had the distinct feeling that this was her school and he was just a guest. "Captain Rogers," she greeted, smooth as silk. Steve nodded. "Hope I'm not too early." Her lips twitched, the smallest ghost of a smile. Logan didn't specify a time. Which means any time is too early for him. Steve chuckled. "Sounds about right." She stepped aside, letting him in. The mansion's interior was even grander than he expected: towering bookshelves, sweeping staircases, the kind of place that made you want to talk in a hushed British accent. "Nice place," he said, scanning the halls. Aurora smirked. "It's a lot bigger than it looks." Steve raised an eyebrow. "Bigger on the inside?" She just smiled knowingly. He had a feeling that this place had way more secrets than it let on. "Where's Logan?" he asked, though he already had a pretty solid guess. Aurora exhaled, the ghost of a laugh. "Where do you think?" "Right." So that meant one of two things. Logan was in the danger room, throwing himself into a definitely not OSHA-approved training session. Logan was outside, aggressively pretending to be a lone wolf while smoking a cigar, despite very much being part of a pack. Steve turned toward the nearest exit. "Let me guess," he said. "He's brooding somewhere." Aurora's smirk deepened. "You do know him well." As they walked through the mansion, students did a very bad job of pretending they weren't staring at Captain America. One kid, barely 10, whispered, "Dude, he fought Red Skull." Steve did his best to ignore it because, honestly, that was still a sore subject. Finally, they stepped outside. The backyard stretched wide, leading down to a lake. And, of course, under a lone tree, wearing his signature leather jacket and "I don't care" attitude, was Logan. Cigar in hand. Arms crossed. Peak brooding achieved. Logan didn't even look up. "You're late, bub." Steve crossed his arms. "Didn't know we set a time." Logan took a long drag of his cigar. Exhaled. "You should have known to get here earlier, then." Aurora sighed like a woman who had witnessed this exact interaction at least 100 times. "I'll leave you two to it," she said. "Try not to destroy the mansion." "No promises," Logan muttered. Steve smirked. "She's got a point. Last time we sparred, you took a chunk out of the gym floor." Logan finally looked at him, eyes gleaming. "Then I guess we better take this somewhere sturdier." Steve cracked his knuckles. "Lead the way." Logan cracked his neck with all the enthusiasm of a man deciding between a bar fight and a nap. Honestly, with him, it could go either way. He took one last drag of his cigar before flicking it away with casual disrespect for both school rules and Aurora's patience. Somewhere, the sky rumbled ominously, because apparently, Mother Nature herself had an opinion on Logan's bad habits. Steve crossed his arms. One day, she's going to fry you for that. Logan smirked. She can try. A gust of wind swept past them, definitely not a coincidence. Steve wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. Instead, he focused on the matter at hand. All right, where are the kids? I thought we were training them here. Logan didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into the pocket of his leather jacket. Steve half expected him to pull out another cigar, or maybe a flask of questionable legality. But instead, Logan pulled out a rope. An old, frayed length of rope, the kind Steve's mom used to hang laundry back in Brooklyn. The kind that screamed nothing good comes from this. Steve squinted at it, then at Logan. That's not a training schedule. Logan held it out. Hold this. Steve didn't move. Why? Logan just kept staring. Steve sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Logan, when someone tells me to grab an old piece of rope without explanation, it usually means I'm about to get punched in the face. Logan's smirk widened. Not this time. That doesn't make me feel better. Logan just gave the rope a little shake. C'mon, cap live a little. Steve muttered something about bad ideas and worse decisions, but against his better judgment, he grabbed the rope. It felt normal. Rough. Suspiciously innocent. Which meant it was probably about to ruin his day. Logan's grin turned downright wicked. Attaboy. Then, before Steve could ask what fresh nonsense he'd just signed up for, Logan said, I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Steve blinked. You solemnly what? And then, a violent, stomach-lurching yank at his navel. Like something hooked him from the inside and decided up was a suggestion. His feet left the ground. The world twisted, blurred, and before he could even shout what the hell, Logan, everything was spinning. Steve had fought actual Nazis. But this? Yeah. This was new. Scottish Highlands, surprise teleportation, and an overabundance of snark. Steve Rogers had been through a lot in his time war, super serum experiments, time travel, being frozen in ice for 70 years. But somehow, none of that quite compared to the uniquely disorienting sensation of being yeeted across the planet with zero warning. 1 second, he was in New York. The next, he was face-planting into the soggy grass of what looked like the actual Scottish Highlands. Steve groaned, rolling onto his back. His muscles protested every movement, like they'd just run a marathon without his permission. The cold air smelled like pine and rain, the sky was an unsettling shade of grey and brooding, and there was a castle in the distance because, of course, there was. He pushed himself to his feet, muttering under his breath. Logan, naturally, was standing there looking completely unfazed, like he'd just stepped out for a morning stroll instead of dragging Steve across continents. How in the world? Steve started, then stopped. He took a deep breath, recalibrating his brain to accept the absurdity of his current situation. Where are we? Logan smirked, the kind of smirk that made Steve want to throw something at him. Scottish Highlands. Steve gave him a flat look. Yes, thank you, I can see that. I meant how did we get here? Logan just shrugged like this was the most normal thing in the world. Got connections. Steve took another slow, steady breath, the way Sam had taught him when he felt an overwhelming urge to lecture someone into submission. Connections. Yab. To teleport. Yab. Steve pinched the bridge of his nose. Logan. Logan grinned, looking way too pleased with himself. Rogers. Did we at least technically take a plane, or did we just break the laws of physics? Logan chuckled, lighting a cigar like they weren't standing in the middle of a vast, windswept moor. Magic, bub. You get used to it. Steve did not get used to it. He was still adjusting to Stark tech, and that at least pretended to follow scientific laws. Before Steve could argue further, Logan nodded toward the castle. "Look sharp, Cap. We're about to have company." Steve turned just in time to see a man striding toward them. Tall. Messy black hair. Sharp, aristocratic features that suggested he had an opinion on everything and wasn't afraid to share it. The guy moved with a lazy sort of confidence, like he was used to being the most interesting person in the room, and he knew it. Something about him itched at the back of Steve's brain, like a half-remembered dream. "Steve Rogers," Logan said, tilting his head toward the newcomer. "Meet Sirius Black." Sirius grinned, the kind of grin that belonged on someone who had definitely committed at least one felony but had somehow charmed his way out of it. "Pleasure." His voice was deep, rich, with a hint of amusement, like the whole world was just one long, elaborate joke he was in on. Steve shook his hand, ignoring the nagging "why do I know this guy?" feeling gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. "Nice to meet you." Sirius gave him a once-over, eyes sharp with interest. "So, you're the famous Captain America?" Steve sighed. "I don't call myself that yet, but everyone else does, so at this point, it's just your problem." Steve opened his mouth, then closed it. He did not have a good argument against that. Then, suddenly, something clicked. The familiarity, the features, the name. His brain finally supplied a missing puzzle piece, and it hit him like a punch to the gut. "Wait a second," Steve said, narrowing his eyes. "Are you related to Arcturus Black?" Sirius froze. Not in an obvious way, but in the way a person freezes when someone just casually drops a piece of information they should not have. His easy smirk faltered for just a fraction of a second before he recovered. "Arcturus?" Sirius echoed, tilting his head like he was trying to read Steve's mind. "Yeah, he was my grandfather." Steve nodded, arms crossing over his chest. "Thought so." Logan let out a low whistle, eyeing Steve with something like amusement. "Didn't think Captain America knew about the magical side of things." Sirius, still watching Steve carefully, let out a chuckle. "Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Logan on this one." "How exactly do you know my grandfather?" Steve shrugged. "I mean, I wasn't friends with him or anything, but the name came up a couple times during the war." He hesitated, watching Sirius's reaction. "You'd be surprised what you pick up when you're running around fighting Nazis." Sirius arched an eyebrow, his smirk returning. "I would be surprised, actually." "You do know he was a wizard, right?" Steve shot him a dry look. "I do." Sirius laughed, a full, rich sound. "Okay, you might actually be more interesting than I thought." Steve sighed, glancing at Logan. "You knew this was going to happen, didn't you?" Logan smirked around his cigar. "Figured I'd let you have your moment." "Gee, thanks," Steve muttered. Sirius crossed his arms, regarding Steve with new interest. "You, Captain Rogers, are definitely not your average muggle." Steve chuckled, shaking his head. "Yeah, I've been told that before." Sirius grinned. "I think I'm gonna like you, Cap." Steve raised an eyebrow. "We'll see about that." There was something in the way Sirius looked at him now, like he was reevaluating everything he thought he knew. Steve wasn't sure what exactly he'd just stepped into, but one thing was clear. This was not going to be a normal day. As Steve and Logan walked toward the castle, Steve couldn't shake the feeling that they were heading straight into a place that belonged to the kind of story you only told around a campfire, one where the punchline was always "and then everything changed." Logan, however, seemed as unbothered as ever. He had his hands stuffed in the pockets of his leather jacket, his face as unreadable as a brick wall. He could have been heading into a bar instead of some ancient, mystical fortress. Steve figured that's just how the guy rolled. Either that, or he was secretly part mountain. "All right, Captain America," Sirius said, breaking the silence in his usual mischievous tone. Ever heard of Hogwarts? Steve blinked, the name sounding more like a punchline than a place. Hogwarts, he repeated, his mind momentarily lost. What, like, some kind of school? Sirius, clearly relishing this, shot Steve a grin that could have rivaled a Cheshire cat's. Yeah, the castle over there, he said, jerking his head in the direction of the looming stone structure that looked more like it belonged in a fantasy novel than the real world. Was just wondering if Arcturus Black ever mentioned it to you. Steve's boots crunched on the gravel as he came to a stop, looking at Sirius like he had just asked him if he'd met a wizard named Gandalf. Arcturus Black, he repeated, scrunching his nose. I don't think so. But he paused, tapping his chin. Charles Potter did mention something about it once. Sirius stopped dead in his tracks, and if Steve wasn't mistaken, the guy looked like he'd just been hit with a full-force Patronus. Charles Potter, he echoed, his tone a mix of disbelief and something else Steve couldn't quite place. Logan, who had been quietly observing the exchange like it was the latest episode of a soap opera, finally spoke up. Charles Potter? You know that name? Sirius snapped out of his stupor, throwing a glance at Logan before turning back to Steve. How do you know Charles Potter, Rogers? There was a glint in his eye now, like he was trying to figure out if Steve was playing some kind of prank. Steve let out an awkward laugh, but there was no hiding the truth now. Well, long story. You know, the war and all that. OSS before it became S.H.I.E.L.D. teamed up with a group called the Black Dragon Legion. It was a team of witches and wizards, led by Arcturus Black and, you guessed it, Charles Potter. They were fighting against the Knights of Walpurgis Grindelwald's followers, the really nasty ones. Sirius raised an eyebrow, and Logan just stared at him, taking this all in. Steve kept going, feeling the weight of the past tugging at him. Anyway, Steve continued, we stormed this underground bunker, where Red Skull and Grindelwald were supposed to meet. We busted up their plans. Mission was a success, but both of them managed to escape. Grindelwald threw out some fancy spell called Protego Diabolica. It was bad news. We couldn't catch them, but the mission was a win. Sirius whistled under his breath, his eyes wide. That sounds like something out of an old spy novel, he remarked, obviously impressed. You were part of that. Steve scratched the back of his head, trying to dismiss the gravity of it all with a forced grin. Yeah, well, we had our hands full. And, the intel was all classified. Need to know only. He gave a sideways glance at Logan. And you didn't need to know, buddy. Logan, who had been chewing on something invisible in his mind, stopped and let out a low grunt. Never heard of that mission, he muttered, the edges of his voice dripping with suspicion. Always keeping secrets. Steve's grin didn't falter. Yeah, well, not everything's for you to know, Logan. Sirius watched the exchange, clearly enjoying the back and forth. He didn't waste a second before leaning in with his trademark grin. Funny you should mention Charles Potter, he said, clearly relishing the moment. Because one of the kids you're here to train? He's Charles' grandson. Steve blinked. Then blinked again. You've got to be kidding me. He looked over at Sirius like the man had just sprouted a second head. Charles Potter's grandson? Is this some kind of joke? Sirius shrugged, his grin turning devilish. Nope, not at all. His name's Harry Potter. And he's quite the legend in the making. Steve felt his jaw go a little slack. Harry Potter. The name had a ring to it, familiar and strange all at once. But what hit him harder was the look in Sirius' eyes. The man wasn't pulling his leg. Logan, who had been unusually quiet up until now, ran a hand through his hair and groaned. Don't remind me, he muttered under his breath. The kid's a menace. Sirius laughed, giving Logan a playful slap on the back. Oh, he's not that bad. I'm sure Steve'll be able to handle him. Steve was trying to wrap his head around all of this. Charles Potter's grandson, Hogwarts, wizards and witches teaming up with spies. But before he could voice his confusion, Sirius dropped another bombshell. Oh, and by the way, Sirius said, his eyes gleaming with amusement, you're gonna need more than coffee to handle today. Steve shot him a wry smile. I was planning on it, he said, shaking his head. I don't know what I've gotten myself into, but it's too late now. Logan grinned like he had just heard the punchline of a very bad joke. Too late? Buddy, you've already stepped into a world of crazy. Welcome to the club. The wind whipped around them, and the castle loomed ever closer. Steve's mind was racing with questions, but one thing was clear, he wasn't in Kansas anymore. And Hogwarts? It was just the beginning. As the trio approached the towering doors of the Great Hall, Steve Rogers was starting to feel like he had stepped into a whole new world, a world that felt way too magical for his taste. His instincts were on high alert, as they usually were when he was about to walk into some sort of giant I'm here to save the day moment. But this felt different. The place had an energy about it, something ancient and deeply unsettling. And that wasn't just the massive door creaking open like it was about to swallow them whole. Sirius, who was practically bouncing with excitement, gave Steve a grin that said, "Oh, you have no idea what's about to happen." He was clearly enjoying the spectacle of Steve trying to make sense of it all. Logan, on the other hand, just had that look on his face, the one that said, "I'm here for one reason only, to punch something if it gets in my way." Ready to meet the big boss? Sirius asked, his voice laced with mischievous amusement. Steve raised an eyebrow, his arms crossing over his chest. Big boss? You're not telling me I'm about to meet another mysterious leader type, are you? I've had my fill of those. Logan snorted from behind him. Yeah, well, this one's got a different flavor than Fury. Not sure it's any better, but at least he's not trying to put a leash on us. Sirius grinned even wider. Albus Dumbledore, Steve. You'll either love him or wonder if you've gone insane. Probably both. Steve wasn't sure what to make of that. But before he could ask more questions, the great hall doors creaked open with a sound that could have been pulled straight out of a haunted house movie. Inside, the flicker of countless candles illuminated a long, grand table, and at the far end of the hall, there stood Albus Dumbledore, tall, regal, and dressed in robes that seemed to shimmer and swirl like they were woven from the night sky. Steve's first instinct was to stand up straighter, his military training kicking in without him even thinking about it. He'd met leaders before, but this guy had presence. His piercing blue eyes twinkled, and his smile was the kind of warm that made you feel like you'd just been welcomed into a giant hug, and then maybe that hug would throw you off a cliff just for fun. The man had vibes. "Ah, Sirius Black," Dumbledore said, his voice like warm honey and ancient secrets. "Logan Howlett." "And Steve Rogers." His gaze flicked over Steve with a knowing look, like he already knew all about him, everything, from the super soldier serum to the battles to his never-ending struggle with gluten. Steve straightened, his hands instinctively finding their way to his sides, trying to keep it professional. "I'm guessing this isn't the kind of thing you put on your holiday card, hey?" he said with a small, wry smile, trying to figure this guy out. Sirius slapped him on the back like he was some long-lost friend. "Don't let Dumbledore's calmness fool you, mate. The guy can drop a speech that'll make you question everything, and then take your shoes off just to see if you can dance in your own brain." Logan, who had been silently sizing up Dumbledore this whole time, finally spoke up. "So you're the one running the circus?" His voice was gravelly, like a boulder had decided to talk. His eyes never left Dumbledore's face. "I've seen my fair share of leaders, but if you start handing out pamphlets about fate, destiny, and all that nonsense, I might have to start a rebellion." Dumbledore didn't flinch. He just smiled. "I suppose that depends on how you define the word rebellion, Logan. After all, some would call it the beginning of change. Steve's face twisted slightly. Oh, here we go, he thought. But before he could voice that, Dumbledore continued, his voice full of amusement. I've heard much about you, Steve. But you know, sometimes hearing is not quite the same as experiencing. Sirius gave Steve a nudge. He's got away with words. Just wait until you hear his explanation of doing the right thing in an ethically grey world. Steve raised his eyebrow again. I'm starting to get the sense that all of you have interesting ways of looking at the world. Oh, you'll get used to it, Dumbledore chimed in, and then turned to lead them through a door at the back of the hall. Shall we move on? There's much to discuss. With that, they followed Dumbledore down winding corridors, their footsteps echoing in the stone halls. Steve couldn't help but feel like he was being led into some kind of big reveal. He wanted to crack a joke, maybe throw in a "this place looks like it's ready for a haunted house attraction" line, but then Logan muttered something about being ready to spill blood if it came to it, and Steve decided it was better to just follow along. Sirius, clearly the one with all the answers, leaned toward Steve with that grin again. You know, I'd say we're probably a bit too sane for the people we're about to meet. Who are we meeting, anyway? Steve asked. Sirius chuckled. Just a bunch of kids who think they're the next generation of heroes. The kinds of kids who'll make you rethink everything you thought you knew about your own moral compass. Logan snorted. That's saying something. The group finally reached the 7th floor, the air in the hallway growing a little more charged, like it had absorbed the energy of the people who walked it. Steve felt like they were heading toward some sort of final showdown, but he knew better than to assume anything. Then, around the corner, they saw them. A small group of teenagers, standing together, whispering among themselves until they caught sight of Dumbledore. Instantly, they straightened up like soldiers at attention. Ah, Dumbledore's voice rang out, full of warmth as always, allow me to introduce you all to the young heroes you'll be training. Children, meet Steve Rogers, Logan Howlett, and Sirius Black. Steve's stomach did a little flip as the kids turned toward them. Each one had a look of quiet curiosity, and Steve immediately recognized that there was something special about them. These were the next generation, the ones who would carry the torch of heroism and responsibility. And somehow, he was about to get roped into shaping their future. Well, Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling, I have a feeling this will be quite the interesting day. He gave them all a knowing look, as though the mystery had just begun. And that was when Steve Rogers finally realized he might have gotten in way over his head. The room was packed with MageX members, all of them buzzing with that strange mix of excitement and nervous energy that Harry had come to recognize. He was used to being the center of attention by now, being the guy with the mutant powers, the guy who could lift a tank with his pinky finger, or, at least, he liked to pretend he could, but today? Today was different. Today, he was trying to figure out why Captain America, the iconic symbol of World War II and spandex suits, was standing in front of him looking perfectly at home in a room full of teenage magic users. Guys, am I hallucinating, or is that really Captain America standing in the same room as us? Harry muttered, mostly to Jean and Susan, though he was pretty sure everyone heard him. His voice was tinged with confusion, but mostly just a hint of disbelief. He wasn't the most normal guy in the room, but Steve Rogers? That was next level weird. Jean, with her usual mix of intrigue and skepticism, if you could call it that honestly, her face was like a vault, raised a brow and shrugged. I thought we invited Logan. I'm pretty sure we invited Logan. I thought so too, Harry said, trying to piece together this mess of a situation. But instead, we've got this. He gestured toward Steve, who was standing next to Logan, both of them looking ready to ruin Harry's whole existence by proving that he was a real hero in a way Harry had never been. Susan, ever the voice of reason, and, in this case, snarky commentary, crossed her arms and shot Harry a sidelong glance. So, we have two legendary heroes now? Does that mean we're all getting matching shields, or is this a you just need a wand kind of deal? Before Harry could formulate a snarky response, the ever-charismatic Sirius Black, who was far too pleased with himself, clapped his hands and stepped forward, clearly ready to announce something. Surprise! Sirius declared, spreading his arms like he was revealing a massive, glittering treasure chest. He was clearly loving the moment. We figured you lot could use a little extra muscle. Not every day you get to have a training session with Captain America himself. Besides, I think he's got a thing or two to teach you all. Harry blinked, staring at Sirius as if he'd just announced the arrival of the Loch Ness Monster. Wait. You're telling me, you decided, nah, let's throw Captain America into the mix. Logan, leaning casually against the wall with his arms crossed, smirked in that annoyingly sarcastic way that only he could pull off. Yep, that was the idea, he said, voice dripping with mild amusement. Turns out, Steve here wants to get his hands dirty. What do you think, kid? You ready to learn how to throw a punch without breaking your wrist? Steve shot Logan a look that would have frozen a lesser man. I can handle more than a punch, Logan, Steve said, his voice steady as always, like he'd been in 100 life-or-death situations and had seen everything. Don't assume just because I wear a star-spangled suit that I'm soft. Oh, I don't assume, Logan said, raising an eyebrow. I've just seen a lot of people wear shiny suits and get real surprised when things get messy. Before the argument could go any further, Jean, clearly having had enough, cut in. This is not what I signed up for, she muttered, and Harry couldn't help but laugh. Jean Grey was, well, Jean impressive and all, but occasionally, even her patience had limits. She looked between Steve and Harry with a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. So, we're getting combat lessons? From him, she said, jerking a thumb toward Steve. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Yes, exactly. You think we're going to train a bunch of super-powered teenagers in magic, combat, and the whole saving the world routine with just a few lessons from me and a bunch of spells? No way. Some of you might need to know how to punch something without using magic. Cedric, who had been unusually quiet for a change, cleared his throat. I think it's a good idea, he said, looking at Steve with that signature brooding intensity of his. He did tend to brood. Cedric wasn't always the chirpy guy he had been in the past. He wasn't one to brood, though Harry suspected it was only a matter of time, but he certainly wasn't just the cheerful Hogwarts champ either. Yeah, man's right. You know how to throw a punch. Cedric added, looking over at Steve like he could actually learn something. No one's been able to teach me that without magic. That's the point, Harry said with a slight chuckle, trying to push past the mental image of Captain America throwing punches in a room full of wizards. But, Steve, what's the real deal here? Are we going full-on superhero training or something? Because no offense, my whole rescue my godfather from a veiled dimension thing didn't involve any shielding. Steve just gave him a grin that Harry didn't know how to process. Well, Potter, it's not just about the shield, Steve said, his smile warm but deadly serious underneath. It's about knowing when to stand your ground. And when to run, because sometimes running is the best thing you can do. Great, Harry muttered, now I have to worry about running too much. Sirius, who clearly loved dragging out his dramatic moments, slapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. You'll thank us later, kid. Trust me. And before Harry could object, Logan stepped up to the center of the room, crossing his arms. All right, he said, voice full of gruff authority, let's see what you've got. You all are about to get the lesson of a lifetime. So, if you can't handle a little pain, now's the time to bail. Harry shot a glance at Jean, who was still looking mildly bewildered, and then at Susan, who just sighed and muttered, honestly, at this point, I'll just be glad if we don't end up in the hospital wing by the end of the day. Harry, however, couldn't help but grin. Well, he said, as he squared his shoulders, looking straight at Steve. "Let's see if you can teach me something worth remembering." Jean shot Harry a quick, conspiratorial glance. "Something tells me this isn't going to be a normal day," she muttered under her breath. And with that, the training officially began. Chapter 45, Chapter 44. The moment Harry stepped into the room of requirements, he immediately felt the familiar hum of magic in the air. If there was one thing Harry could count on, it was the room's ability to shift and change with whatever their needs were, kind of like an overly organized but slightly chaotic genie. But instead of granting 3 wishes, it just gave them the training space of their dreams and nightmares. "Okay, this is officially cooler than I thought it would be," Logan muttered, his eyes darting around the room like he was trying to find the nearest exit or maybe just a place to hide a body. Harry wasn't sure, but it was definitely Logan. The space was massive, like Hogwarts had swallowed a superhero training facility whole. Steel walls, enchanted tech everywhere, and training dummies that looked suspiciously like they'd be willing to throw down at the first sign of a fight. It was like something out of one of those ridiculous action movies Harry used to watch with his mates, before the whole "I'm secretly a superpowered Kryptonian" thing kicked in. "You think this place will hold up if I go berserker?" Logan raised an eyebrow, eyeing a training dummy as if it had personally offended him. "Let's hope so," Harry shot back with a grin. "But if you break anything, you're cleaning it up. Deal?" Logan didn't answer, but the low growl from the back of his throat said it all. Harry didn't mind, he was used to Logan's charm. "Impressive, Steve Rogers, Captain America himself," muttered, hands on his hips, scanning the room like he was preparing for a mission. Which, in a way, he kind of was. "But let's get down to it. Not here to marvel at the decorations. Yet, we're all tough, Steve," Harry teased. "But you'll be amazed by how much training you can do with a little magic. And some serious magic." He shot a glance at Jean, who was standing by the wall, eyes narrowed in concentration. Her telekinesis had a tendency to get a little out of control when she was distracted. Jean looked up at Steve with a knowing smile, the kind of smile that made Harry think she might be considering making things interesting. "I could use some pointers on controlling my more destructive tendencies," Jean said sweetly, her voice deceptively calm. Logan snorted, crossing his arms. "You mean when you accidentally bring down buildings with your mind?" Jean didn't flinch, just flashed him a mischievous grin. "More or less." Harry couldn't help but snicker at the exchange. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Jean could obliterate half of London with a twitch, he'd probably join in. Instead, he just gestured to the rest of the group. "All right, enough chatting. You guys are here because I trust you, but this isn't just a show and tell," Harry said. "We've got real training to do. Logan, Steve, get ready to show us how it's done. You're gonna teach us how to fight without magic when everything goes wrong." "Don't worry, kid," Logan said, not looking at Harry but studying the dummies as though they'd personally insulted him. "This is my kind of thing." Sirius, still standing awkwardly at the door, gaped at the room. "Wait a second," he muttered, blinking in disbelief. "You've been sneaking into this room? I feel like I've been walking through Hogwarts for years, and no one ever mentioned this place. Yet, you'd think Dumbledore would have made this public knowledge, but nope." Harry shrugged. "It's a secret. The best kind." Sirius looked around again, clearly struggling to process everything. "This is like a movie set. Are we sure we're not filming something for the big screen here? I mean, honestly, who needs this much gear? You think I have a movie budget?" Harry said dryly. "If we're filming anything, it's gonna be a blooper reel, not a blockbuster." Ron, who had been examining the training mats with a suspicious look, perked up. "So, this is what we are doing today? No wonder you've been looking a little suspiciously smug, Harry." He grinned, clearly proud of himself for throwing in a joke, though he probably missed the fact that everyone else had already caught on to the fact that they would be fighting with their hands today. Hermione, standing next to Ron with her arms crossed, shot him a warning look. "You're going to get us all into trouble, aren't you?" she said, though her smile said otherwise. "And are you really going to teach us how to fight without magic? Don't we need magic to win everything?" "Not exactly." Harry's voice went serious for a moment, and the entire room quieted. "You've all seen what can happen when you're caught unprepared, right? No magic, no tricks, just you and your fists. That's what we're training for today. How to hold your own when there's no spell to save you." At that moment, Luna, who had been staring at one of the dummies with an almost unnerving amount of concentration, piped up. "I wonder if we can summon an acromantula in here to help with reflex training," she mused casually, as if she were talking about the weather. Hermione immediately shot her a horrified look. "Luna, no." "Oh, but they're very effective," Luna said dreamily. "I hear they really teach you to be quick on your feet. Imagine the reflexes we'd have if we could dodge one of them." Fred and George, who were at the far end of the room trying to figure out how to make the training dummies explode, because, of course, overheard this and nodded enthusiastically. "We'd have to set up a few traps," Fred said. "Maybe a few firecrackers or a barrel of exploding slime," George finished with a grin. Fred tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I like where your head's at, George. Let's save that for later." Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't help but laugh. "Maybe for next time. We've got to stick to basics, okay? Let's see what Logan and Steve can teach us before we go completely off the rails." Daphne, who had been sitting cross-legged near the back, raised an eyebrow. "What if I don't want to learn basic stuff?" she asked, her voice smooth like she was considering skipping the lesson entirely. "Then you can learn how to run away from giant spiders and exploding slime," Harry shot back, grinning. Logan snorted at that, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "All right, kid. You've got my attention. Let's see what you've got." And with that, the real training began. But, as usual, Harry was pretty sure he'd be learning just as much about himself and the sheer chaos of working with superheroes as he would about not dying in a fight. Sirius stood with his arms crossed, surveying Harry like he was a painting in a modern art museum. His lips twitched, eyes glinting with the kind of mischief that usually led to something very entertaining or disastrous, depending on your perspective. Harry could already feel the uh-oh moment creeping up on him. "So, Harry," Sirius began, with a flourish that suggested he was about to drop a truth bomb, "why exactly are you wearing that?" He gestured to Harry's workout gear, which let's be real was about as stylish as a sack of potatoes. "I mean, didn't I gift you a real superhero suit for your birthday? You know, the one with actual super capabilities." He raised an eyebrow, his tone a little too playful for Harry's liking. Harry glanced around, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity in front of the others. Steve, for example, was standing there looking like he'd just stepped off a movie set in full Captain America glory shield polished, muscles gleaming, and probably ready to take on an army. Meanwhile, Harry? Well, he looked like he was about to hit the gym, not face down any supervillains. "Yeah, Sirius, I appreciate the gesture," Harry said, trying to keep things light. "But, the suit's a bit well, it's more ceremonial than combat ready, you know? Plus," he waved vaguely at the chaos around him, "I like feeling like I can run without needing to take a breath every time I bent down." Sirius wasn't having it. His finger shot out, pointing at Steve. "And him? Look at Captain America over here, looking like he's about to stop a nuclear missile with just his shield. And you," he waved his hand dramatically toward Harry. "You look like you're ready to run a marathon or something. That's not the vibe we're going for, mate." Jean, standing nearby, cocked her head to one side, arms crossed, giving Harry an amused look. "Well, someone's gotta be the odd one out, right? Her voice was smooth, with that tone of hers that suggested she absolutely knew she had the best snark in the room. Harry was about to fire back something equally witty when Sirius made his move. He swept his hand across the room with all the grandeur of a man about to announce the next big thing which, knowing Sirius, probably was. "All right, fine," he said, dramatically. "Logan looks like he could stare down a dragon and walk away bored, but that is not the point." He turned back to the group, now raising his hands like he was presenting some grand idea to a room of eager investors. "We're a team, people. If we're gonna train like heroes, we've gotta look the part. So," he said, narrowing his gaze, "you four," he pointed to Harry, Jean, Susan, and Logan. "Go. Get your gear. Now." "What?" Harry blinked, eyes wide. "Gear? We're just training for—" "Nope," Sirius interrupted, "like the guy who cuts you off on a racetrack. No arguing. The room will take care of it." He gestured to the side, where, naturally, the room of requirement was already doing its thing. Racks of hero-worthy outfits appeared, gear that probably cost more than Harry's life savings, if he had one. Luna, still staring at some animated training dummy near the back, didn't even look up. She was too absorbed in whatever weird magic she was studying to care. "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. You know, all the best heroes have matching outfits. Just wait until I can convince you all to wear feathers." Sirius rolled his eyes. "Not now, Luna." Jean gave Harry a wicked grin. "Come on, it'll be fun. You'll look good in whatever they give you. Maybe a cape, hey." Her voice had that slight tone like she was already picturing him in something dramatic. "Right," Harry muttered under his breath. "Just, nothing too tight, okay? I don't need to give off the wrong impression." He had a mental image of himself being squeezed into something that could only be described as ridiculous. Definitely not the vibe. Susan, ever the optimist, winked as she walked toward the changing area. "You'll look fantastic. You've got the whole muscle vibe going for you." She raised her eyebrows in mock seriousness. "And don't worry, Harry, I'm sure your ABS will speak for themselves." "Susan!" Harry groaned, face-palming. "You're terrible." Logan, ever the loner and not exactly enthusiastic about the whole team gear idea, shot Sirius a look that said he was not on board with this. "I wasn't planning on wearing anything cute," Logan grumbled. "I don't do cute." He crossed his arms, looking like someone who had just been told to wear a tutu to battle. Sirius shot him a playful look. "Well then, I guess you're stuck with the fluffy version of whatever we give you." He gave Logan a once-over like he was already envisioning Logan in something utterly ridiculous. "I'm thinking something furry, maybe with a touch of rogue charm." Logan grunted, a small smirk tugging at his lips. "We'll see about that." With a clap of his hands, Sirius turned to the rest of the room. "Great! Now, once you all get your gear on, meet me out here. And as for the rest of you," he waved at the others who were still trying to understand the implications of this whole gear situation. "You'll get your turn. We'll have a gear building session later. Everyone's gotta pitch in ideas. Trust me, it'll be perfect." "Perfect?" Ron asked skeptically, eyeing the changing area like it might explode. "You mean like the time Fred and George made a flying broomstick that got stuck in the Great Hall ceiling?" Sirius's grin widened, as if that was the exact point. "Exactly," he said with a wink. "Exactly like that." The room of requirement hummed as the changing area grew more defined, and Harry couldn't help but smile. Yeah, this was going to be a ridiculous day. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized he was kind of here for the ridiculousness. After all, it wasn't every day you got to wear a superhero outfit and train with a bunch of actual superheroes. Sirius, clearly pleased with himself, rubbed his hands together. All right, let's go, team. He grinned like a kid in a candy store. It's hero time. And just like that, the madness of the day was off and running. The echo of boots on the stone floor was a little louder than it needed to be, as Harry, Susan, Jean, and Logan strutted or at least, tried to into the room of requirement. The place had transformed once again, this time into a wide, open space that looked like it could easily double as a high-tech training facility. The walls shimmered with the faint glow of magic, a good omen for whatever crazy shenanigans they were about to get into. As they walked in, the team drew some appreciative stares. Not from the room, but from the others who were already gathered. Harry, for one, felt like he was walking into the room of an old superhero movie, except this time, it wasn't a movie. It was real. And yet, he might have been feeling just a bit smug about how good his gear looked. He was decked out in a red and gold bodysuit, looking a little like Iron Man if Iron Man was also half wizard, and maybe just a bit more handsome, according to his totally humble opinion. The black and brown underarmor fit perfectly, and the gold M on his chest? Total power move. It stood for Marauder, obviously, but it also had the added benefit of making him look even more official. Not that he needed it. Whoa, Sirius called from the center of the room, looking impressed. Is it just me, or does that suit scream hero? He raised an eyebrow. I can already picture it, Marauder, the next big thing. You've got the whole look down. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. You know, if I had a galleon for every time someone said you look like a hero, I'd have enough to buy a whole fleet of brooms. Sirius threw his hands up in mock surrender. Fair point. But look at you, mate. If you don't get a comic book deal soon, I'm officially calling foul. Jean, appearing beside Harry with a smirk that practically screamed I'm way too cool for this, gave Sirius a glance. Yeah, because that cape really would have elevated the whole thing, right? Sirius smirked back, shrugging dramatically. Capes are iconic. They scream I'm here to save the day and look good doing it. Harry snorted. That's funny, because the only thing they scream is watch out for the doorknob. Susan, looking equally impressive in her sleek yellow and black gear, chimed in from the sidelines. I don't know about you, but I feel like I could take on an army in this. Harry glanced over at her, noticing how well her suit hugged her form, the magical fibers giving off a subtle shine. Looks good on you. I bet you could take on an army and still have time to sort out your herbology homework. The Hufflepuff pride was strong with her, and it worked. Susan tossed her hair back with a smile. And I'd still look fabulous doing it. Jean, in her own red and yellow gear, raised an eyebrow. You know, for someone who's practically radiating serious hero energy, you're surprisingly chill. Logan, who'd been quietly inspecting his own gear, a stark, minimalist X-Men style uniform, dark and utilitarian, finally spoke up. Chill is good. Chill keeps people alive. Harry glanced at him. You know, for someone who pretends not to care about this hero stuff, you're looking pretty, well, heroic. Logan grunted. As long as the suit does its job and doesn't get in the way, I'm good. Sirius couldn't help himself and threw a thumbs up. That's what I'm talking about. I swear, we're all going to be the most dysfunctional superhero team ever, but hey, at least we'll look cool doing it. Before Harry could add his 2 cents, he noticed the others crowding around the mirror, all eager to get a look at their new outfits. Okay, Susan said with a grin, adjusting her yellow and black suit. I know I look amazing, but I still think we need a cape. Some statement piece to make it pop. No capes, Harry and Jean said in unison. Jean shot him a playful look. Though I do get why you might want one. They're classic. You two are killjoys, Susan shot back. Where's the fun in saving the world if you can't look fabulous while doing it? Well, we're gonna be saving the world and looking fabulous, Harry said, smoothing his hands over his suit with exaggerated care. No harm in that. Sirius grinned. That's the spirit. Now, how about we see if this fancy new gear works in actual practice? I know I'm excited to see some action. Jean cracked her knuckles. Action? You mean no more of that team-building stuff where we all pretend to be nice? I'm ready for the real deal. Harry shot her a sideways glance, smirking. Well, last time we tried that, we ended up with half the room being leveled by an accidental hex. Not that I caused it, but... Sirius interrupted with a laugh. It was definitely you, Harry. But hey, I'm all for chaos if it means we get results. He clapped his hands. All right, enough talking. Let's see what you've got. Training time. Ugh, can we just skip the I am the mentor speech and get on with it? Ron interrupted from the back of the room, arms crossed. It's like every time you open your mouth, it sounds like you've been reading too many superhero comics. That's because I have, Sirius said with a mock-serious expression. You should try it, Ron. You might learn something. Ron rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the grin tugging at his lips. Fine, whatever. Let's get this over with. Right, Sirius said, looking each of them over. No more fun and games. It's time to make sure you're not just superhero ready, but battle ready. So, who's up first? Harry raised his hand dramatically. I'll go first. Let's see if this suit can actually handle me without falling apart. Susan snorted. Please, Harry. The only thing that's going to fall apart is your pride when I show you up. Harry grinned back, ready for whatever crazy stunt the room had in store for them. Hero time, indeed. Logan's eyes locked onto Cedric like he was sizing up a steak for dinner. There was something about the way he stood, arms crossed, and that constant scowl plastered on his face, that made the air feel 10 degrees hotter and a whole lot less friendly. All right, Cedric, Logan rumbled, voice low and gravelly, like a bear that had just woken up on the wrong side of a cave. You and me are gonna do a little one-on-one today. And by one-on-one, I mean me kicking your butt into shape. You've got power, kid, don't deny it. But power's useless if you can't control it. And, trust me, you don't want it running wild. Cedric, who was still trying to shake off his initial hesitation, tried to muster a cocky grin, but it came off more like he was just holding onto a lifeline. I think I can handle it, Logan. I mean, how bad can it be? His voice was a little too high-pitched to sound convincing. Logan's eyes narrowed like he was daring Cedric to test him. Bad? You're gonna be begging for mercy by the time I'm done. First rule? Don't get distracted. Second rule? Don't die. He cracked his knuckles with a sound that made Cedric flinch just a little. Let's see what you're really made of, hey. Cedric swallowed, giving Logan a wary glance. Right. Got it. Steve Rogers, standing just a few feet away, flashed a smile that could have been mistaken for friendly, if it wasn't for the steel edge behind it. Logan's got the feral stuff covered. He'll show you how to keep those instincts under control. You've got a lot of raw potential, Cedric. But the thing with raw potential is it's dangerous when you don't know how to handle it. Steve glanced at the rest of the group, who were still milling about, their energy radiating a mix of excitement and nervous tension. The rest of you, listen up. His voice carried effortlessly across the room, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. I'm taking you through drills today. I need to know who's got what and who's still working on it. You don't just get to walk in here and expect magic to do all the work. You need to train your body as much as your brain. Everyone gets a piece of the action. Fred, never one to pass up an opportunity for a bit of fun, nudged his brother George. What do you think, mate? You think Cap's got the moves, or do we have to teach him the Weasley shuffle? George grinned. Well, if Steve can't keep up, we'll have to put him through the Weasley boot camp. Just don't expect any mercy, Captain. Steve, looking very much like he'd heard that same line about 1,000,000 times, shot them a look that could have frozen a volcano. "Keep talking, and I'll make sure you both get your own private lap time. You'll be running them for the next hour." Fred and George immediately straightened up, eyes wide. "Yes, sir," they said in perfect unison, hands snapping to their sides like soldiers on parade. Ron, still bouncing like a rubber ball on caffeine, was practically vibrating with energy. "So, when do we get to do the fun stuff, Steve? You know, like the combat training or something where I don't have to be all polite and follow orders." Steve gave him a sideways grin. "You'll get your turn, Ron. But first, we're starting with the basics. Focus, precision, and discipline. Let's see if your enthusiasm can carry you through a round of drills without me having to drag you back to the starting line." Luna, who had been staring off into space as if she were plotting the next intergalactic voyage, suddenly perked up. "Oh! Are we going to face dragons today? Or is that the week after?" Steve raised an eyebrow, then deadpanned, "Dragons? Next week? But if you see one, let me know. I'll make sure you get extra credit for your dragon-slaying skills." Luna nodded thoughtfully, as if this made perfect sense. "I'll bring my broomstick, just in case." "Just don't crash it into anyone," Steve muttered, then turned his attention back to the group. "All right, people. Time to get to work." Hermione, ever the voice of reason, and the person who would actually read the instruction manual, raised her hand just a little too formally. "Steve, what about the magical aspect of things? Shouldn't we be practicing spells or—" "Don't worry, Hermione." Steve's grin was sharp as a knife. "We'll get to that. But first, we need to see what kind of shape you're in physically. Magic doesn't matter much if you can't dodge a punch or take a hit." "Magic, punching, whatever," Ron quipped. "I just hope we get to practice some of the good stuff soon." "You will." Steve looked back at him, eyebrows raised. "Eventually." And then, the action started. Cedric, now looking like he was regretting every decision that led him to this moment, followed Logan to the far corner of the room. "Ready to show me what you've got?" Logan asked, cracking his neck like a wind-up toy. Sure," Cedric said, though his voice was half an octave higher than usual. Logan nodded. "Good. First rule of training with me, focus. Second rule, don't look at me like that. I'm not going easy on you. Do you ever go easy on anyone?" Cedric muttered under his breath, but Logan caught it. "Nope. Not once in my life. And that's why I'm still breathing. Let's get started." Meanwhile, Steve had already got the rest of the crew moving. He was barking orders like a drill sergeant on a caffeine binge. Fred and George were already grumbling under their breath, while Ron was practically bouncing out of his skin with excitement. "All right, Ron," Steve said, tossing him a shield. "Let's see how fast you can react." "React? I've got this," Ron said, holding the shield like it was made of feathers instead of steel. But then Steve threw a mock punch, and Ron fumbled the shield, barely managing to block it. "Not bad, but if that punch was real, you'd be knocked out by now." "Focus." Ron blinked and straightened up. Okay. I've got it this time." Luna, already twirling a strand of hair as she watched Cedric and Logan, raised her hand with a dreamy expression. "Are we going to do anything involving time travel today?" Steve's face faltered for just a second. "No, Luna. No time travel." "Pity," Luna replied nonchalantly, as though she were disappointed she wouldn't get to save the universe today. The room buzzed with energy as everyone broke into their training. Harry, standing at the back and watching it all unfold, muttered under his breath to no one in particular, "Good luck, Cedric. You're gonna need it." The flurry of motion, instruction, and competition kicked into overdrive. Everyone was pushing themselves harder than they had before, whether they realized it or not. And, for better or worse, the next few hours were going to test every one of them, not just physically but mentally, emotionally, and definitely in ways they hadn't anticipated. But that was the beauty of training with legends. You either kept up or got left behind. Logan was eyeing Cedric like he was the last piece of pie at a family dinner. There was a lot of "don't touch" in that look, and maybe a little bit of "I'm going to eat you, kid." Cedric wasn't sure which part of this was supposed to be training and which part was supposed to be life or death combat, but Logan had already made it pretty clear he wasn't here to play nice. "All right, kid," Logan grunted, cracking his knuckles like they were made of firewood. "Here's the deal. You've got claws. Big hoop. But if you want to make them worth a damn, you're gonna need more than just something flashy. You're gonna need a brain, or, I dunno, at least something resembling one." Cedric, looking like a kid who just realized his entire life was a lie, straightened up. He was trying to channel his best "I am cool with this Quidditch captain" persona, but it was like trying to look chill while holding a wand and trying not to get eaten by a dragon. "I'm pretty sure I know how to use them," Cedric said, though his voice had the same shaky confidence of someone who was really hoping that he didn't make a complete idiot of himself in front of someone who could probably rip him in half like a soggy piece of parchment. Logan raised an eyebrow. "Yeah? Show me." Without waiting for Cedric to catch up, Logan was already moving faster than anyone had the right to be. Cedric barely had time to blink before a claw came at him, slicing the air with a swing that made his heart try to escape through his throat. "Whoa, hey!" Cedric ducked to the side, just missing it, but Logan was already on him. The older mutant's movements were smooth, fluid, and kind of terrifying in how fast they came. "Are you seriously trying to hit me?" Logan grinned, showing all his teeth like some kind of feral animal. "I don't hit. I teach." Before Cedric could even think about making a counterattack, Logan's claws were in his face again. Cedric barely swiped them away, his claws scraping against Logan's with a loud screech of metal on bone. It was like two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle desperately trying to fit together, except one was too big, and the other was already a masterpiece of destruction. "Nice try, kid," Logan said with a grin that made Cedric feel like he'd just been told his best friend was an imaginary dragon. "But it's not enough. The claws aren't your weapon. They're an extension of you. And right now, you're still too busy thinking, 'Oh, look at me, I've got claws. I'm dangerous.'" Cedric flinched. He had been thinking that. And now Logan was calling him out on it like a dad who'd just caught him sneaking cookies after bedtime. "Stop thinking," Logan growled. "You're not gonna outsmart me. You're gonna outfight me." With that, Logan took a step forward and slammed his fist into Cedric's stomach with the force of a semi-truck. Cedric gasped, unable to control the wave of pain that suddenly made his vision wobble. "Ow!" Cedric wheezed, clutching his stomach. "That was definitely not on my training syllabus." Logan shrugged, totally unconcerned. "Pain's your friend, kid. It'll teach you things books never will." "Yeah, right," Cedric muttered, still trying to catch his breath. "Could have fooled me. It feels like my ribs are hosting a one-man concert of breaking news." "Come on," Logan said, cracking his neck like he was about to throw down with an entire wrestling team. "Get up. Don't make me knock you out again." Cedric, still a little wobbly, got to his feet. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, wiped the mix of blood and drool from his lip, and tried his best to summon what little dignity was left in him. He wasn't about to let Logan and his dumb claws get the best of him. "You know," Cedric said, his voice taking on a mock-indignant tone, "you really know how to kill a kid's self-esteem, Logan. Have you ever thought about doing stand-up?" Logan raised an eyebrow, clearly unamused. "You think you're funny, hey?" Cedric grinned through the pain. "Well, yeah. I mean, I was nervous about this whole thing until you started giving me free pain management advice." Logan smirked. "Yeah, that's the spirit. Now show me what you've got." And with that, Logan was back at it, moving faster than a speeding bullet. Cedric barely had time to react, but this time, instead of hesitating, he let his instincts take over. He launched himself forward, his claws flashing through the air, aiming for Logan's midsection. Logan sidestepped him like it was nothing, grabbed his wrist mid-swipe, and slammed him to the floor with a crack. That made the whole room seem to shake. "Oof," Cedric gasped as the air left his lungs. "Guess I wasn't fast enough." Logan stood over him, not even breaking a sweat. "Nope. You were thinking too damn much again. Remember, this isn't about being fast. It's about feeling it. Let your instincts take control. Let your claws breathe, kid. Otherwise, they'll do the thinking for you, and trust me, they don't care if you're ready for it." Cedric groaned, trying to push himself back up. Yeah. Instincts. I get it. But if my claws have a brain of their own, I'm in trouble. I'm not exactly ready for that whole wild animal vibe you've got going on." Logan snorted. "You've got no idea. But you're getting there. Keep pushing, kid." Cedric wiped a streak of blood from his lip and stood up a little straighter. All right. No more thinking. But if I get a concussion from this, I'm blaming you." Logan didn't respond. Instead, he just grinned like a maniac and dropped into a fighting stance. And this time, Cedric wasn't thinking. He was just moving. And if he could survive Logan's claws, maybe, just maybe, he had a shot at mastering his own. Chapter 46, Chapter 45. The training room was a chaos of noise, clanking metal, and a few choice curses, mostly from Ron, because of course. Captain America Steve Rogers, if you wanted to be formal, stood in the middle of the room, arms folded, giving everyone the look. You know the look. The one that says, "I'm about to make your life miserable in the best way possible." The kids were already bouncing with nervous energy, but Steve wasn't here to babysit. He was here to turn them into actual heroes. "All right, listen up." Steve barked, and it wasn't like one of those friendly barks. It was the kind that made you want to drop everything and pay attention, fast. "I don't care if you've got magic or mutant powers or an endless supply of bubblegum, today's the day you find out just how much you don't know about being a hero. Got it?" Ron looked like he was about to combust with excitement, or maybe it was the overwhelming terror. Finally, he muttered, bouncing on his heels. "Something that doesn't involve running from danger." Steve's eyes snapped to Ron. "Running away's an option, Weasley, but trust me, it's not the good kind. The kind you only use when you're sure you're about to die. And I'm not going to let you get comfortable thinking danger's going to wait for you to be ready. Now. Laps. You've got 1 minute to make it around the room. But, I'll be throwing obstacles at you. Think you can handle it?" There was an awkward pause, followed by Fred's grin. "Do we get extra points if we, trip him up?" "Definitely," George added, already scheming. Steve shot a look over his shoulder as he took off at a sprint. "No tricks," he called back. "If I see any magic or pranks, I'll make you do double laps. And I'm not doing this for fun." Fred and George groaned in perfect harmony, but their feet were already moving, and they weren't alone. The others scrambled to keep up. But the first lap? It was complete chaos. Objects started sliding from the walls like they were auditioning for some sort of action movie. Fake walls popped up as if the room were having a midlife crisis. Concrete slabs appeared out of nowhere, all aimed at making sure they didn't get too comfortable. Fred was the first to go down, tripping over one of the slabs and face-planting into a wall. He bounced back up like some weird rubber doll. "This is not how I pictured today going," he grumbled. "George, trying to use magic to get ahead, was immediately met with Steve's booming voice. "Save your spells for when it really counts." Steve snapped. "I'm not here for fireworks, I'm here to see if you've got the stamina to not die the first time you're in real danger." Luna, the ever-chill cool cat of the group, twirled through the obstacles like it was a casual stroll in a field of daisies, humming a tune to herself. She didn't even seem to notice the fake barrel that nearly nailed her knee. "Is this part of the test?" she called out, totally unbothered, while effortlessly avoiding a slab that fell right in front of her. Steve barely spared her a glance. "Luna, stop the humming and run. Less magic and more sprinting, all right." Meanwhile, Hermione was on the far side of the room, her face scrunched in determination. She was dodging obstacles like a well-oiled machine. Her mind was like a calculator processing each move. "I knew running would be involved," she muttered, her legs still working even as she dodged another fake wall. "But this? I didn't expect this." Steve's voice rang out again. "Granger! I said no slacking off. Push harder." Hermione didn't even flinch. She just sped up, closing the gap between her and Luna, who was twirling through the mess like she had all the time in the world. And then there was Ron. Poor Ron. His feet felt like bricks, and every time he tried to move faster, his legs screamed, "What the heck are you doing?" He dodged a couple of obstacles but mostly looked like he was struggling to keep it together. 30 seconds left, Weasley. Steve's voice was like a drill sergeant from hell. "Move it, or I'll make you do it again." "No breaks." Ron gasped, as though Steve had just asked him to solve the entire mystery of the universe in 15 seconds. "Why didn't I get the Captain America handbook?" Steve's grin grew. "If I gave you a handbook, Weasley, you'd just sit there and read it while the rest of us finished the lap." Ron gave a wheezing laugh, pushing through to finish the lap as the others were already catching their breath. Fred, George, and Hermione were lined up, panting like they'd just finished a marathon. Luna was practically hovering above the ground, her serene face unbothered by the chaos. Ron, meanwhile, looked like he'd just run through a sandstorm wearing a wool sweater. Steve wasn't about to let them off easy. "Good," he said, clapping his hands together. "Now we move on to the next thing, push UPS. But not just any push UPS, weighted push UPS. I want you to give me as many as you can in 20 seconds. If you slow down, extra laps. I don't do extra for fun." George groaned so loudly you'd think Steve had sentenced him to a lifetime of grunt work. "Push UPS? Seriously?" "Seriously," Steve said, with that grin that just spelled trouble. "If you can't even handle these, you're going to have a very rough time out there. This is what it feels like to be a hero." With that, Steve dropped to the floor like it was nothing, pounding out the push UPS with military precision. The others, including Ron, followed suit, though not without some groaning. And of course, Steve called out corrections. "Focus, Weasley. Tighten your core." Fred, struggling through his own set, gave Ron a sympathetic look. "Just pretend you're dodging a giant," he said, struggling to push through his own set. George chimed in. "Or pretend you're escaping from Steve's wrath. That works too." Luna, still looking completely at ease, was doing push UPS at a pace so smooth it was like watching someone in a meditation class. "I think the magic's in the posture," she commented, barely out of breath, as everyone else was still grunting through their sets. "Are you all paying attention?" Steve's voice broke through the haze of effort. "This is nothing compared to what I've got planned next. So if you're ready to puke, do it after the next set. No mercy. Got it?" By the end of the day, if they had any energy left, they'd have earned it and learned exactly what it meant to push their limits. Because Steve Rogers wasn't here to make friends. He was here to make heroes. And if they didn't survive today, well, that's on them. But hey, at least they'd have a great story to tell. Right? Cedric Diggory was about 90% sure Logan was trying to kill him. Not in a haha, let's have a friendly sparring session way. No, this was more of a let's see if you survive getting hit by a homicidal badger with adamantium claws kind of way. His ribs felt like they'd been used as drumsticks in a particularly aggressive rock concert, and he was about 80% sure his left eye wasn't functioning properly anymore. Meanwhile, Logan, who, let's face it, had been around since the Jurassic period, was barely even sweating. "You still breathing, bub?" Logan asked, rolling his shoulder. The pop it made was genuinely concerning. Cedric wiped some blood, hopefully his own, off his chin and gave a thumbs up. "Define breathing." Logan grinned. "Good answer. Now, let's crank things up a notch." Wait. Too late. Logan vanished. Not in a smoke bomb, ninja-style way. More like a 1 second he's there, the next he's punched you into next Tuesday way. Before Cedric's brain could catch up, something slammed into his side, sending him sprawling across the mat. He hit the ground so hard, his soul briefly considered leaving his body. "What the actual?" "Feral senses, Diggory," Logan said, crouching next to him like a smug Wolverine-shaped gargoyle. "Yours are waking up, but you're still thinking like a human. And if you keep doing that, you're gonna get gutted in a real fight." Cedric groaned and rolled onto his side. "You keep saying that, but what does it actually mean?" Logan pinched the bridge of his nose like he was debating whether or not to strangle Cedric. "All right. Let's make this simple. Right now, you rely on your eyes too much." He pointed at Cedric's face like it personally offended him. "Your ears? Garbage. Your nose? Useless. Your instincts? Non-existent. Wow. Just say you hate me and go," Cedric muttered. "But," Logan continued, ignoring him, "your mutation's kicking in. Your body is picking up stuff you don't even know how to register yet. Changes in air movement. Sense. Sounds humans can't hear. Your brain just needs to trust it." Cedric sat up slowly, rubbing the back of his head. "And how exactly do I do that?" Logan's grin was not encouraging. "Funny you should ask." He reached into his pocket and tossed something at Cedric. "A blindfold." Cedric stared at it like it was an active grenade. "You're joking. Put it on. You do realize my mutation doesn't come with echolocation, right?" "I'm not a bat." Logan shrugged. "Then this is gonna be real fun for me." With a deep, suffering sigh that he hoped conveyed just how much he hated this, Cedric tied the blindfold over his eyes. Darkness. "All right," Logan said, circling him. "First thing, don't listen for me." Cedric frowned. "That seems counterintuitive." Logan flicked him on the forehead. "Ow! What the hell? You're thinking like a human again," Logan chided. "I told you your senses are all working together now. Your instincts pick up on stuff before your brain does. You just don't trust it yet." Cedric gritted his teeth. "Fine. So what do I do?" Logan kept circling. Cedric focused. No eyes. No clue where Logan was. And yet, something shifted. The air. The scent of sweat and cigar smoke moving in a certain direction. A faint creak of the floorboards. Instinct kicked in. Cedric ducked just in time to avoid Logan's fist swinging at his face. "Ha!" Cedric grinned. "Did you see that?" "Yeah," Logan deadpanned. "Too slow." Then Cedric's entire world exploded in pain as Logan swept his legs out from under him and body slammed him into the mat. "Ow, bloody, are you trying to kill me?" Logan snorted. "Nah. If I was, you'd already be dead. Now, get up." Cedric groaned, rubbing his head. "I swear, this is just an elaborate excuse for you to beat up teenagers. Only the dumb ones." Wow. Okay. Rude. Now, let's go again, Logan said. And this time feel before you react. After the 5th time Logan knocked Cedric on his ass, he started noticing a pattern. Every time Logan moved, there was a shift in air pressure, a scent, the sound of his boots scuffing the mat. Cedric's brain was registering it, but his instincts were still fighting his logic. The 6th time Logan attacked, Cedric shut his mind off. And he moved. He sidestepped a fraction of a second before Logan struck, claws whistling through the air where Cedric's ribs had been. Logan grunted. Not bad. Cedric smirked. I'm amazing. Logan immediately punched him in the stomach. Gah! Cedric doubled over, wheezing. Stay humble, kid. Noted, Cedric wheezed. Logan backed up, cracking his knuckles. All right, Diggory. Last test. Cedric eyed him warily. I swear, if you throw me into a bear pit. Logan grinned. No bears. Just me. That's worse. Before Cedric could process that statement, Logan lunged. This time, it wasn't a training exercise. It was full speed, full force, no holding back Wolverine. Cedric didn't think. He reacted. Duck. Twist. Swipe. He wasn't fighting Logan. He was flowing with him. His body moved on pure instinct like he wasn't Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts golden boy, anymore. He was something else. Something feral. And then without meaning to Cedric lunged, claws flashing. For the first time, Logan had to dodge. Cedric landed in a crouch, chest heaving, claws extended. Logan glanced down at his shirt, where there was now a neat little tear. A long pause. Then Logan grinned. Not bad, kid. Cedric smirked. Told you I'm a Maz. Logan raised a fist. Wait, wait. Thud. Cedric hit the mat again. Stay humble, Logan reminded him. From the floor, Cedric gave a weak thumbs up. Totally nailed it. Logan chuckled, offering a hand. Lessons over. For now. As Cedric staggered to his feet, something dawned on him. For the first time since this whole feral mutation thing started, he didn't feel like a lost cause anymore. Painful? Yes. Humiliating? Absolutely. But lost? Not a chance. Logan didn't coddle. Hell, Logan didn't even do empathy. But as he watched Cedric struggle to his feet bruised, battered, but somehow still there a tiny flicker of something shifted behind his eyes. He flicked his cigar and took a slow drag, like he was contemplating the mysteries of the universe instead of, teaching a kid how not to get killed. All right, kid, Logan grunted, his gravelly voice scraping against the air like sandpaper. You did good. I'll admit, didn't think you had it in you. Cedric, panting like a dog that had just run a marathon in a heatwave, shot him a lopsided grin. Told you. I'm pretty amazing. Logan arched an eyebrow, looking down at him like he was some sort of flea-ridden puppy that had decided to show off its tricks. Yeah, well, you're still a pain in my ass. But you're getting there. Cedric wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, wincing when the motion sent a wave of pain across his ribs. Getting there? Dude, you knocked me out like a dozen times. If that's getting there, I'm terrified of what being there looks like. Logan snorted, flicking the ash off his cigar like he didn't care about anything but the cool smoke swirling in the air. That's 'cause you're still overthinking it. That's the thing about life, kid, whether it's magic, mutant powers, or just trying to survive in this crap show of a world you can't think too much. You gotta trust your instincts. Your body knows more than your brain half the time. Cedric blinked, trying to wrap his head around the advice while still feeling like his brain was, quite literally, being pummeled by Logan's fists. Wait. So, when I feel like my head's about to get knocked off, I just do nothing." Logan chuckled, but it wasn't a friendly laugh. More like the kind someone makes when they're about to drop some truth bombs on you. "Nah. You gotta do something. But don't overthink it. That's the secret. You wanna fight like a beast, you gotta stop trying to outsmart yourself. You gotta act on instinct. It's about reaction, not overanalyzing every damn move." Cedric frowned, looking more confused than ever. "So, just stop thinking entirely." Logan, crossing his arms like he was about to lecture a wayward schoolboy, gave him a hard stare. "Yeah. Stop second-guessing everything. When you're in the middle of a fight, and you freeze up cause your brain's overloading, that's when you get wrecked. You're still getting caught cause you're trying to plan out every damn thing. You don't have time for that." Cedric's shoulders sagged, the exhaustion and bruises making him look like he might drop into unconsciousness any second. "Right, okay. So I stopped thinking. Got it. What's next?" "More punches to the face." Logan's grin turned wicked. "Actually," he said, raising a finger like a bad teacher on a caffeine high, "you need to learn how to control that rage of yours. Use it. But don't let it control you." Cedric blinked, his brain frying at the idea of controlling his rage. If Logan could control rage, then Cedric might need to rethink his entire life. Control the rage? Dude, the only thing I've controlled in the last hour is my ability to not puke after you knocked the air out of me. Logan shot him a sidelong glance, his eyes narrowing. Rage ain't just about smashing things. It's a tool. A tool you can use to fuel yourself, but don't let it blind you. You control it, or it controls you. That's the difference between a feral animal and a warrior. Cedric tried to picture himself as a warrior, but all he could see was some guy who couldn't even keep his lunch down after a few rounds with Logan. "So, Zen rage?" Logan snorted, half smiling at the absurdity. "Yeah. If Zen involved ripping someone's throat out with your bare hands." Cedric paused, looking a little freaked out, and then shrugged. "Well, that's oddly reassuring." Logan shot him a sideways glance. "If you can't control it, you're just gonna hurt the wrong people. I've been there. Done that. Believe me, you don't wanna go down that road." There was a long silence, the weight of Logan's words sinking in, and Cedric chewed on them for a moment. Then, without missing a beat, he asked, "So, you hate yourself or something?" Logan's eyes went cold. Like a light bulb flicking off. "Ain't about me, kid. It's about you. You learn from my mistakes or you make your own. Either way, the world doesn't care. It'll keep spinning, and you'll be left in the dust if you're not careful." Cedric took in the seriousness of Logan's tone and let out a low breath. "Right. Yeah. I get it now. Good. Now let's get back to you not dying," Logan growled, turning his back like he was done with the conversation. Cedric groaned but managed to stand straighter, determined to try again. "All right, no thinking. All animal instinct. Let's do this." Before Cedric could even blink, Logan was on him again, moving faster than he could process. But this time, something inside Cedric clicked. He didn't think. He didn't hesitate. He just reacted. He dodged Logan's first strike, feeling the air whiz past his face, and then jabbed. It wasn't perfect. Hell, it wasn't even close. But Logan grunted, his surprise clear for just a split second, and Cedric felt a spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as hopeless as he'd thought. Logan straightened up, a bit more impressed than he wanted to admit. Well, look at you. Might just be dangerous after all." Cedric wiped his forehead, still wincing with every movement. "Yeah, well, you still hit like a freight train." Logan gave a gruff chuckle. "You've got a long way to go, but you're getting there. Just remember, stop overthinking it. Cedric smirked, despite his sore muscles. You're not as bad as I thought. Logan shot him a smirk that was pure Logan. Don't get used to it. You'll hate me again by the end of the week. Cedric snorted, trying not to laugh too hard. Sure. But right now? I think I might owe you one. Logan raised an eyebrow, the same old cocky grin creeping across his face. What? A thank you? Nah, Cedric said, grinning back. But maybe, a cigar. Logan's expression froze for a second, before he pulled out the half-smoked stick and handed it over, a rare flicker of something soft in his eyes. All right, kid. Don't burn your damn lungs out. I'll see you later. Cedric, feeling surprisingly grateful, and maybe a little bit of respect for the gruff mutant, took the cigar with a muttered thanks, and watched Logan walk off, his presence filling the air like a storm about to break. As Cedric sank onto the mat, nursing his bruises, a thought occurred to him. Logan wasn't just some cranky guy with a cigar habit. He was a mentor. In the most messed up way possible, he was teaching Cedric something. Yeah, Cedric muttered to himself, exhaling a cloud of smoke, maybe I'm not a lost cause after all. Steve Rogers clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the gym like a gunshot. All right, listen up. His blue-eyed gaze swept over the group like a drill sergeant assessing fresh recruits, which, in his mind, they absolutely were. Magic? Mutant powers? Wands? Cool. But you know what's cooler? Not getting your teeth knocked out because you actually know how to fight. Today, we're focusing on hand-to-hand combat, Steve announced. No magic, no powers, just skill. Because someday, you might find yourself without your fancy tricks. And if you don't know how to throw a proper punch, that day's gonna end badly for you. There was a beat of silence. Then, Ron groaned, looking personally betrayed. Why do I feel like this is going to end with me on the floor? Because it is, Hermione said, tying her hair back like she was prepping for war. Steve smirked. That's the spirit, Granger. Harry, arms crossed, shot him a look that was half amusement, half challenge. You really enjoy this, don't you? I don't enjoy making kids suffer, Steve said, grinning. I enjoy seeing them improve. Now, pair up. Cue instant chaos. People scrambled to find partners, but Steve, because he was a menace, started calling them out himself. The pairs. Ron versus Neville, because Steve figured pairing the two most equally disaster-prone students was a fair fight. Ron groaned louder. Fred versus George, because they deserved it. George, finally, I get to punch you. Fred, like you'll land a hit, mate. Ginny versus Tracy. Ginny cracked her knuckles like a boxer about to enter the ring. Tracy sighed. I'm going to get punched, aren't I? Luna versus Hannah. Luna was humming, completely unbothered by the fact that she was about to be in a fist fight. Hannah was already planning her survival strategy. Daphne versus Percy. Percy looked deeply uncomfortable. Daphne looked like she was about to ruin his whole career. Jean versus Hermione. Hermione looked like she was about to take an exam. Jean looked like she was about to start a bar fight. That left Harry and Susan unpaired. Harry frowned. Who's Susan fighting? Steve smirked. She'll take on the winner of your match. Harry blinked. My match? You're with me. Instant, pin drop silence. Then. Oh, this is gonna be good, Fred whispered. Think we should get popcorn? George muttered back. Jean, standing next to Susan, grinned. Finally, some action. Susan crossed her arms, amused. Should we start placing bets? Hermione looked alarmed. This might be a bad idea. Ron, ever the victim, groaned again. Of course he gets to fight Captain America. Meanwhile, I have to fight Neville. He turned to his opponent. No offense, mate. Neville, who was already mentally preparing his will, gave him an apologetic shrug. None taken. Meanwhile, Steve was watching Harry like a scientist about to test a new theory. I've heard things about you, he said. Apparently, you can go toe-to-toe with me. Harry smirked. Depends. Are we talking pre-serum or post-serum? Steve's grin widened. You tell me. Harry exhaled, rolling his shoulders. This wasn't going to be easy. But hey, if Steve wanted a fight, he'd get one. Steve clapped his hands. All right. Start sparring. And don't hold back. And thus, the worst training session of Ron's life officially began. The second Steve Rogers and Harry squared up, every other fight in the training room suddenly became a lot less interesting. It wasn't their fault. Really. It was basic human nature. Because, on one side, you had Captain America the super soldier, the Sentinel of Liberty, the guy who once punched Hitler in the face, in universe and in comics. And on the other, you had Harry Potter the Marauder, the boy who lived, the guy who made beating the odds his full-time job. The result? The biggest, most dramatic, most inevitable showdown since Gryffindor vs Slytherin. And it had an audience. Fred and George, who had just been on the verge of knocking each other senseless, stood frozen mid-motion, looking like two deer caught in very exciting headlights. Hermione and Jean, who were supposed to be circling one another in their own match, simultaneously crossed their arms and stepped back, exchanging a look that clearly said, "Yeah, this is more important." Daphne and Tracy? Not even pretending to spar anymore. Percy, ever the responsible prefect, sighed in frustration. We are supposed to be training, not watching. SHH. Ginny hissed. The fight's about to start. Across the room, Cedric Diggory, yes, Cedric stood leaning against the wall, puffing on a cigar like he was the protagonist of a noir film. And Harry hated it. Not because Cedric looked bad, no, that was the problem. The bastard looked like he had just stepped out of an action movie, his hair perfectly tousled, his expression effortlessly cool. The kind of guy who didn't need to try to be attractive, which was honestly just rude. And worse? Logan was standing beside him, nodding approvingly. Harry had joked for weeks that Cedric was one bad day away from chain-smoking cheap cigars, drinking cheap beer, and calling people bub like Logan. Apparently, the prophecy had been fulfilled. Jean, standing beside Cedric, smirked. You do realize this is how it starts, right? She gestured to the cigar. First, it's the smoking. Next, you're wearing a leather jacket and brooding in the rain. It's a slippery slope. Cedric exhaled a slow puff of smoke, looking obnoxiously cool. Depends. Am I the best there is at what I do? You wish, bub, Logan grunted. Susan, who was standing on Cedric's other side and had clearly had enough, rolled her eyes. I hate to say this, but Harry was right, she muttered. We'll never hear the end of this. Harry, stretching across from Steve, called out, Hey, Diggory. Let me know when you start drinking cheap beer so we can officially induct you into the Bub Club. Cedric, without missing a beat, blew out another plume of smoke. You'll be the first to know, Potter. Logan smirked. Kids got style. Steve, completely ignoring the peanut gallery, focused on Harry. You ready? Harry grinned. Born ready. And then Steve moved. Fast. Really fast. His first punch shot out like a bullet, aimed right at Harry's ribs. Most people wouldn't have even seen it coming. Harry did. He twisted at the last second, dodging by a hair, and immediately launched a counterpunch aimed for Steve's jaw. Steve caught it. The entire room winced. Oh, Fred muttered. Bad move, George agreed. Steve yanked Harry forward and swung at his gut. Harry barely managed to wrench himself free, flipping back just in time to avoid the hit. Steve didn't let up. He came in hard, moving with the calculated precision of a soldier, all sharp angles and efficiency. Every punch, every kick, every movement was designed to take Harry down as quickly as possible. Harry, in contrast, was fluid. He ducked, weaved, and twisted around Steve's attacks with an almost casual ease, like he was born for chaos. It was insane. "Merlin," Hermione whispered, eyes wide. Jean grinned. "Oh, finally." Luna, who had somehow appeared next to her, tilted her head dreamily. "They move like dancing thunderbirds," she mused. Logan, taking a slow drag from his cigar, nodded approvingly. "Not bad, bub. Not bad." The twins had completely abandoned their match, watching the fight like it was the Quidditch World Cup. Neville, in his distraction, accidentally clocked Ron in the face again. Ron hit the floor. "For Merlin's sake, Neville." But Neville wasn't listening. He was watching Harry and Steve, mouth slightly open. Steve noticed. And it pissed him off. Right as Harry ducked a punch and went for an uppercut, Steve bellowed, in his best drill sergeant voice. "If you're not sparring, you'd better start or drop and give me 20. Instant panic. Fred and George immediately turned back to each other and started swinging. Jean grabbed Hermione's wrist. "We are absolutely sparring, let's go." And Hermione, though clearly torn, jumped back in. Ginny turned to Tracy, cracking her knuckles. "I'm so sorry for what's about to happen to you." Tracy paled. Neville, in his rush to obey, accidentally socked Ron in the face again. Ron, still on the floor, groaned. "I hate everything." Percy, who had been smugly watching the chaos unfold, suddenly realized Steve was still staring at him. "Oh, bollocks." And thus, the training resumed. Meanwhile, in the middle of the room, Steve and Harry kept going. Faster. Harder. Neither one willing to back down. Harry grinned. "I've gotta say, Cap, you hit really hard for a guy in his 90s. Steve smirked. "You're not bad yourself, kid." Then he swept Harry's legs out from under him. Harry hit the floor. Hard. "Oh, come on," he groaned, staring up at the ceiling. "Every time I start feeling confident." Steve offered him a hand. Lesson 1, Potter never get cocky. Harry took the hand, then immediately yanked Steve down with him. Steve hit the floor next to him. Harry smirked. Lesson 2, always be prepared for payback. The room went dead silent. Then Logan burst out laughing. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Jean beamed. "Potter, that was iconic." Steve sighed, shaking his head. "You're trouble." Harry grinned. "Oh, you have no idea." Chapter 47, Chapter 46. It started as a test. It turned into a war. Punches flew, dodges blurred, and the sheer speed of the fight made it look less like sparring and more like two meta-humans fighting over the last slice of pizza. Steve Rogers fought with the kind of precision that only came from decades of battlefield experience. He was a tactician, always a step ahead, always adapting. If Harry zigged, Steve zagged harder. If Harry threw a feint, Steve didn't just ignore it, he punished it. And Harry? He fought like someone who shouldn't win, but always did anyway. There was no formal technique, no disciplined strategy, just an impossible mix of athleticism, street brawling, and sheer stubbornness. He was the Quidditch player who never fell, the kid who grew up dodging Dudley's gang, the marauder who refused to lose. Which is why it was infuriating that Steve kept catching his punches. Harry ducked under a hook, twisted, and lashed out only for Steve's stupid super soldier reflexes to snatch his wrist mid-air. "Nice try, kid," Steve said, annoyingly calm. "Would have been a nice try if you let me hit you," Harry grumbled. Steve grinned, then yanked Harry forward. Most people would have gone flying. Harry? He flipped midair, twisted on Steve's shoulders, and because he had a flair for the dramatic waved at the audience while upside down. The audience in question consisted of his entire friend group, all of whom had wildly different reactions. Jean had her arms crossed, eyes narrowed like a coach assessing a rookie player who might be worth training. Or might be sent to Azkaban for being an idiot. It was hard to tell. Susan was biting her lip, half worried, half excited, and probably already writing Harry's obituary. Cedric, being Cedric, looked effortlessly cool about the whole thing. Well, that's new. Luna was watching like she was seeing the future, nodding along as if this was all destined to happen. The Snorkax foretold this. Hermione looked like she was debating whether to be impressed or yell at Harry for getting himself killed. It was a daily struggle. Ron and Ginny were wide-eyed, mouths open, expressions screaming bloody hell, mate. Fred and George were exchanging galleons because of course they were betting on Harry's survival rate. Daphne and Tracy looked like they'd just found their new favorite source of entertainment. Hannah was trying, and failing, to hide a grin. Neville was muttering something about how this was just another Tuesday with Harry. Percy, meanwhile, looked like he wanted to file paperwork about this. Back in the fight, Steve finally processed the fact that Harry had parkoured onto his shoulders. "Did you just?" Harry grinned. "Hi." Then he yanked downward, trying to throw Captain America with his entire body weight. Keyword, trying. Steve adjusted mid-air, landed perfectly, and then threw Harry instead. Harry twisted, landed in a crouch, and looked up. "Okay. So you're heavy. That's fair." Steve smirked. "Super Soldier Serum. Comes with the package." Logan, who had been watching with all the enthusiasm of someone forced to babysit idiots, huffed from the sidelines. "What kinda moron fights Cap head-on?" "This kind of moron," Harry answered, launching forward again. Fists flew. Dodges blurred. And then Harry realized the problem. Steve was adapting. Every counter, every feint, every shift in Harry's fighting style Steve was already adjusting. It was like fighting water, no matter what Harry did, Steve absorbed it, flowed around it, and came back harder. Harry was fast. Steve got faster. Harry was unpredictable. Steve started predicting him. And the worst part? Steve wasn't just testing him anymore. He was pushing him. Hard. It was less training session and more trial by fire. And that's when something inside Harry clicked. The world shifted. A glow flickered behind his eyes. And suddenly, everything slowed down. It wasn't just reflexes anymore. He could see it. The paths. The possibilities. The way Steve would move before he even moved. A punch came for his face. Harry wasn't there anymore. Steve pivoted into a kick. Harry was already dodging. The fight changed. Steve swung. Harry moved before he did. Steve adjusted faster, sharper, but Harry knew what was coming. For the first time, Steve frowned. Harry grinned. Then he attacked. A blur of motion. A flicker of gold behind his eyes. A split second where he was faster, sharper, just one step ahead. His fist slammed into Steve's ribs. The entire room froze. Steve staggered just slightly. Just enough. Silence. Then. "Oh ho ho! He got you!" Fred whooped. "Mate, you just punched Captain America!" Ron shouted. "Is he dead?" Ginny asked, half impressed, half concerned. "I told you the Snorkax foresaw this," Luna said serenely. Steve stepped back, rolling his shoulder. His blue eyes locked onto Harry, not with annoyance. With approval. Logan snorted. "Kid's got moves." Steve exhaled. "Not bad." Harry grinned, shaking out his fist. "Not bad yourself, Old man. Steve chuckled, rubbing his ribs. You just leveled up, kid. Harry cracked his knuckles. Good. Because I hate tutorials. Logan huffed. You two done with the pissing contest, or do I gotta step in and teach you both how to throw a punch? Harry and Steve exchanged a look. Then, simultaneously. One more round. Logan groaned. Idiots. Steve cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders as he studied the young wizard in front of him. You sure about this, kid? Harry smirked, the kind of smirk that made people deeply regret their life choices. You sure about this, old man? From the sidelines, Jean folded her arms and tilted her head, looking at them like they were two toddlers about to bash their heads into a wall. Again. Oh, for Merlin's sake, someone knock them both out so we can go eat. They're enjoying themselves, Cedric said, leaning back with the easy confidence of a man who knew he looked good doing it. Fun. Hermione repeated, crossing her arms so hard it was a miracle her ribs didn't cave in. They're literally trying to kill each other. Oh, it's fine, Fred said. It's not like either of them can die, George added. Logan, who had seen way too much of this nonsense in his life, let out a sigh that sounded like it had been building for decades. I swear to God, if either of you idiots break a bone, I'm not patching you up. Neither of them acknowledged him. Because the fight had already begun. And this time? They weren't holding back. The second Harry moved, he really moved. No hesitation, no testing the waters, just pure speed. 1 second he was standing still, the next he was gone, a blur of red and gold streaking toward Steve. Steve met him head-on, his own enhanced reflexes kicking in as he braced for impact. When they clashed, it was felt. A shockwave pulsed through the room, knocking over an unfortunate stack of training mats in the corner. Fred and George immediately started making bets about how long the building would stay intact. Harry twisted mid-air, sending a lightning-fast kick toward Steve's ribs. Steve caught it. Twisted. Harry flipped, landing in a crouch and immediately lunging again. The room blurred as they moved, fists and feet flying, every attack dodged by mere inches. Harry fought with a reckless kind of precision, adjusting mid-strike in ways that defied physics. Steve adapted. Harry adapted faster. But Steve? Steve was tougher. And this was when their audience completely lost their collective minds. Oh, this is bloody insane, Ron whispered, eyes wide. Bloody brilliant is what it is, Ginny countered, her grin sharper than a beater's bat. Susan had both hands over her mouth, eyes as wide as saucers. Are they even human? There's something, Daphne muttered, eyes flicking between the fighters like she was watching a particularly violent tennis match. They look like they're fighting the laws of physics, Tracy added, sounding equal parts horrified and impressed. Fred and George had long since stopped betting. They were just watching, heads whipping back and forth as if they were at the most intense Quidditch match of their lives. Neville, who usually tried to stay out of these things, simply shook his head. They're gonna feel that in the morning. Percy, looking vaguely like he wanted to file some kind of incident report, muttered, there has to be a regulation against this. Luna, completely unbothered, nodded sagely. The Snorkax did predict this. Hermione, at her wit's end, pointed furiously at the chaos. This is why we can't have nice things. And Logan? Logan just groaned and dragged a hand down his face. Idiots. Both of them. Steve launched a brutal hook. Harry wasn't there anymore. He saw it coming. His precognition flickered behind his eyes like a comic book panel, showing him the future a split second ahead. He dodged, countered, and... crack! His fist slammed into Steve's ribs. Harder than before. Steve staggered. For all of half a second. Then he grinned. And moved twice as fast. They were evenly matched. Harry was faster, his reactions borderline supernatural, his instincts honed to perfection. Steve was stronger, his experience spanning decades, his body a fortress of super soldier durability. And neither of them was backing down. Steve lashed out, Harry dodged. Harry struck, Steve blocked. Steve adjusted, Harry adjusted faster. It was a game of inches. A battle of skill. And then Steve tricked him. A fake left. An actual right. Harry saw the feint. Adjusted. And walked straight into a kick to the chest. He went flying. Flipped mid-air, twisted, landed in a skid. And grinned. "Oh, you cheeky bastard." Steve smirked. "Thought you saw that coming." "Did." Harry rolled his shoulders. "Didn't think you were that fast." Steve tilted his head. "Want to stop?" Harry cracked his neck. And then he vanished. Steve barely had time to react. Before Harry was on him. A flurry of blows, faster, sharper, relentless. Steve barely blocked the first few. Then one got through. A solid hit to the ribs. Then another. Steve staggered, bracing. But Harry wasn't done. He blurred forward. And Steve made a choice. No more defense. He lunged. They collided. A final shockwave rattled the walls. And then silence. The dust settled. Standing there, panting, bruised, grinning like absolute lunatics. Harry. And Steve. The fight was over. And they both knew it. Steve exhaled, shaking his head. Then extended his hand. Harry took it. Steve smirked. "You are gonna be a problem." Harry grinned back. "You are gonna have bruises." Fair trade. The audience lost their minds. "Did we just witness the greatest fight of all time?" Fred demanded. "Are either of them human?" Susan practically shouted. "I told you the Snorkax saw this coming," Luna reminded everyone. Ginny just grinned. "I knew he could keep up." Ron whistled. "Mate, you just went toe-to-toe with Captain America." Percy still looked like he was trying to process the laws that had been broken. "And Logan?" Logan just let out a long sigh, shaking his head like a disappointed father. "Idiots. Both of them." As the dust finally settled, Harry and Steve stood at the center of what could only be described as absolute battlefield carnage. Craters in the ground. Scorch marks on the walls. A few unlucky trees that had given up on life entirely. Both combatants were panting, grinning like idiots, and looking like they had just gone 12 rounds with a tornado. Steve had a split lip. Harry had a bruise forming on his jaw. Their uniforms were scuffed, their muscles ached, and neither of them looked remotely ready to admit defeat. Jean was the first to speak. Of course she was. She clapped once, smirking. "So, are you two done measuring your..." "Jean." Hermione cut in, scandalized. "What?" "I was going to say egos," Jean said, her expression the absolute picture of innocence. Then she smirked. "But if the shoe fits..." Ron let out a low whistle, shaking his head. Blimey! That was like watching an unstoppable force meet an immovable object. "Which one was which?" Neville asked. "Yes," Tracy said dryly, arms crossed. Hannah was still clutching Susan's arm like she'd just witnessed a live-action anime battle. "That was insane. I swear physics had a stroke halfway through." "Physics saw Harry and Steve and decided it wasn't paid enough for this," Daphne muttered. "Physics took one look at them and rage quit," Tracy added. "Physics went home, poured itself a drink, and started a new life in the countryside," Fred declared. "It spends its days sipping tea and telling young laws of motion. Back in my day, we mattered," George finished. Luna, who had been watching the whole thing with mild interest, tilted her head. "I knew this would happen, of course." Susan gave her a wary look. Because the Snorkax told you. Luna blinked. No, because when two beings of ultimate power fight, they can only grow stronger. Ginny stared at her. That is objectively the coolest thing you've ever said. Cedric, still grinning like a man who had just gotten free front row seats to the greatest fight of all time, crossed his arms. All right, but the real question is who won? There was a pause. Then everyone turned to look at Steve and Harry. Both of them blinked. Then looked at each other. Then back at the group. And in perfect, synchronized stubbornness, they said, I did. Logan let out a groan so long and deep it sounded like a death rattle. He pinched the bridge of his nose, muttered something about damn kids, and pulled out a cigar. Of course you did, he grumbled. Ron threw his hands up. All right, fine, let's just agree that these two are apparently made of adamantium willpower and pure spite. Not to mention inhuman levels of durability, Neville added. You mean, like, Harry once broke the time turner rules and survived levels of durability? Ginny asked. Like Steve got frozen for 70 years and woke up fine levels of durability. Hannah suggested. Like if Harry Potter lost at chess, the chessboard would apologize and reset itself levels of durability. Tracy countered. Like Captain America can punch a Nazi so hard that the Nazis' grandkids feel at levels of durability. Daphne added. Like Harry once sneezed and accidentally invented a new spell levels of durability. Susan said. Like Steve Rogers is the only person in history who can make the US government look bad just by standing there levels of durability. Fred chimed in. Like Harry once scared death into giving him a Hallows loyalty card levels of durability. George offered. Like Captain America doesn't need a parachute, because the ground knows better than to hit him levels of durability. Luna mused. Like Harry Potter once tripped over his own feet and accidentally won a war levels of durability. Jean quipped. Like Captain America could punch a meteor out of the sky, but chooses not to because it wouldn't be fair to the meteor levels of durability. Cedric said, grinning. Percy, who had been standing to the side with his arms crossed, let out a long-suffering sigh. This is all wildly exaggerated and highly irresponsible. There was a beat of silence. Then, like Percy Weasley once tried to fine Captain America for property damage, and the fine self-destructed out of respect levels of durability. Fred said innocently. Percy groaned. I hate all of you. Understandable, Harry said, rolling his shoulders. Steve exhaled, rubbing his jaw. So, what now? Harry grinned, wiping some blood from his lip. Rematch. Steve smirked. Thought you'd say that. Logan? Logan just took a long drag of his cigar, shook his head, and muttered, I'm too damn old for this. Food beating each other senseless. Harry and Steve had barely exchanged 2 words before they both lunged forward, each wearing the I'm about to do something dumb face. Their fists were almost ready to fly, the tension so thick you could slice it with a spoon if you had a spoon made out of pure stubbornness. Then Jean stepped forward, her arms folded across her chest in the kind of pose that made you rethink every stupid thing you'd ever done. She was very good at this, especially with that I'm not impressed, but I could totally obliterate you both vibe. All right, Dumb and Dumber, that's enough, Jean announced, her voice like smooth butter on a hot day. You knew she meant business because, well, when Jean Grey speaks, you listen. Both men froze mid-punch, like a couple of dogs that had just realized they were barking at the wrong tree. Harry blinked at her. Jean, this is important. Is it, though? Jean cut him off sweetly. Because from where I'm standing, you two unbreakable dumbasses could go at this for hours just to prove who's slightly more indestructible. She arched an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. And while you two can survive on pure spite and jaw-clenching, the rest of us need food. There was a beat of silence. Then Steve, the world's greatest Boy Scout, immediately shrank back, looking sheepish. He didn't have an excuse for that one. She's got a point, he muttered. Harry sighed, rubbing the back of his neck like he was trying to work out a particularly annoying knot. Yeah, okay. Food first, rematch later. Jean flashed him a smile so approving, Harry might have blushed if he wasn't so used to her throwing out praise like it was nothing. Good boy, she said, like she was talking to a particularly well-behaved puppy. Harry straightened up, clearing his throat, and pretending he wasn't definitely not affected by the sudden warmth in his cheeks. All right, I'll handle it. He raised his hands in a dramatic clap, like he was about to summon a legendary hero from the depths of the earth. Dobby. Crack. And then, as if by magic, okay, fine, it was magic, a small, excitable blur of movement appeared out of thin air. Dobby. For those who had never seen one before, the tiny elf looked like a hyperactive tennis ball with a sock obsession. His giant eyes were locked onto Harry, practically vibrating with energy. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby announced, bouncing on his little feet like a pinball. Dobby is here, sir. What does the great and wonderful and powerful Harry Potter need? Steve, ever the soldier, immediately took a half-step back, eyes locked on Dobby with that same "I'm going to fight you if you so much as blink at me" look. Wolverine, who was already halfway to popping his claws, was staring too, but with a slightly more confused, "What the heck is that thing?" vibe. "What in the name of Chuck Norris's beard is that?" Logan grunted, still eyeing Dobby like he was about to ask the little guy for his autograph. Dobby blinked at Logan, his eyes wide. "Oh. Dobby is a house elf, sir," he squeaked, his whole body trembling with excitement. "Dobby is honored to meet the great Captain America and the mighty Wolverine. Dobby has heard many, many things." He turned to Harry, still bouncing like a toddler on a sugar rush. "Dobby does not know what a Chuck Norris is, but if he is important to Wolverine, then Dobby will find out immediately." Harry snorted, half laughing, half wondering if this was the weirdest thing he'd ever seen. "Don't worry about it, Dobby. Just, could you bring us some food from the Hogwarts kitchens? Enough for everyone here." Dobby's entire body shivered with joy. "Of course, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby will bring the finest Hogwarts feast. Dobby will be back in one moment." Crack. And just like that, Dobby was gone. Vanished without a trace. Steve, ever the soldier, ever the rational one, was staring at the spot where Dobby had been, his face scrunched up in that classic "I don't get it, but I'm not going to show it" way. "That was a house elf." "That was a house elf," Harry confirmed, smirking like he was in on a joke no one else got. Steve exhaled slowly. "Hey." Logan, who'd probably seen more weird shit than the rest of them put together, just grunted. "Kid, I've seen some weird stuff in my time, but that right there is something new." "Yeah, well, welcome to the wonderful world of magic," Harry said, barely keeping it together. The sarcasm was thick in his voice, but his grin was still huge. "Don't worry, it'll grow on you. Maybe. You just summon him whenever you want." Logan grumbled, raising an eyebrow. "Yep," Harry said, popping the pea. "I call it the magic of having ridiculously good friends. Kid, this world is a trip." Logan shook his head, arms crossed, accepting the absurdity of it all, and clearly giving up on trying to understand it. "Fine. Fine, whatever. Let's just get the food. We're all gonna need it after watching that fight, anyway." "Trust me," Hermione chimed in from the sidelines, clearly unimpressed with the fight in the first place. "You're handling it way better than most people would." "Yeah," Ron added, giving a snort of laughter. "First time I saw Dobby pop in, I nearly choked on my pudding." "To be fair, Ron, you choke on food a lot," Ginny pointed out, arms crossed, eyebrows raised. Ron immediately opened his mouth to retort, but before he could, another crack interrupted him. This time, Dobby arrived, and he didn't just appear with a tray or two. Oh no, this was a feast. Trays of food floated behind him like a well-practiced circus act, platter after platter of roast beef, mashed potatoes, steaming vegetables, and enough pudding to fill the entire room. And Dobby? He was grinning like he'd just won the magical equivalent of a Nobel Prize. Dobby has brought the feast, Dobby declared, bowing dramatically. Hogwarts' finest, all for Harry Potter and his great and powerful friends. Logan, who had seen a lot of things in his life, was momentarily speechless as he took in the sheer absurdity of what was happening. "All right," he said finally, leaning back in his chair. "I might be starting to like this little guy." "Yeah, good luck with that," Harry muttered under his breath, eyeing the mountain of food. "He'll be calling you sir next." And just like that, with a snap of Dobby's fingers, food appeared. And for the first time in a while, everyone stopped fighting and just ate. The food Dobby brought in was enough to make even the most diehard gym-goer question their life choices. There were whole roasted chickens that could have fed an entire village, maybe even a small army, if that army was made up of people who ate like they hadn't seen food in a decade. The mashed potatoes? Pillowy clouds of perfection. The pudding? You could practically hear it whispering, "You'll regret this," as you dove in with your spoon. "All right," Steve said, eyeing a particularly huge turkey leg, "I think magic might just be cheating at this point." "Cheating?" Fred raised an eyebrow from across the table, already on his second plate of mashed potatoes. "Cap, buddy, magic's just the lazy way to do things." He reached for another biscuit. "You ever seen Harry conjure up a sandwich? It's basically like the sandwich is begging to be eaten. It practically falls into your mouth." "Yeah, but that's probably because Harry's sandwich is too magical," George piped in with his trademark grin. "It might even be alive." Hermione, who had been quietly filling her plate with vegetables, "Weird, right?" snorted. "Honestly, if I had a magical sandwich that wanted to be eaten, I'd let it. I've never seen bread so willing in my life." "Right," Ron said, clearly delighted with himself as he loaded up on turkey. Honestly, Harry could probably talk a sandwich into signing a waiver to let him eat it without any guilt. "True," Harry smirked. "But that's only if it's legally permissible under wizarding laws. Don't want to end up in a wizard court, do I?" "Please," Ron added, "I'm sure Harry's face alone would convince the sandwich it doesn't want to cause trouble." Logan, who had been mostly grunting and stabbing a steak like it was a personal vendetta, raised his glass. "I don't care what kind of sandwich we're talking about. As long as it's not on my plate." The conversation was just starting to get into full swing when Dobby, ever the enthusiastic and completely literal creature, piped up in his high-pitched, all too serious voice. "Ah, yes, yes." Dobby clapped his hands like he'd just discovered the meaning of life. "Harry Potter, sir, and Captain America, two heroes of incredible strength. Dobby has heard that Harry Potter can defeat an entire army of Death Eaters with only a whisper, and Captain America once punched through a mountain while carrying the weight of an entire nation." The table went quiet, everyone exchanging looks, except for Steve, who was trying not to choke on his water. "Wait," Steve blinked at Dobby, trying to process. Did I really punch through a mountain?" "No, no." Dobby was so passionate he was practically vibrating. "No, no, Dobby knows that Captain America punched the whole Rocky Mountains down while carrying the Statue of Liberty and a busload of orphans." At this point, everyone at the table was either biting their lip, choking on their food, or staring at Dobby like he was an abstract work of art. Steve, red-faced, slowly shook his head. "Look, I've seen a lot of things in my life, but punching through a mountain? Nope. That's not me." Harry, leaning back in his chair, raised an eyebrow and said, "Look, if Steve can't punch through a mountain, maybe he can politely ask it to fall down. That seems more his style." "Hey, I'll have you know," Steve said with a mock-serious glare, there's a lot of politeness in my punches. But, you know, Fred added, if Harry were to punch a mountain, the mountain would probably just apologize for existing in the first place. George snickered, reaching for some more pudding. If Harry did punch a mountain, I bet the mountain would say, sorry, sir. I'll move right out of your way, thank you very much. Thanks, George, Harry replied dryly, eyeing the pudding. I'll take that as a compliment. Logan leaned in, all gruff seriousness. Forget mountains. If Harry punched a tree, the tree would just surrender. Yeah, Harry said, popping a piece of turkey into his mouth. I'd talk to the tree, and it'd just, you know, give up its branches. Ron laughed, nearly choking on his food. That's actually not a bad idea. You're telling me you could charm a tree into bending to your will just by asking it nicely? Oh, totally, Harry grinned. You just need to ask real sweet. And maybe use a little bit of my I'm the chosen one charm. He paused for a second. I'm actually more convincing when I'm in a good mood. Dobby, not catching on to the sarcasm, nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Harry Potter, sir, is so powerful, even trees bow before him. Dobby has heard that Harry Potter once spoke to a tree in the Forbidden Forest and made it give up all its secrets, including where the best hiding spots were for the best wizarding snacks. Dobby, mate, that's not true, Ron said, his mouth full of food. But I would like to know where to find those snacks. You got a map or something? Oh, it's true. Dobby insisted. And Captain America, he is the strongest of all. Dobby has heard it said that Captain America once swam across the ocean with his shield, beating the current with his sheer willpower, while carrying a mountain on his back. The table erupted into laughter. Steve's face was now completely red, and Harry had to wipe tears from his eyes. I'm sorry, but that definitely didn't happen, Steve said, trying to sound more serious than he actually was. I think I'd remember carrying a mountain. And don't forget the orphans. Dobby added. The orphans were totally important. That's new, Hermione chuckled, her tone pure mischief. I suppose Captain America is also secretly Santa Claus now. Oh, for sure, Harry said with a grin. And on the weekends, he's known to wrestle bears for fun. Exactly. Dobby said, nodding earnestly. But only after saving the entire universe twice. Logan, shaking his head with a smirk, spoke up. You know, I've seen Steve fight before. He'd probably just start a fight with a bear and then offer it a beer afterwards, right? I prefer my fights less fuzzy, Steve replied with a grin. And without the bear asking for autographs. Good idea, Harry said, leaning back in his chair. All right, enough of that. Let's just enjoy the food and let the legends speak for themselves. Right. Fred raised his glass. I think we can all agree nobody is better at punching mountains than Harry Potter and Captain America combined. Absolutely, George added. And if we're being honest, the world's lucky they don't team up to punch reality into submission. As the table went back to eating, Dobby nodded along, satisfied with himself for keeping everyone's spirits high. And while the jokes flew and the laughter rang out, one thing was for sure: this wasn't just any ordinary feast. This was a feast with legends, real and imagined, thrown together into a magical, hilarious, and completely ridiculous mix of the best kinds of people. And Harry? He was pretty sure he'd just made history. Again. Chapter 48, Chapter 47. The Gryffindor Quidditch team stood in the cramped, musty dressing room beneath the roaring storm outside, their mood sinking as fast as the temperature. The rain hammered against the windows, filling the space with a constant drumming sound. There was a collective groan as Oliver Wood, the ever-determined captain, paced back and forth like a general preparing for war. All right, listen up. Oliver barked, his voice cutting through the grumbles and sighs. We're not skipping practice just because it's a monsoon out there. The weather's going to be exactly the same tomorrow against Slytherin, and if we can't play in this, we're screwed. Fred Weasley, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with George. So, let me get this straight. You want us to practice getting completely drenched so we can be ready to lose tomorrow? George grinned mischievously, twirling his bat like he was auditioning for a part in a drama. Great plan, Wood. Should we also set ourselves on fire for added effect? Maybe a few giant spiders to spice things up. Oliver's glare could have frozen water. I swear, Fred, George, if you don't get your heads in the game, I will personally turn both your brooms into rubber chickens. Ron Weasley, adjusting his oversized keeper gloves and looking thoroughly unimpressed, leaned back against the bench. You know, I could have been in the common room, tucked up with a nice cup of hot chocolate. But no, instead I'm here, about to get soaked and possibly end up in the hospital wing with pneumonia. Quit complaining, Weasley, Katie Bell said, pulling her wet robes tighter around herself and giving him a look that was half amused, half exasperated. Not like you'll be able to catch a cold with the rain pelting us. It'll probably just wash you away. Ha, ha, very funny, Ron muttered, glancing at Jean Grey, who was sitting across from him with her arms crossed and a smirk playing on her lips. Honestly, Ron, you're acting like this is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, Jean said, her voice rich with playful sarcasm. She looked every bit the untamable force she was, with her fiery red hair and piercing eyes that seemed to see right through everyone. Not like we've ever been caught in worse storms. Ever heard of, life? Yet, cause nothing says life like risking hypothermia in the middle of a Quidditch match, Ron shot back, his scowl deepening. Fred snorted from across the room. To be fair, Ron, if anyone's going to survive hypothermia, it's you. You're built like a walking hot water bottle. George chimed in, and just imagine, when the rain starts freezing, Ron's head might actually match his hair for once. Ron gave them both a look, his cheeks flushing. You lot are impossible. Ginny Weasley, perched on a bench with her broom beside her, gave a dramatic sigh. I think Fred's right. This rain's basically going to drown us in misery before we even get to Slytherin. At this rate, we'll be lucky to see anything tomorrow. I'm just trying to figure out why Oliver thinks this is a good idea, Jean quipped. I mean, you'd think he'd learn after all the times we've had to deal with bad weather, but here we are. Oliver, overhearing, shot a pointed look at Jean. I'm not going to stand around and have you lot be unprepared for the worst. We're going out there because this is what separates the champions from the whiners. Right, champions, Dean Thomas muttered, raising his hand as if to make an official point. Just hope the rain doesn't completely ruin our hair. I think my curls are about to take a permanent dip. Alicia Spinnet chuckled from the back of the room, her voice teasing. If your hair survives the rain, Dean, I'll be really impressed. Demelza Robbins, who had been quietly watching the banter, piped up from her spot in the corner. Stop jabbering, you lot. It's only going to get worse, so we might as well get used to it. Let's at least make it fun by pretending we're some sort of waterlogged sea creatures. Sea creatures? Fred said with a grin, glancing at George. Sounds like the perfect metaphor for a Slytherin. Yeah, well, George added, flicking his broomstick up and down, if they're sea creatures, we'll just be the sharks. And sharks are pretty good at hunting, especially when they've been trained in heavy rain. All right, enough with the nonsense, Oliver barked again, clapping his hands. We're doing this, and you're going to look like a well-oiled machine when you do. I don't care how wet and miserable you are, you're going to practice like we're about to win the cup. Let's go. With that, the team trudged out onto the pitch. As they stepped into the storm, the full force of the rain hit them, and the wind made it feel as though they were being pummeled by buckets of icy water. The pitch was a swamp of mud, and visibility was low, perfect conditions for Oliver's drill. Harry Potter, always the first to rise to a challenge, was already hovering in the air, adjusting his broomstick. He threw a look over at Ginny. "Well, this is going to be fun," he muttered, voice barely audible over the storm. "At least it's not snowing." Ginny smirked, her grip tight on her broom. "Don't say that too loud, Harry. You might just jinx it." Jean, catching up with Ron, gave him a nod as they both flew in formation, her eyes gleaming. "All right, Weasley. Time to prove you're not the weak link here." Ron shot her a skeptical glance as they both darted through the wind. "Says the girl who's telekinetic." "Exactly," Jean replied with a grin. "The rain can't stop me." "You? I'm not so sure." Demelza's voice rang out from above them as she dove through the storm, narrowly missing a rogue bludger. "Can we quit the chit-chat and actually practice? I don't know about you lot, but I'd rather not die in the rain for no reason." Fred's laugh echoed over the pitch. "You'd think we were facing the Slytherin team already. Get your heads in the game, Demelza." George turned to Fred, his voice full of mischief. Right. Let's at least look good while we fail miserably." Oliver, stationed at the center of the field, waved his arms. "All right, team. Let's show Slytherin what we've got. If we can handle this weather, there's nothing they can throw at us that we can't handle." "Yeah," Ginny called out, her voice filled with her usual fire. "And if we can survive Wood's enthusiasm, we can survive anything." "Right," Oliver said, beaming with pride. "That's the spirit. Now let's practice like champions, flooded, bedraggled champions." The rain was relentless. It wasn't just falling, it was pounding, drumming down on the players like 100 angry woodpeckers. The sky above them was a bleak grey canvas of misery, and every gust of wind that whipped across the pitch felt like the heavens themselves were trying to drag the players into the earth. The sound of the rain hitting the brooms, the robes, the goggles was deafening. It was as though the universe had decided that Quidditch wasn't challenging enough, so it had cranked up the difficulty to monsoon. "All right," Oliver Wood bellowed, his voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. "Main team versus reserves. We're playing in this, so get your heads in the game." He shook his drenched hair out of his eyes, looking like a madman possessed by some unholy Quidditch spirit. The guy had more passion than a gnome in a fireworks factory. "There's no such thing as bad weather, just bad players. Let's go." Fred and George Weasley zoomed past him in perfect sync, their faces lighting up despite the storm. The twins were grinning like they'd just found out they were getting a free trip to Honeydukes. "Do you reckon the Bludgers are going to be faster in this weather?" Fred shouted, his voice high-pitched over the storm, "or are we going to get nailed by the rain instead?" George squinted, peering into the misty horizon. "Honestly, I think the rain's trying to kill us faster than the Bludgers will. But hey, it is a good warm-up for dodging Death Eaters." Meanwhile, Ron was on the opposite end of the pitch, doing his absolute best to look miserable while flying in circles. "This is mental," he groaned, his voice full of wet, cold despair. "Oliver's got us out here in this. Why couldn't we have done this in nice weather, like a normal team?" "You're complaining about a little rain?" Jean Grey asked, floating by him effortlessly. The rain didn't seem to bother her at all, and that was saying something considering she was the kind of person who was usually busy saving the world from nuclear meltdowns. "Try reading my mind, Ron. That's a real challenge." "Yeah, and try flying in a storm that's trying to drown you," Ron muttered, giving her a pointed look. "I swear, this is some kind of punishment for something I did in a past life." Jean just flashed him a wicked grin, her hair a wild, fiery mane as she zipped through the air. "Trust me, if we can survive this, we can survive anything." Dean Thomas, flying alongside her, was swiping at his goggles every few seconds, trying to clear them of the water. "Great," he grumbled, wiping the lenses for the 5th time. Now I've got rain, sweat, and God knows what else smudged on my goggles. I can barely see a thing. Ginny Weasley, whose hair looked like it was trying to outdo the storm in terms of wildness, shot past them at breakneck speed. You can't see anything? Try not being able to hear a word anyone's saying because of the wind. It's like flying through a hurricane. She gave a cheeky little wave. Good luck with that, everyone. Yeah, Dean muttered, but at least you're not playing with one arm frozen to your broom. Maybe if you didn't have that scowl plastered on your face, the rain wouldn't stick to your goggles. Ginny yelled back, her voice cutting through the storm like a knife. She spun around and made a dramatic dive, taking full advantage of the weather, like a phoenix embracing a flame. See you at the finish line, losers. Yeah, whatever, Ron muttered, still fuming. But Harry Potter was having none of it. While the rain tried to reduce the entire match to an underwater version of Quidditch, Harry had an epiphany. He wasn't just the chosen one, he was also the guy who always figured out how to fix a problem when it seemed impossible. And this rain was nothing if not a problem. Hang on, Harry muttered to himself, pulling his goggles off his face. He squinted through the sheets of rain that blurred everything. Then he smirked. Of course. He reached up and flicked his wand with a nonchalant impervious under his breath, as if he'd just invented the solution to world peace instead of simply enchanting his goggles. The effect was immediate. No more droplets sticking to his lenses. The rain flowed off them like water off a duck's back, and he could see everything clearly again. Harry grinned. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Then he zoomed through the pitch, his broom streaking forward like a rocket. All right, people. Everyone needs to do this right now. If you want to see something besides rain, cast impervious on your goggles. Ginny Weasley, who had been mid-dive, pulled out her wand without a second thought and cast the charm on her goggles. Her reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. Holy cow, Harry, this is amazing. It's like I can see again. Ron, who was now able to see clearly, threw his hands up in exasperation. Bloody brilliant! I could have used this 30 minutes ago. He flicked his wand lazily and cast the charm on his own goggles. I'm ready now, finally. About time. Harry yelled, still zooming around, enjoying the rain-free visibility. All right, let's make this match count. Time to show the reserves just who's boss. Fred and George, catching on quickly, mirrored his actions and slapped impervious on their goggles. You heard him, lads. Fred called out to his twin. Let's give these poor souls a proper show of Weasley-level skill. You mean an unbeatable show of skill, George corrected, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Of course. Fred agreed. I mean, after all, who could possibly top us? Not these lot, George smirked, but let's give them a good chase anyway. Meanwhile, Jean was already in her element. The rain didn't bother her, and neither did the wind. She was too busy making perfect passes to Demelza and Dean, who seemed to have had enough of the storm. You lot better catch up, Jean shouted over the wind. Or I'll have to go solo on this. Dean grinned despite himself. Yeah, we're trying, all right. Try harder. Jean teased, laughing as she sped off again. You're going to need it. As the match raged on, despite the miserable conditions, the players started to find their rhythm. Impervious had solved the vision problem, but now they had to deal with the bloodjares, the wind, and the cold. But the determination of the team, both main and reserve, began to shine through, and for a moment, it was as if the storm had no power over them at all. Ron, now fully enjoying the game, leaned toward Katie Bell, who was flying alongside him. I've got a feeling we might actually stand a chance against the main team now. Katie, her cheeky grin lighting up her face despite the rain, shot back, you're damn right we will. Just try and keep up. And with that, the game picked up speed. The weather and their soaking wet clothes now secondary to the ferocious competition between the two teams. As for Harry, he was off on another dive, the rain no longer a problem, his goggles clear, his broom steady beneath him, and his mind laser-focused on the prize ahead. This was going to be a good match. Ginny Weasley wasn't the type to let a little thing like a torrential downpour or, let's be honest, a literal thunderstorm slow her down. The rain was slapping against her face like it was some kind of vendetta, and her broom felt like it had a mind of its own, slipping sideways as if to say, "Nope, not today." But Ginny, the fiery Weasley she was, didn't even blink. She was a blur of motion, a streak of red slicing through the grey gloom, weaving expertly through the rain as though it were all just part of the fun. "This is a walk in the park," she yelled at the top of her lungs, which, considering the hurricane-like wind, could have been a shout or a whisper, depending on how you wanted to interpret the sound waves. From below, Ron's voice filtered up, utterly unamused. "You say that now, Gin, but wait till a bludger the size of a hippogriff comes at you. Then we'll see how easy it is." Ginny barely spared a glance at him. "Please, Ron. I'll dodge it with my superior speed and grace. Also, charm," she added with a cheeky wink. Ron grunted from the stands, but Ginny couldn't hear him over the sound of her broom slicing through the air. That's the thing about Ginny, she didn't take no for an answer, and she definitely didn't take rain for an excuse. Now, Harry Potter. Oh, Harry was having way too much fun. This wasn't just Quidditch for Harry. Oh no. This was personal. If he had to, he'd have performed an impromptu victory dance while catching the snitch in the middle of a thunderstorm. And let's be clear, Harry was 100% the stunt guy in the movie who says, "Hold my drink," before pulling off some insane aerial maneuver. He was on his firebolt. His glorious, perfectly calibrated firebolt. And he was moving through the rain like a ghost. No, scratch that, like a ghost on a mission to violate every law of physics. If anyone else had tried what Harry was doing, their broom would have exploded and their bones would have snapped like twigs. But Harry was Harry, and Harry didn't care about things like safety or aerodynamics. "Bet I can catch it before you, Weasley," he yelled, completely oblivious to the absurdity of his challenge. He executed a move so sharp and reckless, the firebolt screamed under him, and for a moment, Harry thought he might actually die, but then, he pulled off a move so wild that even he didn't know how it worked. Ginny, of course, wasn't about to let that slide. "In your dreams, Potter," she shot back, flinging her broom into a ridiculously tight turn, the wind howling in protest. She didn't care about physics either. Why should she? "You know, I should really start charging for these thrills," Harry muttered as he shot forward, seeing the glint of the snitch just ahead. "Could make a fortune at the Quidditch World Cup." "I think you'll be charging straight into the ground if you keep flying like that," Ginny snapped, her face set in a determined grimace. Her eyes locked onto the golden speck, flickering through the rain. Harry pulled ahead, his firebolt humming beneath him like a racing engine, leaving Ginny in his wake for a split second. But then, she did something insane. With a speed that seemed to defy reason, she cut sharply across his path, leaning into a dive that had the whole Quidditch pitch spinning around her. "Not today, Potter!" Ginny yelled, and Harry, being Harry, couldn't help but grin like a maniac as he turned mid-dive to avoid crashing into her. "Well, not today, then," he said, pulling out a move that could only be described as absolutely insane. Ginny was closing in on the snitch. So close. Her fingers were practically brushing it. She could feel it. Her pulse was racing. This was it. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. The rain slapped harder, but it didn't matter. Ginny's eyes locked onto the snitch, her fingers reaching out. "I will catch you," she growled, her voice dripping with determination, but the snitch darted away from her, taunting her. Harry pulled a ridiculous barrel roll, the broom twisting and weaving in the air like it had no concept of gravity. Gotcha, he called, his hand closing around the snitch. He pulled up just in time to narrowly avoid slamming into the ground, clutching the snitch as if it were some long-lost treasure. Ginny shot him a glare so fierce, she probably could have burned a hole in him with the heat from her eyes alone. "You jerk," she muttered under her breath, but then bam! Her broom jerked to the side as a bludger came roaring at her from nowhere. Ginny barely dodged it, her heart hammering in her chest. But Harry, of course, was already taunting her. "Told you I'd catch it first," he yelled as if it were the simplest thing in the world. "Yet, well," Ginny shot back, voice dripping with venom, "next time I'll catch it without needing to kill myself in the process." From below, Ron's voice called out, utterly unimpressed with the entire spectacle. "Seriously, you two? Couldn't you just have a normal game without trying to kill each other? Wouldn't be fun if we did, Ron?" Harry called back, tossing the snitch from one hand to the other as he made his way down. "Yeah, but you're supposed to be team players," Ron said, his voice getting louder as he approached the pitch. "You've both nearly wiped out 3 times already. And can you not pretend this is some Hollywood action scene, Harry?" Ginny grinned, even though her hair was plastered to her face and she looked like she'd just been dunked in a swamp. "If it weren't for Harry, we'd all be bored," she said, the spark in her eyes as defiant as ever. "A little chaos never hurt anyone, right?" Ron looked as if he was about to argue, but Fred and George's voices echoed from the stands, both shouting in unison, "More dangerous than a bludger in a hurricane, but that's why we love it." And for the record, even if Ron would have liked to be grumpy about the whole thing, deep down, he couldn't help but love the madness of it all. Quidditch, after all, was about chaos. It was about speed. And it was about never letting up, even in the face of insane weather. But mostly, it was about making sure you came out on top, which, for today, meant Harry Potter again. The rain wasn't just coming down now, it was monsooning. Ginny Weasley, soaked to the bone and dripping like she'd just emerged from the Black Lake, stomped toward the locker rooms, her broom trailing behind her like a poor, abandoned puppy. If brooms could look embarrassed, hers definitely did. "Honestly," Ginny muttered, glaring at the slick, stormy sky, "if Harry pulls that smug, cocky stunt again, You'll what, Ginny?" Fred Weasley's voice cut through the air like a prankster's dagger. Of course, he appeared out of nowhere, right behind her, just like he'd been hiding in the clouds. Ginny, already in the mood to hex someone, just not sure who yet, whipped around, eyes practically glowing with the kind of irritation that could cause spontaneous combustion. She paused, frowning at the ridiculousness of her own words. "I don't even know anymore," she finished, as she let her broom fall with a dramatic thud, the rain hissing where it met the stone floor. Fred, ever the weasel, just grinned. "Not gonna finish that threat, huh? Guess you're slacking off, Gin." Ginny gave him a look that could melt stone, but her drenched, bedraggled hair, which had once been perfectly styled, just made her look extra dangerous. "You're lucky I don't have the energy to hex you right now. Tell you what," Fred said, gesturing around like he was about to give an important speech, "next time it rains, you won't even need a wand. I think I see your mood magic working just fine." As if summoned by the chaos that was Fred, George slid in next to him, his soaked hair sticking out in every direction like he'd tried to style it by sticking his head in a bucket of water. "Oh, I think the rain did wonders for Ginny's attitude," he said, not missing a beat. "But hey, you've got the whole drowned rat look going, Ginny. Very fashion-forward." "Yeah," Fred added with a wink. "Very edgy." Ginny tried to muster a glare, but it was hard to be intimidating when you were just soggy. "I swear, you two are lucky I'm not in the mood to murder you both." From the back of the group, a soggy Jimmy Peaks shuffled forward, looking like a man who'd just discovered what it felt like to be waterlogged from the inside out. "Is it too late to change careers?" he said, dragging his soaked self behind the twins. Because I think I'd make a pretty decent professional warm blanket right about now. Warm blanket? George asked, wrinkling his nose. You sure? Because you look more like an unseasonable damp towel. Could be worse, said Ron, who was probably the only one who looked more like a wet mop than anyone else. At least I don't look like I've been trying to reenact Moby Dick with my broomstick. Ginny shot him a glare that could kill a dragon. I swear, Ron, you've got the stamina of a potato in a sauna. And yet, Ron said, puffing his chest out like he'd just won a medal, I'm still the only one who managed to avoid getting knocked out by a bludger. You dodged the bludger? Demelza Robbins asked, dripping next to him, clearly incredulous. Or did you fall into it and hope it wouldn't notice? I did dodge it, Ron grumbled, and for a second, his eyes flickered toward Harry, who was walking ahead of the group like he was still in some Quidditch show-off mode, holding the snitch in his hand like a victor fresh from a battle. Oi! Ginny called out, hands on her hips. Let me guess, Harry, you're going to keep that smug grin on your face the whole time, right? Harry, who had clearly been soaking in the attention, looked back at her with an eyebrow arched so high it was basically orbiting. Smug? Me, he said, holding the snitch aloft like a trophy. Nah, Ginny, just thinking about how you almost caught me. You know, when you blinked. Don't even start, Potter, Ginny snapped, rolling her eyes so dramatically it looked like they might fall out. If it wasn't for this ridiculous storm, you'd be the one eating dirt. Harry grinned, obviously too smug for his own good. Ah, Ginny, the weather is what's to blame? I mean, I get it, trying to make excuses after I literally took you on a ride through the clouds. You should have seen your face when I swerved left. You looked like a startled hippogriff. Get lost, Harry. Ginny said, throwing up her hands. I'm too wet to argue with you. All right, Harry said, dropping the snitch into his bag with a flourish. But I'll give you credit. If you could have seen straight, you'd probably have made me work for it. Maybe next time. Fred snickered from the back. Next time? We can't even finish a practice without looking like we've all been dipped in the lake. Let's start with surviving that first. Yeah, I think I nearly froze to death just trying to see the snitch, Demelza said, arms crossed as she shivered. Next time, can we practice in something that's not literal murder weather? Katie Bell, looking as though she'd stepped out of an ice bucket, chimed in, maybe next time we just skip the whole flying bit and work on warming up instead. As the group made their way toward the locker rooms, the collective grumbling of the soaked team filled the corridor. Even Oliver Wood, who was normally as serious as a brick wall, was clearly finding the whole thing a bit too much. He huffed, shaking his drenched hair out of his eyes. That bloody show-off Harry Potter doesn't know how to take it easy. Well, when you're Harry Potter, Dean Thomas said, grinning with that good-natured charm that always seemed to cut through the gloom, I guess you don't have to. I'd fly like that too if I didn't think I'd drown halfway to the goalposts, said Richie Coote, wiping the rain out of his eyes with the sleeve of his soaked shirt. Is it too late to turn this into a competitive water polo game? Nope, Jimmy said, eyes wide and mocking. We're doing Quidditch 2.0 now with added flood. I think I'm about to die from hypothermia, Katie said, teeth chattering. Can someone please get a fire started? I'm pretty sure I caught it just trying to fly through that storm. All right, Fred said, rubbing his hands together like an evil genius, who's in charge of getting the treacle tart and the fire. After all that, George said, nudging him with a grin. We deserve the entire bakery. Fire, Fred said again, a hint of panic in his voice. This time, we're gonna need more than just food, we're going for warmth. You lot are all a bunch of miserable, soggy, chicken cowards, Harry teased as he plopped down onto the bench in the locker room. Look at you all whiny and miserable like you didn't just fly through the storm like legends. Ginny, still trying to squeeze the water out of her broomstick, just shot him a look. Shut up, Harry. Ah, come on, Ginny, don't be a sore loser. Next time, I'll give you a head start. Harry grinned, totally not sorry. Not next time, Ginny muttered under her breath. Next time, you're the one who's getting drenched. And so, amidst the laughs, the soggy groans, and the clinking of waterlogged brooms, the Hogwarts Quidditch team stumbled into the locker room, cold, tired, and somehow, in the end, united in their shared misery. After all, there was always next time, and next time they'd get Harry back. Right? Jean and Harry sloshed through the damp, echoing halls of Hogwarts, their footsteps somehow louder than the rumble of the storm battering the castle walls. Seriously, it felt like a giant was shaking the whole place, and Harry couldn't help but wonder if the storm was trying to get revenge for some minor insult he hadn't remembered. Note to self: avoid offending weather gods, or you'll pay the price with torrential rain. Okay, I'm just going to say it, Jean muttered, pushing her wet hair out of her face. If this weather doesn't clear up by Sunday, I might just set fire to the entire British Isles. I don't care if I end up in Azkaban. It will be worth it. Harry snorted, half distracted by the rivulets of water dripping down his face. Yet, because burning the entire British Isles is totally a solid birthday plan. He gave her an exaggerated side-eye, though the corner of his lips twitched upward. I mean, we could always have a birthday bonfire, right? Just one giant inferno in your honor. Jean's eyes narrowed, and a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Maybe I'll do more than set fire to the Isles. Maybe I'll go all Phoenix on you and rain down fiery vengeance on your birthday party. I'll add fireworks for extra effect. She threw him a sideways grin, clearly enjoying the teasing. Yet, I don't think you need to add any fireworks, Harry shot back with a grin that could have only come from someone who was very familiar with sarcasm. You're already enough of an explosion, Jean. I mean, you're practically a walking disaster zone on your own. Jean shoved him playfully, and Harry had to dodge to avoid the full force of her elbow. Careful, Potter, or I'll unleash all my telekinetic powers on you. Your hair might be permanently stuck in that drowned rat look. You're just jealous because I can rock the drowned rat look better than you, Harry shot back. You don't even know what a real disaster looks like. If I were to show you, you'd have to get new robes from Madame Malkin's. He grinned devilishly, thinking of all the things he could say to make her laugh or kill him. Jean raised an eyebrow, the teasing glint in her eyes unmistakable. Ooh, big words, Potter. But honestly, if this storm keeps up, we're not going to be able to go anywhere except straight into the hospital wing. Or worse, Madame Pomfrey's office. She'd make us clean out cauldrons or scrub floors for hours if she caught us coming in with bruises and soaking wet clothes. She tilted her head and looked at him thoughtfully. Now, that would be an epic disaster, don't you think? Yet, I'm not exactly in the mood to explain how I accidentally got a concussion from a rogue gust of wind, Harry agreed, shaking his head. But hey, I'm sure you could handle it. You've got those powers and all, right? You could probably blast that storm out of existence with a thought. Jean smirked, the confidence oozing from her. Well, I could if I felt like putting the effort in. But that might cause a few issues. Like, I don't know, completely obliterating half of Scotland by accident? You know, just your standard Tuesday. Harry snorted again, unable to keep his grin in check. Right. No big deal, just obliterating half of Scotland in the name of birthday plans. Honestly, Jean, you have way too much power. You'd be banned from every country in Europe within a week. She chuckled darkly, her eyes sparkling. And here I thought you liked chaos, Harry. It's not real chaos unless something's on fire. Or getting destroyed. Or I'm caught in the middle of it, just trying to survive your craziness. You know, the usual, Harry finished for her, enjoying the banter far too much. It was these little moments that made everything worth it. Even when you were stuck trudging through a storm in the middle of Hogwarts. Jean shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, you like it. Don't even pretend you don't. Of course I do, Harry said easily, his grin turning mischievous. Who wouldn't want to be around a superpowered, slightly homicidal storm goddess? You're basically a walking apocalypse waiting to happen. Jean rolled her eyes dramatically. I really do try to be humble, but it's hard when you've got someone like you constantly boosting my ego. She elbowed him again, and Harry dodged just in time. They rounded the corner to Gryffindor Tower, where the comforting sight of the entrance came into view, but Jean stopped dead in her tracks. Okay, seriously, what are we going to do about Sunday? If it's anything like this, our first official date will basically be spent in a hospital bed, and not the good kind. Not the kind that ends with ice cream and a romantic dinner. She raised an eyebrow at Harry, a playful challenge in her gaze. So, what do you suggest we do? Call in a favor from Aurora, or do we just wait for the weather to miraculously clear up? Harry scratched his chin, pretending to deliberate. Well, I was thinking, since you're so powerful and all, we could just ask you to personally summon some sunshine. But I guess contacting Aurora would be the safer bet. Jean's lips curved into a smile that was almost predatory. You do know I can handle a storm, right? But you're right. If I let my temper get the best of me, I might accidentally zap the entire Quidditch pitch, and we can't have that. She gave him a wink. Let's just text Aurora. She's got some serious weather control mojo, and besides, I'd rather not spend the day fighting nature on our first date. Yeah, I'm all for not having a hurricane ruin our plans, Harry agreed with a grin. Besides, I think we deserve a little sunshine, right? Especially if we're going to make Sunday as epic as your birthday deserves. Jean smirked at him. Oh, don't worry. The day will be legendary, rain or shine. But if we can pull off some sunshine, we might just be able to make it perfect. She raised an eyebrow at him. You can handle the charm, right? Definitely. I mean, how hard can it be? Harry asked with a shrug. But there was a twinkle in his eye that suggested he was way more confident than he probably should have been. But hey, worst case, we end up in the infirmary. We'll make it a memorable first date. Jean's laughter rang out, clear and genuine. You really know how to make me laugh, Harry. But seriously, let's get inside, warm up, and then we'll sort out this storm situation. I'm not spending my first date getting soaked to the bone. She turned toward the entrance. Deal. Deal, Harry agreed, just as the portrait hole swung open. Let's go inside and make sure we don't end up in the worst weather-related disaster of the year. With that, they walked into the warmth of Gryffindor Tower, already planning how they were going to make sure Sunday would be the perfect day. Because one thing was for sure, nothing would ruin their plans. Not even the weather. Chapter 49, Chapter 48. The next morning's weather was exactly the kind of day that made you seriously question your life choices, especially the ones that involved flying around on a broom in the middle of a torrential downpour. The rain outside the Great Hall was coming down in sheets and a couple of hailstones for good measure, just to add drama to the already epic scene. If it had been a movie, the soundtrack would have been something dark and ominous, maybe a little Hans Zimmer thrown in for intensity. Inside the Great Hall, however, the mood was as light as ever. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was assembling around their usual spot at the long table, which meant that breakfast was in full swing. And if there was anything that could get a bunch of wet, soggy wizards through the morning before facing the storm outside, it was definitely food. Oliver Wood, the captain and keeper, was sitting at the head of the table, looking at the window with the intense, unblinking stare of someone who'd just realized they were about to face down a monsoon in a game of Quidditch. He was a man who had always taken Quidditch a bit too seriously, and this weather wasn't about to ruin his day, no way. Right, listen up, Oliver growled, voice serious despite the fact that it was just breakfast. We've trained for worse conditions. If we can survive this storm, we'll survive anything. Just no one gets distracted by the rain. It's a distraction, not an excuse. He gave his broomstick a pointed look like it was somehow going to understand what he was saying. Harry, who was sitting beside him with a slice of toast halfway to his mouth, grinned. You know, Ollie, I love how you act like we're all going to melt if we get a little wet. It's called rain, not acid from another dimension. Fred Weasley leaned back, the usual cocky grin on his face, and said, Yeah, rain is basically a Slytherin's natural habitat, right? If they start whinging about getting wet, I'll just remind them about how they always make excuses. Slicked back hair? More like slippery slicked hair. George snickered from across the table. Slytherins and rain just don't mix, mate. Their hair's too fancy to survive anything remotely weather-related. Oliver looked between Harry and the twins with a dramatic sigh. If you all start getting too cheeky about it, I'll have you doing laps around the pitch before you can say mud. The rain won't matter if we beat Slytherin, though. True, Katie Bell said from further down the table. She was cracking her knuckles, clearly not worried about the weather, but more focused on the incoming game. But have you seen Malfoy's hair? It's basically a walking water-absorbing sponge. I'm gonna aim straight for him with the quaffle, see if I can give him a new do. Alicia Spinnet burst out laughing. I'd pay to see that, she said, tossing a roll of bread in the air and catching it without looking. Honestly, if he even tries to complain about the rain, I'll take the quaffle and stuff it straight into his mouth. Oh, that would be legendary, Harry said, finishing his toast with a wink at Alicia. Let's just hope he doesn't try to blame it all on his precious broom. You know how it goes, Slytherins and excuses. It's their brand. Ginny Weasley, who was sitting on the other side of the table, smirked. Yeah, blame the broom, it's always the broom's fault. Funny how it never seems to be the person riding it, hey. You should have seen Ron's last match against the Slytherins, Jean Grey said from beside him, her gaze flicking over to Ron, who was sulking into his plate, clearly not enjoying his soggy toast. She raised an eyebrow. It was like watching a cow trying to fly in the rain. Ron looked up, scowling, as he wiped his nose with a napkin. Oi, I was doing fine until you started making me do those impossible dives. I'll have you know, I'm a professional, thank you very much. He shot Jean a glare, but Jean wasn't fazed. Professional? Mate, Jean shot back, her voice like velvet-coated sarcasm, I think you're confusing the word professional with someone who accidentally flies straight into a tree. Ron growled. That was one time. Twice, Jean replied, barely a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Twice. And that was just last week. Lee Jordan, who was sitting across from Harry and flipping through his notes, piped up. I think we need a new challenge here, let's see who can stay on their broom the longest without slipping off and crashing into something. I vote we start with Ron, of course. Ron, looking a little more annoyed, mumbled, Yeah, sure, that's fun, let me just go grab a wetsuit for the match. We're flying, not swimming, Ron, Ginny said flatly, her arms crossed as she gave him a pointed look. That's what you think, Ron retorted. If the rain gets any worse, it'll turn the pitch into a swimming pool. Harry had to laugh, his grin widening as he caught sight of Jean's raised eyebrow and the mischievous glint in her eyes. He could tell she was just waiting for the right moment to get Ron good, and it was honestly just a matter of time. Okay, Fred said, raising his hands like he was the peacekeeper in this whole situation. We'll all just have to deal with it. Ron's gonna get wet, the Slytherins will cry, and we'll score some goals, all right. Right, George added. Let's make sure we give Malfoy the most embarrassing Quidditch defeat of his life, all right. That's the spirit. Fred grinned. Just don't forget, no matter how bad it gets, Harry said, raising his cup of pumpkin juice in a mock toast. We've survived worse weather, worse conditions, and worse teams. And now we're about to put Slytherin to shame in a downpour. It's practically a Gryffindor tradition. All right, Harry, let's leave the pep talks to Oliver, Ginny said with a roll of her eyes, though a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. We've got this. Rain's just water. Spoken like a true Gryffindor, Harry said, winking. They all laughed, the banter flowing easily around the table. The mood had shifted from soggy despair to the kind of light-hearted confidence that only a team of Gryffindors could muster before facing down a thunderstorm. They were ready for anything, and despite the bad weather outside, they knew the game ahead would be just another reason to show Slytherin exactly why they were the best. All right, let's get out there and win this thing, Oliver said, clapping his hands once for emphasis. He was still the captain, after all. And just as the conversation started winding down, the rain outside let out an even louder roar, reminding everyone that they were definitely going to be drenched before this match was over. But, really? They didn't care. They were Gryffindors. Wet or dry, they were going to crush it. Harry was trying his best to ignore the howling wind outside, still grumbling under his breath about the weather. Honestly, it was like Hogwarts had decided to host an indoor Quidditch match with the wind blowing like a possessed broomstick. It didn't help that Snape was looming nearby, looking like he was one step away from brewing something that would ruin everyone's breakfast. But the real disaster was McGonagall. McGonagall on a mission was like a hurricane in a tartan cloak. She marched toward the Gryffindor table, her tartan robes rustling like a stern warning. Snape followed her with the grace of a wet cat, his robes practically snarling behind him. They made their way to the team, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine. It was too early for bad news. He could already feel the trouble in the air, like a prelude to a thunderstorm. McGonagall didn't even bother with the pleasantries. Gryffindor, she said, cutting through the breakfast chatter like a sword through butter. I have an update about the Quidditch match today. Fred and George simultaneously tensed up, their trademark grins fading to an alert, suspicious expression. When McGonagall started with the update, you knew things weren't going to go well. Due to unforeseen circumstances, she continued, her eyes narrowing slightly, today's match against Slytherin has been postponed. You'll be facing Hufflepuff instead. There was a collective groan from the team. Ron, who'd already resigned himself to flying in what could only be described as hurricane conditions, muttered something about badgers with brooms and you might as well send in a swarm of angry bees. But Harry wasn't having it. Not for a second. Jean, who'd been eyeing McGonagall with the sort of suspicion you reserved for suspiciously glowing potions, raised an eyebrow. Why, exactly, are we playing Hufflepuff? She asked, her voice cool but carrying that edge that could cut through Snape's greasy attitude like a butter knife through warm treacle. Oh, you see, Snape interjected smoothly, his voice like honey laced with venom, Draco Malfoy, Slytherin's seeker, was injured during practice yesterday. A very unfortunate accident. Harry's eyes flicked toward the Slytherin table, where Draco was sitting, his arm in a sling and his face as theatrically sorrowful as someone auditioning for the role of most tragic character in a soap opera. Pansy Parkinson, true to form, was hovering around him like a personal nurse, fussing over him in a way that made Harry's stomach turn. I don't buy it, Harry muttered under his breath, leaning toward Jean. Malfoy's faking it. Probably trying to pull some stunt to get us off our game. Jean's eyes flicked toward Draco with the sharpness of a hawk. Let's see if we can't prove that, she said, her voice low but dangerous. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry grabbed an apple from the table, weighing it in his hand like a Quidditch quaffle. With a sly grin, he tossed it across the room. The apple sailed through the air, a perfect arc that could have earned him a spot on the Chudley Cannons as their seeker. Everyone watched, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Then, in what was probably the most unconvincing accident Harry had ever seen, Draco caught the apple. With his supposedly injured arm. The arm that, just moments ago, was too hurt to even hold a broom. The room froze. Absolute silence. Harry didn't even wait for Draco to open his mouth with some pathetic excuse. Well, Malfoy, Harry called, his voice ringing across the hall with that trademark smugness he'd perfected over years of dealing with Draco's nonsense. You're looking pretty fine for someone with a supposedly broken arm. The whole room erupted in murmurs. Malfoy, now scarlet in the face, stood up and flailed his good arm around, trying to salvage some dignity. I can explain, he stammered. My arm's not that bad. Just, really talented. Right, Jean chimed in, rolling her eyes so hard it was almost audible. Because magical talent includes catching apples with a broken arm, doesn't it? McGonagall was already striding over to the Slytherin table, her heels clicking with the precision of someone who had lived through one too many nonsense excuses. Snape, who'd been silently fuming from the sidelines, opened his mouth to make some excuse for Draco, but McGonagall cut him off with a look that would have made a basilisk second-guess its life choices. Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall said, her voice a perfect blend of icy authority and barely contained fury. It seems you've been pretending to be injured for your team's benefit. Care to explain yourself? Draco opened his mouth, but all that came out was a squeak of "but I wasn't." No, you weren't injured, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall interrupted, her gaze sharpening even further. In fact, you've been caught in a lie. I'm not finished. You'll serve detention with me for the next week and lose 50 points for Slytherin. As for your little game with the match schedule, she didn't even let him finish. The match against Slytherin is back on. You'll be cleaning every broom in the Quidditch locker rooms for your trouble. And I'll make sure your dear teammates get their own special treatment. Draco's face was the color of a very embarrassed beetroot, and Harry couldn't help but smirk. Jean looked like she was trying her best to keep her cool, but the glint in her eyes gave away the fact that she was enjoying every second of it. Snape, in classic fashion, stepped forward, his voice like venom dripping from a snake's fangs. Professor McGonagall, surely we can. No, McGonagall snapped, turning to him with a steely glare that could freeze lava. You've made your point, Severus. And now you'll excuse me while I finish handling your precious student. With that, McGonagall turned on her heel, her cloak billowing behind her in the most dramatic exit Harry had ever seen. As the Slytherins sat in stunned silence, Harry leaned back in his seat, taking another bite of toast. Well, that was fun, he muttered. Honestly, Draco should have just stuck with the old "my arm hurts too much" excuse. At least it would have been more believable. Jean smirked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Next time, we should just throw a pumpkin at him. Maybe that'll be enough to break his act. Fred and George, who'd been quietly observing the whole ordeal, high-fived each other. Best breakfast ever, Fred said with a grin. Agreed, George added. You guys are the best at making Slytherins squirm. Ron, who had been too busy digging into his breakfast to pay much attention, finally looked up. Wait, we're still facing Slytherin, right? Because I was really hoping to see Malfoy try to fly with that injury of his. Oh, we're facing Slytherin, Harry confirmed with a wicked grin. And trust me, the real fun starts now. The whole team settled back into their breakfast, the tension lifting as McGonagall walked off, her heels echoing behind her like the sound of justice served cold. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, today was shaping up to be a great day. All right, Gryffindor, McGonagall's voice cut through the chatter again, this time with a little less edge. Focus on the game. And for Merlin's sake, don't break anything on your way to the pitch. Got it, Harry said, raising his glass of pumpkin juice in a mock salute. And as the wind outside seemed to calm for a moment, Harry knew one thing for sure, the match against Slytherin was going to be legendary. Back at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was doing his best impression of someone who hadn't just been completely humiliated in front of the entire school. His arm, snugly tucked in a sling like some sort of sad, limp badge of honor, flopped awkwardly beside him. He was trying, and failing, to look dignified. The only thing dignified about him at this point was the way his face was slowly transforming into a shade of red that made even the Gryffindors feel a little bad for him. But then again, he had it coming, didn't he? Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, who could both give Slytherin snakes a run for their money in terms of savage, locked eyes across the table and shared the kind of look that said, "Oh, this is about to be gold." They leaned in toward Draco, and Daphne's voice purred like a cat who'd just caught a particularly juicy mouse. "You know, Draco," she began, her tone dripping with sweetness, "I almost bought it. You really had us going there with the whole tragic Quidditch accident routine. Almost had me in tears." She fluttered her lashes, clearly enjoying every second of this. "But then, just like that, you're out of the infirmary and back to, what's the word, competing." Daphne made air quotes around the word, like she was presenting him as some sort of tragic hero. Tracy Davis, who could make even the most serious moment feel like an episode of a sitcom, added with a mock sigh, "I mean, Draco, I always thought I had bad luck, but you've got it down to an art form. First, you get yourself injured, then miraculously heal up, and now you're impressing us all with your ability to catch apples with an arm that's, what, half frozen." She glanced down at his sling. "And here I thought I was the one who needed more practice." Pansy Parkinson, who had been hovering over Draco like a bulldog guarding its territory, straightened up at this, her nostrils flaring like an angry bull. "What's that supposed to mean?" she demanded, puffing out her chest so far that if she weren't careful, she might start floating away like a hot air balloon. Tracy leaned back in her seat, totally unbothered. "Oh, nothing, Pansy. Just pointing out how completely unconvincing Draco's whole act was. I mean, come on, we all saw it. Did he fall off the broom or did he just lose control of his arm? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen better performances from a first year trying to pass off a petrified rat as a distracted owl." Daphne gave Pansy a look that was nothing short of lethal. "You know, Pansy," she said, her voice soft and dangerous, "maybe next time you should work on your boyfriend's acting skills before you come running to his rescue. Because if this is how he's going to perform under pressure, well, let's just say I won't be placing any bets on him in the next match." Draco opened his mouth to retort, but all that came out was a strangled cough as he realized that every single Slytherin within earshot was either outright laughing or trying to suppress it. His face turned an even deeper shade of red, the humiliation settling in like a lead weight. "Oh, look," Daphne said, her voice sickly sweet, Malfoy speechless. "Maybe he's just so overcome with emotion that he can't form words." She cast a long, exaggerated glance at his arm, then met his eyes with the kind of look that made him wish he could bury his face in his dinner. "How impressive! I can't wait to hear the story of how you bravely caught that apple with a broken arm. And next time, Draco," she continued, leaning in like she was sharing a secret, "you might want to work on that injured look. It's giving more desperate than *noble. "I don't know, Trace," Daphne said, turning to her friend, "he looks pretty good at playing the injured martyr. But you'd think someone who spent so much time in the spotlight would know how to handle a little bit of mockery, wouldn't you?" Tracy smirked. "I'm not sure he's built for that, Daphne. Maybe he needs some more time in the drama club before we see a truly Oscar-worthy performance." The other Slytherins were fully enjoying the spectacle now, and Pansy was sputtering, her face going through a color gradient that no one could have predicted. It was like watching someone try to keep a balloon in the air without it popping. It was almost tragic. "You two are so out of line," Pansy snapped, her voice shaking with the kind of rage that only came from people who didn't know when to back down. "Draco didn't do anything wrong. And just because you two can't take a little bit of reality," Tracy interjected, cutting her off with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, no. We can handle the truth just fine, Pansy. It's Draco here who seems to have misplaced his understanding of it." Maybe he needs a refresher on what injury actually means. She flicked a glance toward Draco, whose arm was still awkwardly dangling by his side. Or is it a new fashion statement? Pansy opened her mouth to say something, but the words died in her throat when Daphne added, "You know, Pansy, I don't know if I should feel sorry for you or just laugh. Honestly, it's like watching someone defend a sinking ship and pretending it's still floating." Draco gritted his teeth, his pride now on the verge of snapping. "You two won't get away with this," he muttered, though it was clear he didn't believe it. His voice had the kind of squeak to it that made it sound like he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. "I'll have the last laugh. You'll see." Daphne gave him a pitying look, her smile all sharp edges. "Oh, Draco," she said in a tone that could have been an affectionate head pat if it weren't for the mockery dripping from her words, "if you really want to impress us, maybe you should work on your timing. That way, you'll have the last laugh right before you trip over your own feet again." Tracy grinned. "Yeah, you'll need a better excuse next time. You don't just fall off a broom and end up with a perfectly broken arm that miraculously heals itself." The Slytherin table erupted into laughter, and Draco finally slumped in defeat, wishing he could literally vanish into thin air. Or, at the very least, hide under the table. He settled for staring at his mashed potatoes with the same intensity one might reserve for an exam they hadn't studied for. Meanwhile, over at the Gryffindor table, Harry was barely keeping it together. He leaned over to Jean, whose expression was one of cool, collected amusement as she sipped her pumpkin juice. "I think we've officially broken Malfoy," Harry muttered with a grin, leaning back in his seat. "This is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. I'm kind of impressed." Jean smirked, glancing over at the Slytherin table where Draco was slowly shriveling under the weight of his own humiliation. "You know, Harry," she said, her voice low and almost conspiratorial, "I think we could get used to this." She paused, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "Who knew Malfoy would make such a great punching bag?" Harry snorted. "Right? I might start taking notes on how to make someone's life miserable with a single word. I think I could turn this into an art form." He looked over at the Slytherins, still reeling from Daphne and Tracy's latest burns. "Next time, though, I might bring popcorn. This is just too good." Jean raised her glass. "Cheers to that," she said with a sly smile, and the two of them exchanged a look that said, without words, "This is just the beginning." As the Gryffindor table began to empty out, the noise in the hall reached a fever-pitch chattering, laughing, and the occasional "watch where you're pointing that fork." This was the perfect chaos that defined Hogwarts breakfasts, and it was only made better by the prospect of a Quidditch match. Harry Potter, however, wasn't entirely focused on the flying around with brooms and balls. No, he was too busy enjoying his favorite part of the morning, making Malfoy look like an idiot. Speaking of which, Cedric Diggory and Susan Bones were heading toward them. Cedric, ever the picture of calm, was looking way too smug for someone who'd just witnessed Draco Malfoy spectacularly implode in front of the entire school. He had that kind of smile that said, "I've got a secret and it's deliciously scandalous." "Hey, Potter." "Jean," Cedric greeted them with a casual nod, his voice as smooth as ever but with an extra sprinkle of sincerity. "We just wanted to say thanks for, well, dealing with Malfoy for us." Susan, trailing behind him, added with a laugh, "Yeah, seriously. I mean, if you hadn't stepped in, we'd be gearing up to play a Quidditch match in the middle of a hailstorm. You saved us from that catastrophe. I owe you one." Her grin was a little too wide to be entirely professional, but then again, who could blame her? Harry turned to Jean with a wicked grin on his face. "Saved them from Malfoy, hey?" He rubbed his hands together dramatically. "I feel like we should charge admission for that kind of entertainment. Can't let such a rare, special talent go to waste." Jean gave him a look that was half a smile, half an eye roll. "Yeah, because Malfoy's inability to act like a human being is totally priceless." Cedric chuckled, the sound low and almost amused. I mean, I wasn't expecting the whole dramatic injury routine. Who knew Malfoy was auditioning for a role in the tragedy of the Pompous Prince? Susan snorted. Honestly, that was a masterpiece of overacting. I'm pretty sure he'll be trying to convince the entire school that he's a victim of some mysterious curse before lunch. Her tone was joking, but there was a genuine look of appreciation in her eyes. You two really did save us from a nightmare. I don't know how we would have stayed focused if we had to deal with that on top of everything else. Well, it's not like we wanted you guys to have to fight Weather and Malfoy, Harry said, the sarcasm dripping from his voice like he was reading from a well-worn script. That'd be cruel and unusual punishment. And I do try to keep things humane, you know. Yeah, Jean chimed in, smirking. Besides, there's only so much a team can do when their star player's busy playing injured and pretending to be the second coming of a drama queen. Cedric laughed, leaning back slightly. I think second coming might be a bit of an exaggeration. But still, he really did go full on, look at me, I'm the tragic hero. Susan's lips twitched as she tried to hold back another laugh. I'm just surprised he didn't start weeping for dramatic effect. I half expected him to pull out a violin. Honestly, Harry continued, his voice full of mock contemplation, I was waiting for him to break out the speech about how he was cursed by a long-forgotten relative, then dramatically announce his resignation as the most self-important person in Slytherin. He paused, glancing at Jean, though, to be fair, he really did have the suffering part down. Jean snorted. It's the only thing he does with any degree of competence. Cedric grinned, shaking his head. You two really did take him down a peg. Honestly, we couldn't have handled that situation without you. We've all got enough to worry about with the match, and Malfoy just well, you know how he is. Harry shrugged like it was no big deal. What can I say? It's just another Tuesday in the life of me, really. I'm just here to keep the world from tipping into utter chaos. Susan rolled her eyes, though the fondness in her smile was undeniable. You're full of it, you know that. Full of awesome, you mean, Harry corrected her, tapping his chest with a smirk. And I'm fine with that. Someone has to keep things interesting around here. Well, you've definitely done that, Cedric said, his grin widening. Seriously, thank you. I don't think we'd have been able to stay as focused as we needed to if we were worrying about a weather catastrophe and Malfoy's performance art. You've done Hufflepuff a solid. Jean raised an eyebrow. So we're not getting a thank you gift? No medals for saving your team from total disaster. You're right, Cedric said, his tone mock dramatic. We'll get right on that. But first, we should make sure Malfoy isn't plotting to somehow turn the entire match into a disaster. Ah, classic Malfoy, Harry said with a grin, leaning back in his seat. Just when you think he can't outdo himself, he pulls out a new trick. But hey, we've got this in the bag. We'll just go out there, show Slytherin what Gryffindor's really made of. He flashed a wicked grin. And I'll try not to make him cry too loudly when he gets benched. Susan chuckled, giving him a thumbs up. You've got this. And try not to make Malfoy's humiliation too public. Though, I can't promise we won't be passing around a few extra copies of that injury report. Appreciated, Jean said dryly. Now, if you two don't mind, I think we've got a Quidditch match to get to before Malfoy decides to set up his next round of theatrics. Cedric turned to leave, but not before giving Harry a friendly clap on the back. We'll see you on the pitch, then. And thanks again. You've both made this whole thing a lot less painful to deal with. Good luck, Harry said, grinning at them both as they walked away. And I'll try to keep Malfoy on the sidelines this time. It'd be a shame if he tried to stage another heroic comeback. As they disappeared into the crowd, Jean turned to Harry, a playful glint in her eye. I think they might actually be more grateful to us for the show than they are for their own team. Harry shrugged, looking unrepentant. Hey, someone had to save the day. Might as well be us. Jean snorted. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're kinda good at that. Harry raised an eyebrow. You think so? Jean's smirk grew wider. Oh, I know so. Let's just hope Malfoy doesn't figure out how to make a bigger fool of himself this time. Don't worry, Harry said, as they stood up to head toward the pitch. I think he's already given us his best shot. And personally, I think it's a winner. With that, the two of them made their way out of the Great Hall, ready to take on whatever drama the day had in store. One thing was for sure, Draco Malfoy was officially public enemy number one, and Harry? Well, he was ready for the sequel. Chapter 50, Chapter 49. The changing room of the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch was a scene of chaotic energy, mostly nervous energy, but hey, it's not like Harry Potter expected anything less before a match. The weather outside was so bad it looked like the sky had completely lost its mind. It wasn't just raining cats and mice, it was as if the entire animal kingdom had decided to take a swim and forgot to ask for permission. Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but out there, Ron Weasley grumbled, adjusting his keeper gloves. His ginger hair was already plastered to his forehead with the humidity. And I'm pretty sure I can feel the rain in my bones. Do you think the pitch will flood? Maybe we should practice swimming. Fred Weasley, twirling his beater bat like he was auditioning for a Quidditch-themed action movie, shot a glance at Ron. Oh, please. Flooding would just add to the chaos. Besides, we'd only be halfway into the match before Malfoy's whining about the flooded pitch gets old. You know, like usual. Maybe we should just chuck him in the lake and see if the water's deep enough to drown his dramatic flair, George added, grinning mischievously as he balanced his bat on his shoulder. Too good for him, Jean Grey said from the other side of the room, her arms casually crossed over her chest as she looked through the window. She was dressed in her Quidditch gear, which fit her like it was custom-made by some enchanted tailor. If we're throwing people in the lake, let's at least throw in someone who deserves it. Draco wouldn't even know how to swim without it being some kind of weird, look at me, I'm so refined, I'm learning how to swim in style moment. Maybe we should do that, Harry added, leaning against his locker with a wicked grin. Just to see if his ego floats or sinks first. The suspense would be killer. There was a moment of shared laughter before Ron gave them both a flat look. Not funny. If you two get me in trouble for a joke, I'll... Shut up, Weasley, Fred interrupted with a dramatic eye roll. We're just trying to keep the mood light before Captain Doom and Gloom gets here. As if on cue, the door to the changing room slammed open, and in walked Oliver Wood, broomstick in hand, a serious look plastered across his face. He was the kind of guy who didn't need a loud entrance to command attention. He was just Oliver Wood. And when Oliver Wood had a look on his face, it was better to listen. All right, team, he said in that voice of his half stern, half motivational speaker like he was about to lead them into battle. I know the weather's about as pleasant as a pile of wet socks, but we've trained in worse. This isn't the time to back down. It's time to show the rest of the school that Gryffindor isn't just about looks and Lucky Charm bracelets. Honestly, you don't need to add the Lucky Charm bracelets bit, George snickered under his breath, nudging Fred with his elbow. You've got to give him credit, Fred said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. No one does pep talks like Wood. Makes you feel like you could take on a mountain. Or, you know, survive the rain. Katie Bell, looking sharp in her chaser gear, rolled her eyes but flashed a grin at Fred. Honestly, I think I'd rather take on a mountain than listen to another one of Oliver's motivational speeches about how we're not Lucky Charm bracelets. But you know, it's part of the charm. I'll have you know, Oliver began, pointing his broomstick at Fred like it was a weapon, I'm trying to give you all a little fire, a little fire? Or do you just like the sound of your own voice, Wood? Jean interrupted, winking at him as she tossed her hair back. Because it's starting to sound like a broken record. Thanks for the insight, Jean, Oliver said with a half-smile, clearly appreciating her sarcasm despite his best efforts to keep a straight face. Now, I've got a job for each and every one of you. No more jokes. We're going to play like Gryffindor, and we're going to fight for this match. We might not have the perfect conditions, but we've got heart, and that's all we need. We don't let the rain or Malfoy get to us. Got it. Got it, the team chorused, though Ron added under his breath, I just hope I don't drown out there. Right, Oliver continued, ignoring Ron's side comment. You've all been briefed on the strategy, but here's the deal, don't let up. We're going to show Slytherin that no matter what the weather does, we're still coming for them. No excuses. That's the spirit, Captain. Fred said enthusiastically, raising his beater bat in the air. If the rain doesn't drown us, let's at least make sure Malfoy's dramatic act does. Seriously, Wood, you make us sound like a bunch of Gryffindor robots, Jean said, grinning. I mean, if I'm going to fight for the team, can we at least have some snacks afterward? Like a big cake or something. Maybe a celebratory feast. After we win, you can have all the cake you want, Oliver shot back, his tone serious but a glimmer of humor in his eyes. But first, we're going out there to crush this match. The team exchanged determined glances, and just like that, the last of the nerves evaporated. They were Gryffindor. They were going to take on Slytherin, rain or not. All right, Ron said, smirking as he picked up his broom. But if we lose, I'm blaming Malfoy's ego for distracting me. Deal, Jean said, already moving toward the door. Let's go remind him he's not the only one who can play dramatic roles. Fred and George gave each other a look, a silent agreement that said, this match was going to be one for the books. They'd have to make sure Malfoy got the memo that no one was buying his act. Not today. As the team filed out, ready to face the storm, Harry felt the familiar rush of excitement. The rain wasn't going to stop him. No, he was going to fly circles around anyone who thought a little bit of bad weather could take him down. With a grin, he turned to Ron. Race you to the pitch? Harry asked, a playful gleam in his eye. Ron groaned. Not today, Potter. I'm already wet enough. Well, at least you'll have a head start. See you out there. Harry winked and bolted ahead, not even waiting for Ron to protest. And just like that, the storm outside seemed like it didn't even matter. Harry was ready to chase down the snitch, and no amount of rain or drama from Malfoy could take him off his game. This was Gryffindor. And no storm, no matter how big, could ever stop them from winning. The rain came down like it had a personal vendetta against anyone stupid enough to be outside, and the Quidditch pitch looked like it had been turned into a swamp. The wind howled like it was auditioning for Lord of the Rings, but nobody on the Gryffindor team seemed fazed. If anything, they were almost excited about it, like this was their chance to prove that no amount of weather could stop them from making Slytherin eat dirt. Harry's broomstick was already looking like a soggy rag, but the moment he swung a leg over it, the usual spark of excitement surged through him. The game had officially started, and the only thing that could possibly make this day worse was if he somehow managed to crash into Ron and end up spending the rest of the match drenched and broken, though he wasn't entirely sure that would be a bad thing, given Ron's constant complaints. As they walked toward the pitch, Ron, still adjusting his gloves in that methodical way he always did when something was bugging him, muttered under his breath, honestly, if the Bludgers get any wetter, we might have to start using rubber balls. At least they'd bounce back. Fred overheard this and gave a loud, obnoxious snort of laughter. Ron, mate, don't be silly. We know you'll just bounce back, all plump and squishy after the rain. George added, honestly, you might even survive being hit by a bludger now. We could have a new form of entertainment, Ron Weasley, the human shield. I've been hit by a bludger in nearly every practice this year, and that's before we factor in Fred and George's attempts at aiming them at me, Ron said with a sigh, rolling his eyes. At this point, I'm just trying to survive the storm without getting wet. Harry smirked. Don't worry, mate. If you get hit, just pretend it's a surprise. It'll throw the Slytherins off. Sure, Harry, Ron muttered, but he gave Harry a skeptical look anyway. You know, I can't decide whether you're brave or just a little bit insane. You don't even flinch when the rain turns the pitch into a slip and slide. Fred nudged George and nodded toward Ron. You heard the man. Bravery is clearly overrated. They reached the sidelines where the reserve players were standing, already trying to keep their brooms from getting too soaked. Ginny, who looked like she had just stepped out of an action movie, was casually twirling her wand between her fingers. Her hair, usually neat, was a matted mess thanks to the storm, but that didn't stop her from giving Harry an eyebrow raise as he passed by. Need a rain check on your weather forecasting skills, Harry? Ginny asked, flashing him a grin that could have melted glaciers. Harry threw a glance at her. You're about to find out that a little rain isn't going to stop me. But hey, if it does, I'll just call you in as my replacement. Ginny rolled her eyes. You wish, Potter. I'd still beat you one-handed. Jean Grey, standing just behind Ginny, smirked from the sidelines. Her eyes, glowing faintly despite the weather, didn't leave Harry's for a second. Don't forget who's got the backup plan if you end up underperforming, Harry. Backup plan? Harry said, raising an eyebrow as he smirked. Please, Jean. If I mess up, the real plan is to blame it on Fred and George, like always. Dean Thomas, who had been watching the exchange with amusement, chimed in, you know, if you do crash, I'll be there to help you up. Maybe not right away, though. I'm still waiting for my own moment to shine out there. Harry shot him a look. Not to be dramatic, Dean, but if you end up on the field, you might be more useful than Ron here anyway. Ron shot a mock glare. Hey, at least I won't be as drenched as you two. You look like drowned rats. Only because we're embracing the storm, Fred said, jumping in. Plus, drowned rat is so last season. This is a wet hero look now. Alicia Spinett, Katie Bell, and Angelina Johnson were already readying themselves on their brooms, getting into their trademark positions. Katie was focused, already running through some strategies in her head, while Angelina and Alicia exchanged a few last-minute tips. Fred winked at them as they passed by. You ready to give Slytherin a nice, soggy beating? Fred called out. Angelina raised an eyebrow at him. What do you think? We're about to give them a very wet wake-up call. As the teams lined up at the center of the pitch, there was no doubt in Harry's mind that this was going to be one of those matches that people would still be talking about years from now. He could see the Slytherin team already assembled, their sleek black uniforms like shadows against the gloomy sky. But none of them had the swagger that Harry saw in Marcus Flint, standing like a mountain at the front. The guy was built like a tank, his arms crossed, glaring at anyone who dared to meet his eyes. And then there was the handshake. Or more accurately, the hand crush contest. Flint's hand came down like a bear trap, while Oliver Wood stepped forward with a grin that could have belonged to a lion about to pounce. I swear, Flint, Oliver muttered, squeezing back, one of these days, I'll break your hand. Just you wait. Flint's grin only widened, like he was having too much fun with this. Wouldn't be the first time, would? You've got a weak handshake for a keeper. Yeah, well, I didn't learn how to shake hands from an ogre, Oliver shot back. But hey, I've got a few surprises for you today. Bring it, Wood, Flint said, turning on his heel. Professor Hooch, standing nearby with a frown like she was seriously considering taking away everyone's brooms, gave a disapproving glance at both captains. Enough of that, you two. Save it for the pitch. Fine, Professor, Flint muttered. Oliver, always quick to respond, gave one last look at Flint. "See you in the air." And then, it was time. The teams mounted their brooms, the wind howling even louder now, as if daring them to take off into the chaos. Lee Jordan's voice broke the tension like a bomb going off. "Welcome, welcome, everyone, to the most exciting match of the season." Lee's voice rang out across the pitch. "You are in for a treat today, folks. Gryffindor vs Slytherin in the most dangerous conditions we've seen in years. And trust me, we've got a storm here that could put even Harry Potter's Quidditch skills to the test." The players kicked off the ground, shooting into the air, rain pelting their faces like missiles, but they didn't even flinch. Harry flew upward, a grin plastered on his face. This was what he lived for. This was his world. And no storm was going to change that. The rain was coming down in sheets now, the kind of downpour that made you question your life choices like, why did I choose to play Quidditch in the middle of this monsoon? But if there's one thing Harry Potter knew, it was that Quidditch didn't stop for a little rain. In fact, the rain made everything better. The pitch was practically a slip and slide, and every player was skating around like they were auditioning for a Quidditch-themed ice show. Lee Jordan's voice rang out above the chaos, his excitement practically making the clouds above them vibrate. "And the chasers, folks. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, absolute legends out there. They're dodging Slytherin's defense like it's an obstacle course in a circus. I mean, Montague's got the reflexes of a sloth on sleeping pills, Flint's just trying to look intimidating, and Warrington? Well, I'm pretty sure he's only playing to get out of doing homework." Harry couldn't help but chuckle as he sped past Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin seeker. Malfoy was tailing him like a dog that had just figured out how to bark at the mailman. "Potter," Malfoy sneered, his voice cutting through the downpour. "You know, for someone who thinks he's all that, you sure do fly like you've never seen a broom before." Harry didn't even look at him, focusing instead on the way the rain seemed to make everything a bit more fun. But of course, Malfoy had to make it weird. "Yeah, Malfoy," Harry called back over his shoulder, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Maybe you should have asked your daddy to buy you a broom that doesn't look like it was made out of leftover twigs from last year's Hagrid-approved broom sale." Malfoy's eyes narrowed, but Harry didn't stick around to watch the reaction. Instead, he kicked his firebolt into high gear. The thing practically hummed beneath him, and he shot forward, weaving through the rain like a rocket in a thunderstorm. Lee's commentary cut through the air again. "And folks, Gryffindor's beaters Fred and George Weasley are giving Slytherin a full-body workout, launching bludgears like they're trying to send them to a different dimension. Slytherin's Derek and Bull are doing their best to play defense, but it's like watching a toddler trying to stop a train. Not gonna happen, folks." Harry couldn't help but grin. Fred and George were having the time of their lives out there, sending bludgears at Slytherin like they were trying to take out a couple of gnomes in the backyard. The twins weren't just beaters, they were chaos agents. "And here comes Slytherin's defense," Lee continued, barely able to keep his voice steady with all the excitement. "Warrington's still trying to figure out what a quaffle is, Flint's got the aim of a drunken hippogriff, and Montague as well. Montague's just out here for the snacks, folks." Harry smirked. He could practically hear the eye roll in Lee's voice. Montague had always been an easy target, and today was no different. But all of that was background noise to Harry's main focus, the snitch. His eyes scanned the field, every instinct telling him it was nearby. And just then, he saw it. A glint of gold streaked across the sky, darting just above the Gryffindor goalposts. Without a second thought, Harry kicked his firebolt into overdrive. Malfoy, predictably, was right behind him, trying to keep pace. "You're not going to catch it, Potter," he called out in that smarmy tone of his. "You're not even worthy of it." Harry's lips twitched. "Says the guy with the broom that looks like it was built by a blind goblin. You really think I'm not worthy of the snitch? Come back when your broom stops struggling to stay airborne, Malfoy. The insult seemed to hit its target. Harry could see Malfoy's knuckles go white around his broomstick, his face turning a lovely shade of crimson. Lee, clearly enjoying the drama unfolding, didn't skip a beat. And folks, here's the showdown we've all been waiting for. Potter and Malfoy are neck and neck in a race for the snitch, and it's looking like Potter's got the upper hand with that firebolt of his. Malfoy's broom might be nice, but it's not a firebolt, and as we all know, folks, there's only one firebolt. It's like comparing a rocket ship to a bicycle. Harry could feel the speed of the firebolt beneath him. It was like an extension of his body. The Nimbus 2001 wasn't a bad broom, but it wasn't this. Malfoy could push it all he wanted, but Harry was already streaking ahead, the snitch now just inches away. Malfoy, Harry called back with a smirk, you really should get a new broom. It's cute how you think it's keeping up, but we both know it's got more issues than a Daily Prophet editorial. Shut up, Potter. Malfoy snapped, frustration leaking into his voice. But Harry was already pulling ahead, the snitch fluttering just out of Malfoy's reach. And then bam! Harry's fingers closed around it. Yes! Harry shouted, grinning like a madman as the snitch fluttered in his palm. Who's your daddy, Malfoy? Lee's voice practically exploded over the intercom. And it's over. Gryffindor wins, folks. Potter catches the snitch with style, and trust me, that's the kind of catch that'll go down in history. Malfoy, on the other hand, might want to consider upgrading that broom. Just saying. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Harry, grinning ear to ear, flew down to his team. Fred and George were already celebrating, high-fiving anyone who looked at them for more than 2 seconds. Oliver Wood was practically glowing with pride, and Katie, Angelina, and Alicia were celebrating like they'd just been crowned the champions of the Quidditch World Cup. As Harry landed, he caught sight of Malfoy glaring up at him from across the pitch. His face was redder than a Weasley sweater, and he was clearly fuming. You cheated, Potter. Malfoy spat, his voice hoarse with anger. That's not fair. Harry chuckled, holding up the snitch for the whole world to see. Right, Malfoy. Totally cheated. Just like the last time you got utterly shown up in front of the entire school. With that, he turned to join his team, leaving Malfoy muttering to himself, his broom sputtering behind him like a motorbike that had seen better days. Gryffindor was victorious, and Harry had once again shown Malfoy who was boss. Rain or no rain. The moment Lee Jordan's voice hit the airwaves, it felt like the entire stadium collectively held its breath, just waiting for the punchline. And there it is, folks. Gryffindor wins again. With a jaw-dropping score of 180-0. That's right, Slytherin. 0. Nada. Nothing. Like a particularly embarrassing game of Quidditch where you don't even show up. Lee shouted, his voice practically vibrating with excitement. The crowd exploded. It was like someone set off 100 fireworks at once, explosive, loud, and impossible to ignore. Harry, naturally, was the one getting the most attention as he zipped around on his broom like he was the center of the universe. And to be fair, in this moment, he was. Potter, Lee continued, catches the snitch in record time. And I mean, record time. Malfoy had zero chance, folks. It was like watching a cat chase a laser pointer, except the cat was wearing a cape. And I'm sure Malfoy still thinks he's a Quidditch genius. Bless his heart. The entire stadium howled with laughter. Harry grinned, because honestly, what else was he supposed to do? Malfoy was probably out there somewhere, drowning in his own salty tears. At least it wasn't his fault. As Harry descended from the sky, showing off the golden snitch with as much style as possible, he spotted his teammates in the distance. Oliver Wood, leading the charge like some kind of Quidditch drill sergeant, followed by Angelina, Alicia, and Katie, all of them practically glowing from the victory. Fred and George were already laughing and arm wrestling each other, trying, and failing, to look intimidating in their victory. Harry couldn't help but feel a little proud of his team. They were basically unstoppable today. They landed on the pitch, and Harry slid off his broom with the finesse of a seasoned pro. But as he did, a voice shouted across the field. "Don't think you can escape just yet, Potter." It was Ron, grinning like a madman. His cheeks were flushed, but the pure joy on his face was impossible to miss. Beside him stood the rest of the reserve team, waiting for their moment to celebrate. Jean, Demelza, Dean, Richie, Jimmy, and Ginny all lined up like they were ready to jump into the greatest group hug the wizarding world had ever seen. Harry had just enough time to wave at them before Jean, who, let's face it, had never met a moment she didn't want to make her own, stepped up and planted a kiss squarely on his lips. "Okay, hold up." "What?" Harry froze. His brain immediately short-circuited. It was like someone had suddenly cast a spell to make all the thoughts in his head come to a screeching halt. Jean pulled away, her face impossibly smug. She gave him a little wink, that mischievous glint in her eyes telling Harry everything he needed to know. That was how she wanted to celebrate their victory, hey? And it wasn't even her birthday yet. Her actual birthday was tomorrow, and Harry had already promised her a date in Hogsmeade. But this was a plot twist he hadn't been expecting. "Happy pre-birthday to me," Jean teased, her voice dripping with amusement. "I figured I'd get the awkward first kiss out of the way so we can just enjoy tomorrow, yet." I, Harry sputtered, blinking at her like he had no idea what just happened. He glanced around, but his friends were all watching this like they were seeing a car wreck in slow motion. "I didn't even. What are you?" "Not sure how you missed it, Potter," Jean grinned, her arms folded confidently. "But hey, I like to make a lasting impression." Fred and George, who had clearly been watching from a distance, erupted into whoops of laughter. "Oi, Harry!" Fred shouted, elbowing George in the ribs. "I thought you were supposed to be the one winning over hearts and minds, not losing yours to Jean here." George choked out, "Honestly, mate, you need to work on your kissing game. That was way too quick. The crowd's gonna be disappointed. They expected drama. And slow motion." "C'mon." Alicia snorted, shaking her head. "Oh, come on, that was way more dramatic than any of us expected." Katie, still holding her broom, leaned over to Harry. "I thought you were supposed to be the cool, calm seeker. Not the blushing, stammering idiot we all just saw." "Really, Katie?" Harry gave her an exaggerated side-eye, his face redder than a Gryffindor banner. "Because I definitely wasn't planning on being the world's biggest awkward mess right in front of all of you. But, you know, here we are." All right, all right," Lee's voice boomed from the speaker again, and Harry's heart skipped. Lee's next line would be a zinger for sure. Looks like Harry's game of Quidditch wasn't the only thing that got suddenly heated today. "If you'll excuse me, folks, I think we're about to get some very interesting gossip. This is going to make Hogsmeade tomorrow even more interesting, Harry buried his face in his hands, realizing that the whole school was absolutely going to be talking about this for the next few weeks. He could practically hear the rumors starting to swirl like a storm. But then, a voice broke through the chaos. "Well, looks like Harry's going to have a very interesting date tomorrow," Ginny said, stepping forward with a knowing smile. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. "Though, I hope you're not planning on spending all night thinking about how Jean kisses." That was it. Harry's face reached the temperature of a firecracker. He shot a glare at Ginny, but she just winked and laughed. "You know, you could have warned me before she just did that," Harry muttered, still trying to get his bearings. "Oi, we didn't even get the details of your date yet." Fred interrupted, shaking his head in mock dismay. "What's the plan? Dinner? Dancing? More kisses? I'm just saying, you're the guy who's got this whole romance thing figured out, right?" "Honestly," Harry grumbled, Trying to regain some composure, I'm just hoping I can survive the next few hours without being roasted alive by my friends. George slapped him on the back with a grin. Mate, you're about to learn that being the seeker is nothing compared to being the target of 100 Weasley jokes. You'll be fine. As everyone began to descend into the chaos of their post-game celebration, the whole crowd surrounding them, it dawned on Harry that he didn't mind the teasing as much as he expected. Because tomorrow, he was going to be with Jean, and that was something worth looking forward to. And if the entire school was going to roast him for it, well, at least they were all watching. And who didn't like a little drama once in a while? The Gryffindor common room was a sight to behold. It was as if the entire castle had just erupted into a party, and naturally, the party was taking place in their own corner of the universe. The fire crackled merrily, and there were banners everywhere proclaiming Gryffindor's ultimate superiority. The common room was a chaotic mix of red and gold, as if the walls themselves were cheering. Fred and George, with their usual flair, had somehow procured a dozen bottles of butterbeer, all of which they insisted on cracking open at once, sending foam spilling everywhere. To Gryffindor, they shouted in unison, clinking their bottles together so forcefully they nearly took each other's heads off. To Harry, Fred added, his voice slightly slurred already. I mean, who else do we credit with snatching that snitch like it was a golden egg on Easter? George grinned. And let's not forget how he made Malfoy look like he was chasing after a rogue dragonfly on a broomstick held together by chewing gum and string. Harry, trying to escape the attention, sidestepped them with as much grace as he could muster considering the whole room had turned its gaze to him the moment he stepped through the door. Yet, he muttered, still not entirely sure what to make of the whole kiss of death by Jean incident that afternoon. Let's just focus on the fact that we won. A collective cheer went up. Even Ron, who had spent the majority of the match with his eyes glued to the pitch, had joined in the celebration. He was holding a butterbeer like it was the Holy Grail, eyes wide with the kind of enthusiasm only Ron Weasley could muster after a Quidditch victory. Yet, we crushed them. Take that, Slytherin. He raised his bottle so high it almost hit the chandelier. And Malfoy's got to be crying into his pillow right now. Not just crying, Ginny added with a sly grin, appearing behind Ron. Screaming like a banshee whose broom just broke mid-air. Couldn't have happened to a better git, Ron muttered. But before he could go on, he was immediately distracted by Fred and George pulling him into a group hug with the rest of the team. You're in Gryffindor, mate. Fred shouted. We're allowed to scream like that. All part of the tradition. Right. George piped up. So what if we went a little overboard and had a bit too much butterbeer? I'm sure it's completely legal. At this, Harry couldn't help but snort. You guys have no shame, he said, grinning. And that's exactly why I love you. That's the spirit. Fred replied, swinging his arm around Harry's shoulders in a not-so-graceful half-hug. Come on, everyone. To Harry Potter, who just made Slytherin's dreams come crashing down, one snitch at a time. Yeah, but let's be real, Ginny cut in, her grin wide and teasing. We all know the real reason they lost was because Malfoy was too busy mooning over you to actually play Quidditch. Who, me? Harry's ears turned a shade of red that almost rivaled the Gryffindor banners. He shot Jean a look, half exasperated, half amused. He wasn't that distracted, was he? Oh, he was, Jean teased, her eyes glittering with mischief. She leaned in, giving him a playful nudge that nearly sent him stumbling into a nearby chair. And if you didn't notice, he had a very personal moment during your flight. Don't worry, he'll be running home to his mummy after this match. You know, for some comfort and hot cocoa. Harry groaned, his face burning hotter than the fire in the hearth. You're never going to let me live this down, are you? I mean, come on, she said, practically bouncing in place, clearly enjoying herself. It was too perfect. Malfoy, that poor kid, looked like he needed therapy after you pulled that snitch stunt. I mean, did you see the look on his face when you swooped in? Priceless. Yeah, Ginny added with a mischievous grin. I think I heard his feelings break all the way from the stands. But before Harry could respond, the Phelps twins Fred and George had launched into another round of overly dramatic, exaggerated commentary, drawing everyone's attention once again. Now, for the moment we've all been waiting for, Fred said, holding up his bottle of butterbeer like an auctioneer with the world's greatest prize. Let's get down to the real celebration. What's the deal with you two? What? Harry spluttered. What do you mean? You're all completely insane. Oh, don't pretend you're not dying to see what happens next, George said, eyes twinkling. We all know what's going down tomorrow. Guys, Harry said, feeling his brain short-circuit again. He was honestly starting to think that maybe, just maybe, he would rather face Malfoy on a broomstick than his entire team right now. Ginny, though, wasn't letting him off the hook that easily. She leaned toward him with a grin that was pure mischief, flicking her eyes over to Jean, who was now watching them both with a knowing look. So, Ginny began, voice pitched just above a whisper, are we going to see this pre-birthday celebration go all the way? Jean burst out laughing. You're just trying to get him to say something embarrassing now, aren't you? She teased, her voice light but dripping with that unmistakable confidence that only Jean Grey could pull off. Harry shot them both an exasperated look. Oh, I see. You've been planning this from the start, haven't you? Well, guess what? I'm not that easy to embarrass. Fred and George, of course, didn't let up. Oh, we know you're not, mate, Fred said, elbowing Harry playfully. But I do think a certain someone is dying to hear about your plans. Don't worry, mate, George said, his grin mischievous. We'll make sure everyone knows how you plan on spending your evening with Jean. Butterbeer's on us for the next hour. Harry groaned, but in that moment, surrounded by his friends and by the whole chaotic, teasing storm that was Gryffindor, he realized that no amount of teasing could ruin the best Quidditch victory of his life. After all, with his friends behind him, how could he possibly lose? Jean, smirking from the other side of the room, met his eyes. Enjoying the attention, Potter? She asked, raising an eyebrow as if she were the one in control of everything. Harry gave her a half-smile, feeling far too relaxed to be anything but amused. Just remember, Jean. You might be the star of the show tonight, but tomorrow's my game. And I'm already planning on winning. She grinned. We'll see, Potter. We'll see. Chapter 51, Chapter 50. Harry woke up with the distinct feeling that something was off. Not in a Voldemort is in your head again way, but in a why am I not being attacked with pillows way. Because, normally, his mornings started with at least one of his dorm mates launching something at his face: pillow, sock, textbook, whatever was closest. It was tradition. And yet, today? Nothing. Which could only mean one thing. Something way more important was happening. And then it hit him. Hogsmeade. First trip. First date. Jean Grey's birthday. Yep. Just a completely normal, zero pressure, no stakes situation where everything could go horribly wrong. Oi, Harry, you awake? Ron's voice filtered through the curtains of his four-poster bed. Harry groaned and cracked open one eye. Big mistake. Ron had already yanked the curtains back, looking far too awake for someone who usually needed 3 tries to put his socks on properly. Come on, mate. It's our first ever Hogsmeade trip. And you've got a date, Ron added, waggling his eyebrows. Seamus, already halfway dressed, snorted. Yeah, Potter, big day for you. First Hogsmeade, first date, and Jean's birthday? You better not cock this up. Harry let his head drop back onto his pillow. Wow, thanks, Seamus. That's really comforting. Dean, sitting on his bed, smirked as he laced up his boots. He's got a point, though. Jean Grey? You're punching above your weight class, mate. Harry grabbed the nearest pillow and chucked it at him. Dean dodged like he'd been expecting it. Seamus grinned. Seriously, how did you pull that off? I mean, Jean Grey powerful, smart, gorgeous, and you. An emotionally constipated Quidditch player with a savior complex. Dean supplied helpfully. Wow, look at all this love and support in this room, Harry deadpanned. Neville, who had just finished tying his tie, gave Harry a sympathetic nod. You'll be fine, Harry. Just, don't overthink it. Seamus grinned. Yeah. And don't make her regret asking you out in the first place. Harry groaned. I'm not overthinking it, all right. Total lie. He was absolutely overthinking it. But nobody needed to know that. Ron clapped him on the back. Look, worst case scenario, you do something dumb, she changes her mind, and you spend the rest of the year crying into your firebolt. Wow, thank you, Ron, Harry said, shoving him away. You should write motivational posters. Ron grinned. Right. When life knocks you down, stay down, it's safer there. Harry sat up, stretching, and then turned to his trunk. He stared at it for a long moment. What the hell was he supposed to wear on a date? There was no dating for dummies, Hogwarts edition. Did he go casual? Try to be fancy? What was the appropriate attire for taking Jean Grey on a date, celebrating her birthday, and not looking like an absolute idiot? He heard Dean chuckle behind him. Harry, if you take any longer staring at your clothes, we're gonna miss the trip entirely. Right, Harry muttered, shaking himself out of it. He eventually settled on jeans, a dark red sweater, because Gryffindor pride, obviously, and his best cloak. Ron gave him an approving nod. All right, not bad. You don't look like you're trying too hard, but you also don't look like you just rolled out of bed and hoped for the best. Seamus snorted. That's actually impressive for you, Potter. Dean smirked. Jean's gonna like that. Probably helps that you've got the whole windswept messy hair thing going for you. Harry ran a hand through his hair. It's not a thing. It's totally a thing, Neville said, grinning. All right, everyone ready? Dean asked, standing up and stretching. Neville grabbed his coat. Yep. Seamus threw an arm around Harry's shoulders. Time to experience Hogsmeade for the first time. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. First ever Hogsmeade trip. First ever date. First ever Jean Grey birthday celebration. No pressure. None at all. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Jean Grey had survived a lot in her life. Telepathy. Telekinesis. The Phoenix Force. The chaotic nonsense that was being a Gryffindor. But this might actually kill her. She was not going to freak out. Except she absolutely was freaking out. Because today was huge. First ever Hogsmeade trip. First ever birthday at Hogwarts. First ever date with Harry Potter. Her brain had spent the last 8 hours screaming at her in all caps. Do not mess this up. And then because the universe had a sick sense of humor, her curtains were ripped open like she was about to be sacrificed to some ancient fashion gods. Happy birthday, birthday girl. Lavender Brown practically sang, grinning like this was her big day instead of Jean's. Jean let out a noise somewhere between a startled yelp and a groan. Oh my god, Lavender, it's too early for this. Too early. Parvati Patil scoffed, sliding onto Jean's bed like they were about to spill the juiciest gossip of the year. Jean. You are about to go on a date with Harry Potter. In Hogsmeade. On your birthday. This is the kind of thing people write bad romance novels about. Jean sat up, rubbing her face. Well, when you put it like that. It sounds like a nightmare, Hermione cut in from across the room, barely looking up from her book. Why would you want that much pressure on your birthday? Lavender gave her a look. Because it's romantic. And magical. And Parvati smirked. And because Jean's had a ridiculous crush on Harry for months. Jean groaned and flopped back against her pillows. Please stop talking. Lavender gasped dramatically. Jean, how dare you? This is girl talk. This is sacred. Parvati nodded. Exactly. And besides, we have work to do. Jean peeked up at them, already regretting it. What kind of work? Birthday girl makeover. Jean sat up fast. Nope. No, I do not need a makeover. Lavender ignored this. We have exactly 1 hour to make sure you walk into that date looking so good that Harry actually forgets how to speak. Or at least long enough for us to get photographic evidence of his face when he sees you, Parvati added. Guys, Jean groaned. I'm not trying to make him lose his mind. I'm just hoping I don't trip over my own feet and embarrass myself. Parvati grinned. Yeah, well, that's a low bar. We're aiming higher. Lavender clapped her hands. Operation Birthday Girl Supreme begins now. Hermione finally looked up, blinking. Wait, what's happening? Parvati turned to her. We're making Jean look stunning for her date. Hermione frowned. Jean already looks fine. Lavender gasped, offended. Fine? Fine is for exams and tax forms, Hermione. Jean is going on a romantic birthday date in a magical village with the boy who lived. Parvati nodded. We need her at jaw-dropping levels. Jean groaned. This is a mistake. Hermione muttered, I have so many regrets. But, honestly, Jean was kind of having fun. First ever Hogsmeade trip. First ever birthday at Hogwarts. First ever date with Harry Potter. Yep. No pressure at all. Operation Birthday Girl Supreme commence chaos. Jean Grey should have known better. The moment Lavender Brown declared this operation official, she was already a dead woman walking. And by dead, I mean deeply trapped in the worst makeover mission of her life. You're gonna look amazing, Jean, Lavender said with the kind of certainty that only came from a person who thought confidence was a magical potion. Jean could practically hear the imaginary violin music playing as she realized what she'd gotten herself into. The whole situation reeked of I didn't ask for this, but I'm too polite to back out now. Parvati Patil and Lavender had launched their mission, their eyes gleaming with the sort of focused enthusiasm that could only be compared to a two-headed hydra in a beauty salon. Parvati was circling Jean like she was prey, which, let's face it, Jean was. The predator had found its mark, and Jean was helpless in the face of this. Oh, don't worry, we'll make you shine, Lavender said ominously, rifling through Jean's wardrobe like it was a treasure chest full of disaster. Too formal. Too casual. Oh my Merlin, you look like you teach ancient runes and own a lot of cats. Jean shot her a look. What's wrong with that? I like cats. Lavender smirked. Jean, it's Hogsmeade Day. We need you to look like you just stepped out of a Vogue magazine, not like you've just had a long chat with your Hogwarts-appropriate collection of magical felines. Do I have to look fashionable? Jean asked, already regretting her life choices. Oh, Jean, fashion is not a requirement, Parvati said, eyebrow arched like she'd just discovered Jean's soul was in desperate need of a makeover. It's more like a lifestyle. Jean winced. This was going to be worse than a Patronus battle with a Dementor. Wait, Lavender suddenly exclaimed, her voice like the sound of victory. She pulled out a deep red sweater with far too much drama. This is the one. Jean blinked. It's just a sweater. No, No. It's the sweater. Lavender held it up like she was presenting the Holy Grail. It says, I am confident, effortlessly stunning, and possess a casual vibe that screams Gryffindor pride. It also says, I might have just woke up like this. Jean frowned. And you think it's perfect? Parvati looked Jean up and down and nodded. Oh yeah. It's basically like a magical confidence potion. And you'll still look like you're not trying too hard. Hermione, who had been quietly reading and pretending she wasn't part of this circus, glanced up from her book, raising a brow. You know, that actually does look good on you. Jean sighed, surrendering to the universe. Fine. The sweater stays. Lavender clapped her hands. Finally. We're moving on. But then came the dreaded phase 2. Hair and makeup, the real horror show. Okay, Parvati declared with the confidence of a sorceress about to cast a spell, let's talk hair. Jean instinctively ran a hand through her red locks. What's wrong with it? I like it the way it is. Parvati grinned like a cat that had just swallowed a canary. Oh, it's beautiful, obviously, but we can make it more magical. Jean's eyes narrowed. I'm not turning into a unicorn, Parvati. Just trust us, Lavender chimed in, eyeing her with the seriousness of someone who had seriously messed with someone's hair before. No unicorns involved. Jean muttered under her breath, if this is some kind of wizarding hair curse. Hermione, still reading, didn't even look up. It's not a curse, Jean. We literally do magic here. It's what we do. Right. Magic. Perfect, Jean replied dryly. The next 5 minutes were an assault on her senses. Lavender, Parvati, and some mascara wands. So many mascara wands. Jean's nerves were about to start texting her for emotional support. But, stubbornly, she stayed still, because if she moved, she'd end up with a magical disaster. Finally, Parvati handed her a mirror, looking far too pleased with herself. Now, look at yourself. Jean hesitated, the familiar anxiety creeping up on her. She took a deep breath and looked at her reflection. Her hair was different. Softer. Shinier. It flowed in perfect waves, like she'd just stepped out of a shampoo commercial. She could barely believe it was her own hair. Jean Grey, turned into a magazine cover model in the space of 5 minutes. And her face? It looked, well, better. Like she'd actually slept last night instead of freaking out about her first date with Harry Potter. Jean blinked. Okay. I might be okay with this. Lavender and Parvati exchanged high fives. Success. Lavender crowed. Parvati added, you're officially date ready. Jean glared at them, but there was a reluctant smile on her lips. This is probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Too late, Lavender said cheerfully. You're in it now. Final phase, confidence boosting and emotional wreckage. Jean took one last glance in the mirror. Okay, so she looked good. But could she survive the actual date? That was the real question. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Who was, no big deal, just the chosen one. Who was also probably about to give her a present. Which, what if it was weird? What if it wasn't? What if she didn't like it? Or, even worse, liked it too much? What was the right reaction here? Parvati, noticing the gears turning in Jean's head, grinned. Don't stress. If he gets you a gift, just act surprised. If you don't like it, pretend. If you do like it, pretend less. Jean groaned. I'm going to screw this up. Hermione, having had enough of the ridiculousness, slammed her book down dramatically. Jean, it's Harry. He likes you. You like him. There's literally no reason to create a war strategy for this. Jean took a deep breath, feeling like she was about to enter a battlefield she didn't understand. What if she messes up? Lavender beamed at her. It's simple, Jean. Just follow your instincts. You're totally going to nail this. Jean shot her a glare. Instincts? I have instincts about how to deal with dark magic, not this. Parvati clapped her on the back. You'll be fine. You're Jean Grey, after all. And, honestly, Jean was starting to think maybe, just maybe, she was. But that didn't make this whole first date thing any less terrifying. As she headed for the door, with her heart pounding like a warmer drum, she took a final glance at her friends. First date. First Hogsmeade trip. First birthday at Hogwarts. No big deal, right? Just the scariest thing she'd ever done. But hey! She could handle it. Probably. As Harry stepped out of the dormitory and into the Gryffindor common room, he immediately regretted everything. Everything. Why? Because standing there like they were in some kind of reality TV show waiting for the cameras to start rolling were Fred, George, Lee, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, and, of course, Colin Creevey, the second year with a camera so big it could double as a broomstick if the whole wizarding thing didn't work out. Harry. Fred greeted him with a flair that probably could have won an award at the Weasley Family Drama Festival. His arms swung wide, knocking over a few startled first years. We've been waiting for you. Don't make it weird, Fred, George added, but his grin made it clear that weird was his default setting. We're just here to document history. History. Harry blinked, eyeing the motley crew. What are you talking about? Lee, looking far too cool for someone who'd just gotten out of bed, leaned in. Oh, you know, just your first ever date with Jean Grey. Harry felt his stomach plummet, which was a remarkable feat considering he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Wait, what? Alicia's smile was way too innocent for the level of chaos she was about to unleash. We've got Colin here, she pointed to Colin, who was practically vibrating with excitement and aiming his camera directly at Harry's face, to capture the moment when you first lay eyes on Jean coming down the stairs. It's going to be epic. Katie, who was leaning casually against the wall like she was waiting for a Quidditch match to start, chimed in, yeah, it's for posterity. So when you're old and grey, you can look back and say, that was the moment I got my life together. Harry shot a look at Colin, who was clearly aiming for his best National Geographic shot. Colin, he asked, trying not to hyperventilate. He's a second year. He can't even go to Hogsmeade. Fred and George exchanged a glance. It was the kind of glance that made Harry feel like he'd just walked into the trap of a really elaborate prank. Technically, Fred said, holding up a finger like he was about to impart world-changing wisdom, Colin's not going to Hogsmeade. He's just documenting the essence of your first date. He's our official photographer, George added with a casual shrug, like that made perfect sense. We couldn't trust anyone else. The world needs to see this. Lee grinned. Besides, you're going to want this on film, mate. I mean, what if something amazing happens? You don't want to miss it. I'm pretty sure whatever happens, I'm going to wish I missed it, Harry muttered under his breath, rubbing his temple. Nothing says romance like having my every move immortalized by Colin Creevey. Oh, please, mate, George said, slapping him on the back so hard Harry nearly tripped. These are going to be artsy shots. Blurry, dramatic lighting. A little overexposed in the right spots, you know? Pure magic. Right, Harry groaned, crossing his arms. Because that's exactly how I want to remember my first date, looking like I'm battling a Dementor with my hair blowing in the wind. Exactly. Fred shouted, jumping up like Harry had just made his day. Heroic. Romantic. Legendary. At that exact moment, Jean's voice floated down the stairs like some kind of soft magic, and Harry's brain immediately tried to reboot. Harry? You ready to go? He froze. There she was. Jean Grey. The birthday girl herself. The girl who'd somehow agreed to go on a date with him. The girl he was about to embarrass in front of everyone. She stood at the top of the stairs, and for a second, Harry swore the room went silent, like he was in some weird, slow-motion version of an action movie. Jean's red hair shimmered under the light, falling perfectly around her shoulders. She wore a simple yet flawless deep red sweater with her Gryffindor crest, paired with dark jeans that looked like they'd been custom designed just for her. She was basically perfection wrapped in a sweater, and Harry was about to, well, he wasn't quite sure yet what he was going to do, but it probably wasn't going to involve looking cool. I'm ready, Harry finally squeaked, hoping he didn't sound as terrified as he felt. You look nice, Jean said with a smile that made Harry's knees threaten to give out. Maybe this whole thing was going to be okay. Thanks, Harry said, forcing himself to keep it together. You look, amazing. Jean chuckled, as if it was the easiest thing in the world. Well, I couldn't exactly show up looking like a mess, could I? She started walking down the stairs, her eyes flicking over the crowd in the common room. It was subtle, but Harry could see the way she evaluated everyone, like she was mentally calculating how much of their attention was about to be devoted to her. Then, she smiled, her eyes locking on Harry. Shall we? Before Harry could respond, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around to find Fred, looking far too pleased with himself. Remember, mate, Fred said in an overly serious whisper, you're the hero in this story. Own it. George, always eager to jump in with his two nuts, leaned in. Yeah, look at that face. Pure admiration. Fred's smile was wicked. Sometimes, the hero just gets extra attention. Harry rolled his eyes. This is as quiet as it's going to get, he muttered. Jean raised an eyebrow. If this is your idea of a quiet Hogsmeade trip, I'm not sure I'm in for it. Trust me, Harry said, chuckling nervously, this is practically the calm before the storm. Jean laughed, and Harry's heart did a weird, involuntary flip. Maybe, just maybe, he could survive this. If he survived Fred, George, and Colin, that was. With Jean beside him and his motley crew following at a very appropriate distance, Harry figured this was either going to be the best or worst Hogsmeade trip ever. And Colin? Well, Colin was already clicking away, snapping what were probably his 500 photos of the day. No pressure, Harry thought, glancing at Jean with a grin. None at all. Harry and Jean were strolling through the Hogwarts common room like they were starring in their very own magical rom-com, minus the overdramatic third act misunderstanding, at least for now. The rest of their crew, though? Well, they were making a show of pretending to act casual, which, to be honest, was about as successful as trying to hide a dragon under a blanket. Fred, George, Lee, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie were practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. You'd think they were preparing for a mission to steal the Philosopher's Stone again, but no, it was just Hogsmeade weekend. And, of course, the whole Harry's first date with Jean thing had them hyped, even if it wasn't an actual date, yet. Still, the sight of those two together seemed to spark something in their eyes, like a mixture of matchmaking and potential pranking opportunities. Ron was in the lead, his face flushed with anticipation. Oi, Harry, he said, shooting a glance back over his shoulder, did you remember to bring some money? You don't want to end up starving on the walk back when Fred and George try to sell you something they found in the Forbidden Forest. I've got money, Harry muttered, running a hand through his hair. But if I buy anything from them, I'll probably end up cursed or with a permanent stink smell. Jean turned to him with a grin. Don't worry, Harry. I'll protect you from them. And from Filch, too, if it comes to that. Ah, the legendary Jean Grey, keeping me safe from the forces of evil, Harry said, winking at her. I feel so lucky. She laughed, her voice light and carefree, making the chaos around them seem miles away. You should. I'm a pro at keeping trouble at bay. She threw a pointed glance at Fred and George. Especially from them. Fred and George dramatically placed their hands over their hearts in mock offense. Wounded. Absolutely wounded. Fred cried. We only want the best for our friends. George added, feigning seriousness. Ron rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. You two are the worst. As they neared the entrance to the Hogwarts grounds, Harry gave Jean a quick grin. So, how does it feel to be a part of the ultimate Weasley prank crew? Jean raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm sure I'll survive. I've dealt with worse in my day. She winked. Finally, they reached the gates, where a line of students was already forming. Professor McGonagall was standing near the entrance, looking like the embodiment of sternness itself. She was ticking off names on a clipboard, though it was the first time Harry noticed the small stack of what looked like permission slips in her hands. Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Grey, McGonagall said, not even looking up from her list. Permission slips, please. Jean flashed hers with a flourish. Signed by Professor Xavier, of course, she said, her smile practically glowing. McGonagall glanced up briefly, her eyebrow twitching. Xavier, you say? Well, that's acceptable. She handed it back without a second glance. Harry followed suit and handed over his slip, clearly well practiced at the I'm Harry Potter, and yes, I have a magical permission slip routine. Sirius Black, he said. McGonagall stared at it, lips pressed together, her eyes narrowing. Yes. Very well, I'll assume he signed this while in full possession of his faculties. After a moment's hesitation, she handed it back. Off you go, then. Just be back before curfew. With a brisk nod, they moved past her and approached Filch, who was waiting with his usual sour expression. The man had some kind of bizarre magical contraption in his hand that looked like it had more magical properties than anyone cared to know about. He waved it over them like he was conducting an awkward dance routine. Jean raised an eyebrow, amused. What's he doing, Harry? Searching us for contraband? Harry replied, trying and failing to suppress a grin. You know, things like candy, prank items, and anything that might cause a small disaster like Fred and George's special merchandise. Jean gave him a flat look. Right. Because I'm sure a handful of licorice wands are going to bring down the whole school. Ron, standing just behind them, suddenly piped up with a grin, clearly itching for a bit of mischief. Filch, mate, I think you've got it all wrong. You should be checking us when we come back, not when we leave. You know, to make sure we're not sneaking stuff in. Just a thought. Filch whipped around like a vulture spotting prey, eyes narrowing dangerously. What was that, Weasley? Ron casually shrugged, a cheeky grin creeping across his face. I mean, you always check us when we leave, but when we come back, we've already got all sorts of trouble in our bags. Doesn't that seem a bit backward? Filch's eyes were wide, his mouth hanging open as if he'd been struck by an idea that made absolutely no sense. What do you mean, trouble in your bags? Just making a suggestion, Filch, Ron said with a nonchalant air, lifting his hands in mock surrender. Maybe focus on what we might bring in, instead of what we're leaving with. Like, you know, magical shenanigans. Filch Swan swept over Ron for a third time, this one clearly much more thorough than the last. I'll have no more of your cheek, Weasley, he snarled, his voice low and threatening. Another word, and I'll send you back to the castle for a week's detention. Ron barely contained a chuckle. Sure, Filch. Whatever you say. Jean nudged Harry, leaning in with a smirk. Is he always like this? You have no idea, Harry muttered, eyes on Ron. Ron, the master of savage burns. The group barely made it through the gates before Fred, George, and Lee started up their usual shenanigans. Fred and George waved their hands dramatically at Filch, who glared at them as though he could explode them into pixie dust with a single glance. "We're innocent, Filch!" Fred cried, putting on his best puppy dog eyes. "Sweethearts, really? Full of charm and grace." Filch muttered something under his breath, clearly at the end of his rope. With that, they were free officially in the clear and on their way toward Hogsmeade, where the prospect of butterbeer, Zonko's joke shop, and magical mischief awaited them. Harry glanced at Jean, his grin wide. "You ready for the madness?" Jean chuckled, her eyes sparkling. "I think so. But don't say I didn't warn you when Fred and George try to convince you to buy some experimental products." "I've been dealing with them since first year," Harry said with a smirk. "I'm practically a pro at this point." "All right, Mr. Pro," Jean teased, nudging him with her shoulder. "Let's see if you can handle what they've got planned for us today." As they headed toward Hogsmeade, the entire group was buzzing with excitement, the promise of magic, trouble, and a lot of butterbeer just ahead. Harry? Well, he was just hoping he wouldn't end up in a ridiculous photo montage by the end of the day. But considering who he was hanging out with, that was a long shot. Severus Snape was lurking in the shadows, as usual. If there was a professional degree in lurking, he would have a doctorate by now. He blended so seamlessly into the darkness that even the bravest Gryffindor wouldn't have dared to approach him well, except maybe Harry Potter, but Harry had the kind of recklessness that was so irritating, it was almost impressive. He wasn't hiding, per se hiding was for the weak. No, Snape was simply taking up his usual residence in the gloom, like a brooding bat that had long since decided the world wasn't quite dark enough. His robes swirled around him like they were part of the atmosphere, dark as midnight with a touch of morning. And as always, his scowl was present, permanently etched on his face like a portrait of misery and failed ambition. But right now? Scowling was an understatement. Because what Snape was watching was irritating. Harry Potter. And Jean Grey. Yes, those two. The son of his least favorite person in the universe, and a girl whose fiery gaze was all too reminiscent of someone who once made Snape's life an exercise in emotional self-flagellation. Watching them stroll out of the castle together was like a cruel joke played by the universe. A bad one. The kind of joke where you laugh to keep from crying, and then promptly regret it. From where Snape stood, deep in the shadows of a Hogwarts hallway, of course, Harry looked every bit like his insufferable father, James Potter. The swagger, the overconfidence, the sense that he had the entire world figured out when in reality, he was just as clueless as the rest of them. And there was Jean. Sweet, fiery Jean. Her hair a bit wilder, a bit more untamed than Lily's had been, but that intensity in her eyes? Oh, that was Lily. Snape's stomach twisted in a way that felt like it was being yanked by an invisible force, and it wasn't a pleasant sensation. It was almost like he was looking at a replay of his worst memories. James and Lily, happily prancing around Hogwarts like they owned the place, totally oblivious to the fact that their very existence shattered Snape's. He had watched them, too. The same way he was watching Harry and Jean now. Good grief, Snape muttered to himself, his voice dripping with more venom than a Slytherin after a bad potions lesson. It's like the universe is taunting me at this point. And maybe it was. He was so tired of this whole cycle of disappointment. Harry wasn't even doing anything particularly obnoxious, but just seeing him with Jean, walking together like they didn't have a care in the world, it made Snape's blood boil. Or, maybe it was just his brain, trying to reconcile how this moment was so ridiculously familiar. Harry was his father's son, that much was true. He had inherited James' signature swagger, his ability to make people want to throw things at him on sight, and, of course, his undeniable talent for charming just about anyone who wasn't named Severus Snape. Ugh! But, thank Merlin, Harry wasn't exactly like James in every way. For one, he wasn't quite as insufferably loud about everything. And he wasn't nearly as arrogant. Still, the resemblance was enough to make Snape's insides do that strange nodding thing they always did when James Potter was mentioned. And then there was Jean. Lily's echo. The way she walked beside Harry, that tender brush of the hands, subtle but there. Snape hated it. It made something twist inside his chest, and not in the good, I am a mature adult kind of way. No, it was that sickening feeling of loss, a loss that still echoed in his mind from all those years ago when Lily had chosen James over him. The memory of her bright smile, the one she had never given him, flooded back with the intensity of 100 Veritaserum doses. His hands clenched at his sides, but Snape couldn't bring himself to look away, no matter how much it hurt. Instead, he stood there, seething in silence, like a storm cloud you could never escape. Of course, he muttered bitterly, as if the universe needed his commentary. Of course it's them. Of course. He remembered the old days, the days when James had been the bane of his existence, the days when he had tried so desperately to earn Lily's affection. But in the end, James had always been there. Lily had chosen him, and Snape had been left in the dust with nothing but his bitterness, his resentment, and a whole lot of complicated feelings he couldn't even begin to sort out. The sight of Harry and Jean walking together only confirmed what Snape had known for years now: history had a nasty habit of repeating itself. And Snape? He was the poor fool caught in the loop, doomed to watch it all over again. A flash of motion caught his attention. Jean's hand brushed against Harry's, almost too subtle to notice almost. Snape felt a sharp jolt in his chest, like someone had just kicked him in the ribs. Why does it always have to be this way? Pathetic, Snape grumbled, his voice full of venom and self-loathing. Foolish, idiotic, and so utterly predictable. The pair strolled away, completely unaware of the storm of emotions they'd stirred in the heart of their observant watcher. Snape took a deep, deliberate breath and fought the urge to shout at them. Or hex them. Or throw something at the wall. But instead, he muttered under his breath, history doesn't change. Not for anyone. And the worst part? He was right. No matter how many times he told himself he'd moved on, or that he'd grown beyond the hurt, there he was, caught in the same miserable web of memories. He was the ghost of the past. Snape shook his head, as if trying to physically shake off his thoughts. Enough, Severus. Get a grip. He stalked away, his footsteps echoing down the empty corridor, but even as he walked, he knew it was never going to be enough. Some things weren't meant to stay buried. Some things followed you. Like a ghost. And sometimes, Snape wished he could just stop being haunted by the past for 5 minutes. Chapter 52, Chapter 51. As soon as they reached the bustling heart of Hogsmeade, their friends scattered like a bunch of nifflers let loose in a Gringotts vault. Fred and George, shockingly, didn't even pretend they had other plans. They bolted straight for Zonko's, muttering something about crucial product testing, which was code for let's see how close we can get to lifetime bans from Hogsmeade. Ron, Lee, and the rest of the Gryffindor squad exchanged knowing grins before peeling off toward the 3 broomsticks. No doubt they were on a mission to hoard butterbeer and claim the best seats before the place turned into a student mosh pit. That left Harry and Jean standing in the middle of the snow-dusted street, surrounded by the warm glow of enchanted shop signs and the distant laughter of Hogwarts students reveling in their temporary freedom. Jean tucked her hands into her coat pockets and glanced around, pretending to be deep in thought. So, now that we've survived the Weasley hurricane, where to first? Harry, who had been using the absence of Ron as an opportunity to finally enjoy some peace, shoved his hands into his cloak pockets. I dunno, Jean. Should we follow the smell of melting chocolate, or go straight for the haunted murder house? Real toss-up. Jean smirked. Well, considering I have been promised the full Hogsmeade experience, I suppose we should start with something iconic. Right, Harry said, nodding solemnly. Honeydukes it is. Time to buy an irresponsible amount of sugar and definitely not regret it later. The moment they stepped inside the shop, the scent of caramel, cocoa, and childhood joy assaulted them. Students swarmed the displays like sugar-starved lunatics, snatching up licorice wands, fizzing whiz-bees, and the ever-popular chocolate frogs. Jean took one look around and let out a low whistle. Okay, I take back everything I said before. This is heaven. Harry chuckled. Wait until you try the best part: free samples. Jean arched a brow. Harry Potter, are you about to teach me the fine art of sneaky candy acquisition? Absolutely, Harry said, steering her toward a counter where an elderly wizard with a twirling mustache was handing out tiny, brightly wrapped squares. Jean unwrapped one and gave it a skeptical look. What is it? Exploding bonbon, Harry said, popping one into his mouth. Bang! A tiny burst of crackling cinnamon-flavored magic went off in his mouth, making him cough, his hair temporarily standing on end. Jean barely had time to register what was happening before hers did the same. A bright spark of magic fizzled in the air, and she let out a startled laugh, clapping a hand over her mouth. That was wow, she said, blinking. That was an experience. Yeah, and now imagine the horror of accidentally eating one during a history of magic lecture, Harry said. Binns thought I was spontaneously combusting. 10 points from Gryffindor for disrupting the class with excessive enthusiasm. Jean snorted. That's honestly the most action that classroom has seen in centuries. Exactly. Now, let's get you something that won't try to set your mouth on fire. Jean raised an eyebrow. You mean something boring? Something safer, Harry corrected. How about chocolate frogs? Classic, no explosions, and you get a collectible card. Jean scanned the shelves, then grabbed a pack. All right, let's see what the hype is about. They paid for their sweets and stepped back outside into the cold. Jean unwrapped her chocolate frog while Harry kept an eye on the street, half expecting Ron to emerge from the 3 broomsticks and start yelling about the gross injustice of not being included in their snack run. Jean flipped over the card that came with her frog and gave Harry a look. Dumbledore. Again. Harry groaned. Of course. That guy multiplies like garden gnomes. I think I have, 20 of him stashed somewhere. Jean smirked. So what you're saying is, you collect wizard trading cards. How very adorable, Potter. Hey, Harry defended, when you grow up in the Muggle world and suddenly find out magic is real, you collect anything magical. It's a rule. If I find a rock and it floats, you bet I'm keeping it. Jean tucked the card into her pocket, still grinning. Fair enough. All right, Almighty Hogsmeade tour guide, what's next? Harry scanned the bustling street. We could grab some butterbeer at the 3 broomsticks, or we could check out the Shrieking Shack for the full allegedly haunted house experience. Jean took a sip of butterbeer from the to-go cup she'd snagged from a cart outside Honeyduke's. Are you trying to impress me with ghost stories? Harry shrugged. I mean, Hogwarts literally has ghosts, but sure, let's pretend the shack is the scariest place around. Jean considered this, then smirked. All right. But if it turns out to be lame, you owe me another round of butterbeer. Deal, Harry said. But if you scream, I will mock you forever. Jean snorted. Bold of you to assume I scare easily, Potter. I grew up with Kurt and Kitty. I have survived. Okay, but have you lived? Harry shot back. Because nothing says peak Hogwarts experience like breaking into an abandoned building with questionable structural integrity. Jean gave him a look. So this is actually just an elaborate way to get me to commit minor trespassing. Yes, Harry said cheerfully. Now, let's go before someone responsible like Hermione shows up and ruins the fun. With that, they set off toward the eerie silhouette of the Shrieking Shack, their laughter echoing through the crisp winter air. Because if there was one thing Hogsmeade was good for, it was making memories. And possibly committing some light felony. But mostly memories. It was a perfect day for a bad decision. The snow-covered hills of Hogsmeade stretched out behind them, the rooftops glistening under a pale winter sun, but Harry Potter and Jean Grey had decided that hot butterbeer and warm fireplaces were overrated. No, they were trekking up a hill to the most haunted building in Britain. Which, frankly, was a little unfair to Hogwarts, because between Myrtle's bathroom, Peeves, and the actual ghosts that lived there, the castle should have won that title ages ago. Okay, I'll bite, Jean said as they climbed over the broken fence. Why is this place so famous? Like, what's the deal? Is it actually haunted, or are people just being dramatic? Harry shot her a grin. Oh, it's absolutely haunted. The walls whisper at night. The air screams. Sometimes, if you listen really closely, you can hear a voice wailing in agony, saying he paused for effect. Ooh, I left my wand in my other robe. Jean gave him a flat look. You're the worst. Am I, though? Harry smirked. Because someone is still standing here, listening to me instead of running back to the three broomsticks like a sensible person. Jean rolled her eyes and shoved him lightly. That's because I enjoy watching you make a fool of yourself, Potter. It's entertaining. Like, on a deep, spiritual level. Harry clutched his chest. Ouch! That almost hurt. They stepped onto the creaky porch, and the entire structure groaned like it had just been woken up from a 200-year nap and was not happy about it. The place looked like the textbook definition of haunted. Crooked roof. Boarded-up windows. An overall aesthetic of please, enter so I can murder you in a cinematic fashion. Jean folded her arms. So. Ghosts. Harry sighed dramatically. You really want ghosts, don't you? I feel robbed if I don't at least see some ghostly nonsense, Jean said. I live in a castle where portraits talk to me and stairs change when they feel like it. The bar for spooky is very high. Harry pushed open the door, which naturally creaked like a horror movie cliché. Okay, here's the thing, there are no ghosts here. Jean's head snapped toward him. What? Harry grinned, stepping inside. Never were. Jean narrowed her eyes. But the screaming. Ah. See, that's where it gets good, Harry said, strolling deeper into the dust-covered room. The screaming wasn't ghosts. It was a werewolf. Jean blinked. Lupin. Bingo, Harry said. Back when he was at Hogwarts, this is where he transformed. The teachers needed somewhere safe for him, so they set up this place. Every month, he'd come here to, you know, violently rearrange his skeleton. Jean made a face. That sounds painful. Harry nodded. Yeah. And loud. Apparently, he howled so much the villagers started spreading ghost stories. Dumbledore, being the absolute legend that he is, was like, cool. Let's roll with that. So the Shrieking Shack got its reputation, and Lupin got some privacy. Jean's expression softened slightly. That's actually kinda sad. Harry shrugged. On the bright side, he accidentally created the spookiest urban legend in Britain. Not many people get to say that. Jean walked over to one of the broken windows, running her fingers along the dust-covered sill. And now, decades later, people still think it's haunted because of a bunch of old howls. Pretty much, Harry said. But the real terrifying thing. He knocked against one of the rotting walls. This place has been abandoned for years. No one maintains it. No one fixes it. And yet, somehow, it's still standing. Jean squinted at the ceiling. Magic. Or ghosts, Harry said, grinning. Jean gave him the look, the one that said, I tolerate you only because you amuse me. You want there to be ghosts, don't you? I mean, Harry said, we could start a rumor that the werewolf never left. Jean snorted. Oh, yeah, let's definitely make Hogwarts even more chaotic. That'll end well. Speaking of ending well, Harry said, stretching. Are we done here, or do you really want to find out what's been scuttling under the floorboards this whole time? Jean immediately took a step back. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. Harry grinned and followed her out into the cold, the shrieking shack looming behind them, still creepy, still full of secrets, and probably still waiting for the next round of nosy teenagers to wander in. Because, haunted or not, the legend never really died. Snowflakes swirled around Harry and Jean as they trudged through the rapidly falling snow toward the three broomsticks, looking like a couple of snowmen in training. The air was cold enough to freeze your breath, but the promise of warmth and something strong to drink was enough to push them forward. So, Jean asked, glancing sideways at Harry as they trudged through the snow, what's the plan when we get inside? Butterbeer, or something more exciting like fire whiskey? Not that I'd recommend it for someone who's technically underage. Harry grinned. Definitely butterbeer. It's a safe bet. And besides, we're probably about to get dragged into some ridiculous situation as soon as we walk through that door. Jean arched an eyebrow. With you, Harry? Oh, there's no probably about it. It's more like a universal law at this point. Touché, Harry said with a shrug. Can't help being popular. They entered the three broomsticks, greeted by the familiar cozy warmth and the smell of mulled cider and roasted chestnuts. The bustle of conversation filled the air, and Harry immediately spotted the mess that was Ron. "Uh-oh," Harry muttered under his breath as he saw his best friend practically hanging over the bar. His face was contorted into what Harry could only assume was his best attempt at a charming smile, but it was coming off more slightly constipated than dashing rogue. "Is he trying to flirt with Rosmerta?" Jean asked, already half laughing. "Yup." And failing miserably, Harry said with a grin. "I mean, I admire the effort, but if I didn't know better, I'd say he was auditioning for How Not to Ask Someone Out 101. Jean snorted. "Does he ever learn?" "Nope," Harry said, watching Ron lean in a little too far, his awkwardness becoming increasingly obvious. "That's the beauty of it. You can always count on Ron to make things special." Across the room, Hermione sat at a table, her nose buried in a book, though her bright red cheeks told a different story. She was trying desperately to pretend she wasn't paying attention to Ron's not-so-smooth moves, but Harry could practically hear her thoughts. "I really don't want to be here right now. Please, someone save me." Then, as if the universe was playing some cosmic prank on them, Rosmerta finally noticed them and gave Harry a warm smile that made him feel both special and slightly uncomfortable. "Well, well, well," Rosmerta said, her voice warm and flirtatious, eyes twinkling. "If it isn't Harry Potter. Been waiting for you to show up, dear. I heard you're causing quite the stir." Jean gave Harry a side eye. "You've met her before?" "Not exactly. But I am famous, you know," Harry said with a cheeky grin, puffing out his chest just a little. "You'd be surprised how many people know me by sight." Rosmerta cocked her head, studying him for a moment. "You look just like your father," she said, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Same messy hair, same cheeky grin. But those eyes, definitely your mum's." A pang of something weird and familiar hit Harry's chest. He quickly shook it off. "Thanks," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Rosmerta gave him a mischievous wink before turning to Jean. "Seems like you've got your act together already. Faster than your father, I'll say that much." Harry's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "James Potter," Rosmerta said, leaning in conspiratorially. "Took him years to convince Lily Evans to go out with him. And here you are, managing it by third year. That's progress, my boy." Jean couldn't help but snicker. "Oh, I did warn him, didn't I?" Harry groaned, burying his face in his hands. "Great, now I'm definitely never going to hear the end of this." Rosmerta, clearly enjoying herself, folded her arms and looked them over. Well, Potter men always fall for redheads, don't they? Jean raised an eyebrow. Really? We're going there? Apparently, yes, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Potter legacy and all that. All right, Rosmerta said, waving a hand in the air like it was no big deal. I'll stop teasing. How about I get you two a table? You know, proper date and all that. Let me take care of it. Harry, who was still contemplating his sudden celebrity status, barely had time to protest before Rosmerta was already moving toward the back, leading them to a quieter table tucked away from the main bar. Well, this is new, Harry muttered as he slid into the seat across from Jean. Told you we'd be roped into something ridiculous. But hey, I guess this isn't the worst. Jean grinned. I think it's cute. It's like Rosmerta knows exactly what you need. Yeah, right, Harry said, slumping in his chair. She's just happy to get me out of the way so Ron can suffer through his unrequited crush. Speaking of Ron, Harry glanced over at the bar. The redhead was still at it, leaning way too far forward in a bid to get Rosmerta's attention, his face flushed redder than a Weasley jumper. Meanwhile, Hermione had buried herself even deeper in her book, but Harry could tell by the way she kept flicking her eyes toward Ron that she was just waiting for the train wreck to finish. I think Hermione's about to commit mass murder at this rate, Harry said, chuckling. Jean looked over at Ron and raised an eyebrow. Should we intervene? Not a chance, Harry said with a grin. Let him suffer. It's the only way he learns. Jean raised her glass of butterbeer and smiled. To Ron. May his embarrassing failures continue to provide us with endless entertainment. Harry clinked his glass against hers. To Ron. And to the fact that at least someone in this group knows how to make a complete idiot of themselves. As they laughed, Harry felt an odd sense of peace settle over him. Maybe not every adventure had to be a dangerous, life-threatening one. Sometimes, it was just about sharing a drink, laughing at your best friend's total lack of social grace, and letting the warmth of the pub wrap around you like a blanket. And if that was the case? Well, maybe third year wouldn't be as bad as he thought. As Jean slipped away toward the bathroom to freshen up, Harry leaned back in his seat, stretching his arms behind his head like he was lounging at a beach, not sitting in the bustling Three Broomsticks. He cast a sideways glance toward Madame Rosmerta, who was expertly polishing a mug with the kind of concentration that could probably solve a transfiguration problem. He wasn't even sure how that woman managed to look so effortlessly glamorous while cleaning, but here she was, doing just that. Well, she said, catching his eye and smirking. A little quiet without the usual havoc, hey? You miss her yet? Harry, pretending to look deeply pained, nodded solemnly. You know, life just isn't the same when Jean's not around. It's like my whole world is in grayscale, and the jokes are just, less funny. Rosmerta raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. You've got a good sense of humor, Harry, but I'm not sure that's why you're so obsessed with her. Her voice dropped to a playful whisper, though they were far enough from the other patrons that no one would hear. Got a bit of a soft spot for her, do you? Bet it's more than just her amazing ability to make everyone else look like they're about to cry from her glare. Harry flushed, doing his best to hide his sudden discomfort. I don't know what you mean. I'm totally a professional at keeping my emotions in check. I'm practically a rock. A very, very emotional rock. Rosmerta burst into laughter, shaking her head. Sure, Harry. And I'm the Queen of England. She flicked her blonde hair back, her eyes twinkling with that classic Rosmerta charm. Anyway, about that birthday surprise you two have been scheming, don't worry, it's all in hand. The cake's done, and I made sure it was just the right level of ridiculousness to surprise her, but not so over the top she'll accuse you of being extra. Harry let out a relieved sigh. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. She can be hard to impress. Oh, I know, Rosmerta said, leaning in slightly, her tone suddenly conspiratorial. Trust me, I've seen the way she gives people the look. I swear, I've had grown men crumble under it. But you, she grinned, you've got her figured out. So, cake's perfect, and the meal's ready. I made sure to put the extra effort in. You're gonna be her hero after tonight. Harry grinned, his confidence surging. I knew I could count on you. Rosmerta winked. You've got a good thing going with her, Harry. You'll be fine. Just don't mess it up with. She stopped mid-sentence, glancing over at the far side of the room where Ron was now gesturing wildly with his hands, trying to impress Madame Rosmerta with what could only be described as the most ridiculous and embarrassing story about Quidditch ever told. Harry snorted, glancing over to where Ron was currently failing to make a solid point. Well, at least someone's in trouble today. I swear, that man could charm a dragon into giving him a ride, but a simple hello to a pretty woman? Completely out of his league. Rosmerta shook her head, her smile widening. Oh, I've seen it all before. Ron's like a walking disaster zone. But don't worry, it's endearing, in a how did you get out of the house without anyone noticing, kind of way. Harry chuckled. If there were an award for most likely to be completely oblivious, Ron would have at least 3 trophies on his shelf by now. He paused, watching Ron stumble over his words as Rosmerta's eyebrow arched higher with each failed attempt to flirt. That poor soul. I mean, he's cute, in a train wreck sort of way, Rosmerta said, returning to her mug polishing with a knowing smile. But you're right, he's got the charm of a boiled potato. I've got half a mind to give him some tips on how not to make himself look like a fool. Harry couldn't help but grin at that. Don't worry, he'll figure it out. Maybe. Eventually. Probably. You know, Rosmerta said, lifting her chin slightly as she took a step back, as much as I like watching Ron dig his own grave, I think your timing's perfect. Jean won't suspect a thing. Just play it cool. I can do cool, Harry said with a dramatic flourish, sitting up straight, putting his hands behind his head. I'm practically the definition of cool. Rosmerta eyed him, her smile turning mischievous. Right. Cool. Sure you are, Harry. And I'm totally not going to bring out that ridiculously cheesy cake now that Jean's about to come back. Harry raised an eyebrow, grinning. You wouldn't dare. She winked. Oh, I would. And I'm proud of it. Just then, Jean returned to the table, her cheeks flushed from the cool air outside. As she sat, she gave Harry a sharp, questioning look. Well, what have you two been up to? Plotting my demise again, or are you just working on another elaborate birthday scheme? Harry, his face the picture of innocence, replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Just checking in to make sure everything's set for the big reveal. You know, low-key, stress-free, totally not ridiculous at all. Jean's eyes narrowed. Right. Because this whole birthday surprise thing is going so smoothly, isn't it? She paused for a second, her gaze flicking between Harry and Rosmerta, before she added, You're not getting me some embarrassing enchanted broomstick or anything, are you? No. Nothing like that. Harry protested, holding up his hands defensively. I promise, there's nothing magical, embarrassing, or entirely over the top happening here. Jean raised an eyebrow but seemed to soften a little. I'm sure. This feels like one of those things where I'm gonna have to act surprised and be grateful for it, right? Exactly, Harry said, trying his best to keep a straight face. That's the plan. You act shocked, maybe cry a little for dramatic effect, and I'll be the hero. Jean gave him a skeptical look but couldn't suppress the smirk tugging at her lips. You're lucky you're cute when you try to pull off these ridiculous stunts. Harry leaned back in his chair, clearly relishing the moment. Hey, when you've got this much charm and finesse, how could I not be the center of attention? But hey, I'll let Ron take the heat tonight." Jean's grin widened as she looked over at Ron, who was still flailing his arms like a windmill in an attempt to explain a particularly complicated Quidditch move. "That poor soul," she muttered under her breath. "Yet," Harry said with a chuckle, "it's like watching a car crash in slow motion, only somehow more tragic." They clinked their glasses together in a mock toast. To Ron, Harry said with a wicked grin, "May his eternal awkwardness continue to be a source of never-ending entertainment for the rest of us." To Ron, Jean echoed, laughing as she took a sip. "And to chaos. Because apparently, that's the theme of the evening." Harry Potter, the self-proclaimed master of subtlety, though that title was hotly contested by anyone who had ever met him, sat across from Jean in the cozy corner of the Three Broomsticks. The midday sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow over their table, and for a moment, it felt like the entire world had decided to give them some peace and quiet. The chatter of students and staff faded into the background, leaving only the two of them. Harry leaned back in his chair, looking like he was trying to look cool but failing spectacularly. "So," he said, breaking the silence, "I know I'm supposed to be some suave, charming bloke right now, but can we just agree that I'm winging this whole romantic lunch thing?" Jean, leaning on the table with her elbows and a sly smile dancing on her lips, eyed him. "Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you were any less subtle, we'd have you standing outside in the snow with a massive banner that says, 'Look at me, I'm trying to be romantic.'" "Hey, I have standards," Harry replied, giving her a mock-offended look. "It's about balance, you know? Just the right amount of charm without tipping over into awkward teenage boy territory." She raised an eyebrow. "Which you're already in. You're in the awkward section right now, mate. I'll admit, it's impressive that you're this bad at it. Usually, it takes real effort." Harry gave a dramatic gasp. "Jean, how could you? I'm insulted. I'm practically a romantic genius in the making." He wiggled his eyebrows, earning an eye roll from her. Sure, genius," she muttered under her breath, trying and failing to hide a smile. "You're so subtle that Madame Rosmerta probably knows all your secrets by now." At that, Harry had to stifle a laugh. "Okay, maybe I might have had a tiny bit of help," he said, leaning in and lowering his voice as if sharing a dangerous secret. "But I swear, it's all part of the grand plan. Just wait for it." Jean squinted at him, suspicion written all over her face. "I don't trust you." Just then, Madame Rosmerta appeared at their table, effortlessly balancing two steaming plates of food. Her entrance was so dramatic that it could have been a scene out of some cheesy romance novel. The barmaid, blonde, bubbly, and impossibly good-looking, set the plates down with a flourish. "Your meal, lovebirds," she said, winking at Harry like they were in on some secret joke. "Anything else? A bit more wine, perhaps?" Jean gave Rosmerta a suspicious look. "We're good. Thanks." Harry shot the barmaid a wink. "Yeah, we're fine, unless you've got something that could really set the mood, you know, like a magic potion for romance." Rosmerta didn't miss a beat. "I'm sure you two will manage without it. Enjoy your lunch, darling." With that, she bounced off with a mischievous grin, leaving Harry to roll his eyes. "I'm telling you, Jean," Harry said, shaking his head as he dug into his food. "This place is full of dangerous women who know exactly what they're doing." Jean looked over at him with a playful smirk. "I think you're just an easy target, Potter." "Is that a challenge?" he asked, not missing a beat. "Take it how you want," she replied with a wink, diving into her own meal. For a while, they ate in comfortable silence, the food rich and savory, and the conversation punctuated by the occasional insult and playful banter. Jean seemed to genuinely enjoy herself, and Harry was quietly thrilled by how much she was enjoying the meal, and mostly because of how she was letting her guard down with him. So, Harry said, the nerves creeping back into his voice as he cleared his throat. How's the birthday surprise coming along? Jean arched an eyebrow. Birthday surprise? You've been planning something. Me? Harry feigned innocence. Not at all. I'm just here for the food, and to bask in the glory of your radiant company. You know, the usual. She snorted. That's a load of rubbish, Potter. You're definitely up to something. You always are. Harry shrugged, trying to look casual but definitely not pulling it off. Look, I'm just here to make today special. That's all. No big deal. Jean crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair, her eyes narrowing. Special, hey? I'm starting to feel like you've been plotting against me. And I'm not sure I like it. Harry gave her a sheepish grin. Maybe. Maybe not. But if I'm being honest with you, I'm just doing this for the effort. You deserve it, all right. She gave him a teasing look, softening just a little. I'm not exactly easy to impress, you know. Harry waved it off dramatically. Who said anything about impressing you? This is all about intention. You know, the thought behind it. She smirked, clearly unconvinced. Let's see if you can keep the act up until the end. They continued to banter, but there was an undercurrent of something a bit warmer between them, something genuine. The food disappeared in a blur of witty exchanges and playful insults, until only the last few bites remained. Then Harry looked at the time and leaned in, his heart suddenly pounding in his chest. It was time. Jean, he started, his voice quieter now. I'm really glad you're here. She looked at him, surprised by the sudden sincerity in his voice. Potter, are you about to get all mushy on me? Maybe, he said with a grin. But I'm serious. You're just, you. And that's enough for me. Jean froze, looking slightly flustered. She opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, the door to the 3 broomsticks swung open, and in came Madame Rosmerta, carrying a massive cake on her hands. Jean stared, blinking. Wait, is that? It was. A giant cake layered with rich, golden sponge, frosting dripping in a rainbow of colors, and perched on top was a shimmering little phoenix, as if daring to catch the light. It was definitely not an ordinary cake. Surprise! Rosmerta chirped, setting the cake down with a flourish. A birthday treat for the birthday girl, courtesy of our favorite Gryffindor. Jean's mouth dropped open, her eyes locked on Harry. You, actually did it. Yup, Harry said smugly, grinning from ear to ear. Told you I could pull off the romance thing. Jean blinked, clearly impressed. Okay, I admit it. You did outdo yourself. But don't let this go to your head, Potter. It's just cake. Just cake. Harry raised his eyebrows, pretending to be scandalized. That's the kind of response I get after all this effort? Insulted. Jean took a bite of the cake, and her eyes closed in surprise. Okay, fine. This is, actually amazing. You've got points. For now. Of course, Harry said, holding his glass up. I told you. Master of Romance, right here. Jean shook her head, laughing despite herself. You're ridiculous. But thanks, Harry. Seriously. Anything for you, Jean, Harry said, flashing her a wink. And for the first time that day, he didn't feel quite so awkward. For a moment, as they continued to joke and eat, everything felt just right. Not perfect, maybe. But good enough. Happy birthday, Jean, Harry said softly, his tone sincere now, and just a bit warmer. Jean smiled at him, her expression softening. Thanks, Harry. This has been nice. Really nice. And with that, they finished their cake, their laughter mingling with the hum of the three broomsticks, a quiet little slice of magic in the middle of a busy world.